scattered here in the Carolinas. Moisture pulling out of the Gulf and a frontal boundary just to the west to continue to move that moisture in. Now you can see radar this morning is dry. Now there could be a little bit of occasional mist here and there. I can't rule that out this morning. I'm not really expecting any big time downpours until later this afternoon. Here's the visibility this morning. Again, visibility anywhere between 3 to 7 miles this morning. But again, there could be some isolated areas where visibility is even down to 0 miles, just because we do have those local areas of dense fog this morning and plenty of moisture as well. Again, that's why we're going to be tracking storm chances each day this week, because of those dew points in the 70s. So bus stop forecast this morning for those kiddos in South Carolina head back to school. We've got a warm and muggy start in the 70s. Patchy fog, and again, we're going to be tracking those temperatures warm and muggy as we go through the day today. High temperatures today in the 80s. We'll time out some of those storms for you coming up here in just a few minutes, guys.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in East Charlotte. It happened around 3:15 on Magnolia Hill Drive. That's just off of Eastway Drive near Kilbourne. This is about a block away from a deadly shooting that happened last week on Dunlaven Way. No indication that the shootings are connected, though. Medic says the victim in this morning's shooting was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's unclear what happened or if there are any suspects in custody. Of course, we'll keep an eye on this and bring you the latest all throughout the morning and on our website, QCnews.com.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers are investigating 2 deadly shootings that happened just minutes apart. The first happened shortly after 1 Sunday morning in North Charlotte on Bardot Drive. Officers found 32-year-old Jeremiah Easter dead at the scene. A second person was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. No word on any suspects or arrests in that case. The second shooting, reported just minutes later as a robbery, happened at the intersection of East 5th and North McDowell Streets in Uptown, just 2 blocks from the Mecklenburg County Courthouse and Sheriff's Office. When officers arrived, they found a crash involving 2 vehicles. 4 people were taken to the hospital, one with life-threatening injuries from a gunshot wound. 37-year-old Eric Holman died at the hospital, and after a brief pursuit, investigators say they arrested and charged 38-year-old Rondreas Curitin with murder. Anyone with information on either of those cases asked to contact police. Well, the former co-owner of Sycamore Brewing scheduled to make a court appearance today. Justin Brigham is facing more than a dozen felony charges, accused of breaking into a home in Stanley County to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. He's scheduled for a disposition hearing. A judge is expected to set a trial date and hear if any plea deals have been worked out. It's unclear if Brigham will appear in court or be represented by his attorney. The 44-year-old is currently in the Stanley County Detention Center on an $11 million bond.
A 22-year-old woman accused of shooting and killing a teen girl in Rock Hill has been denied bond. This happened just before 4 a.m. Saturday in Rock Hill along Horseman Drive. When officers arrived on the scene, they found 18-year-old Aaliyah White on the back patio with a gunshot wound. She died at the scene. Detectives arrested Jamoria McClinton at a relative's home. She's now charged with murder. Police didn't say what led up to the shooting or whether there was a prior connection between the 2 women.
Aaliyah was deeply loved by her family and friends and was described as someone that's loving and caring. Unfortunately, this senseless act resulted in the loss of a young lady that had a very bright future.
McClinton will be held behind bars until at least October 2nd, which is her next scheduled court date.
A man is accused of committing an East Charlotte murder just hours after posting bond. According to records, David Simpson has a long history of violent crime. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell found this out. This is not the first time that he's been charged with the killing.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a dispute over a parking spot at this apartment complex in East Charlotte led to 29-year-old David Michael Simpson being back in jail for murder less than 2 hours after posting bond. Court records show that on Monday, Simpson had been arrested for failing to appear in court for a July 2024 charge, where Simpson was accused of having a weapon while in prison. Simpson posted a $10,000 bond on Tuesday night and was released from the Mecklenburg County Jail shortly after midnight. He then returned home to his girlfriend at the Country Club Apartments off Eastway Drive. Court records show that Simpson's girlfriend had been in an ongoing dispute with neighbors over a parking spot in front of the couple's unit, and that officers had already been called out to the complex twice on Tuesday night to resolve a fight over that parking spot. Police say just before 2 a.m. Wednesday morning, Simpson, who was fresh out of jail, later saw those same neighbors outside and shot the 2 of them while they were walking inside their own apartment, killing Gilberto Gomez Ruiz and injuring the person with him. Police said nearby surveillance video shows that Simpson ambushed the two neighbors from behind.
A few hours later, Simpson was right back here at the Mecklenburg County Jail, charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, and a felon in possession of a firearm. But this time, he's being held without bond.
This isn't Simpson's first run-in with the law. He's been arrested at least 8 times since 2023. And at the age of 17, he was charged with first-degree murder, but later accepted a lesser charge of voluntary murder in 2015. Even though Simpson is a convicted felon, it appears that an arrest for failing to appear in court does not fall under IRENA's law, which attempts to keep North Carolina violent offenders from being released on bond before trial. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
6:06 the time now. Last week, Queen City News asked our viewers if you approve of flock surveillance cameras. We asked the question on the heels of a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer's arrest for allegedly using the technology meant to solve crimes to help a suspect. Of more than 400 respondents, nearly 80% said they do not approve of the technology. Now that's raised the question of who's actually installing the cameras. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone found out, private businesses are installing some, but questions remain about how the data can be accessed.
This is one of the flock cameras we pointed out to you Thursday. The technology is owned by a private company, Flock Safety, not CMPD, the City of Charlotte, or the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office. Charlotte says it also does not operate the cameras, but it can access them. At least 4 sit along South Clarkson and Cedar Streets, and workers at the Charlotte Pipe and Foundry Company told us they're the ones that had the cameras installed. That got us wondering what other businesses use them. We found one outside this Home Depot in Greer Heights and ones like this outside South Park Mall. This one sits in front of South Park Corners condos. Not all flock cameras may look like ones that we've shown you, and that's because the company has the ability to connect to existing ones as long as they meet certain criteria. So that leaves the question, how big is this network?
In law enforcement, a lot of things get buried from the public that it's, you know, if we're living in a transparent world and we look to law enforcement to be that pillar of our society, then we should be the ones that are the most transparent and not the ones that are hiding our actions.
This retired police officer spoke with us as someone who once supported the cameras and is now pushing for more transparency. CMPD did not respond to our request when we asked how many private flock cameras it can access. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A master deputy with the Lexington County Sheriff's Office has died after department dive team training. 29-year-old Jillian Olson passed away Thursday during the training on Lake Murray. Olson started with the department as a deputy in 2021 and was a member of the dive team starting in 2024. The South Carolina Department of Natural Resources is leading the investigation into her death. Well, the family of North Carolina woman missing in Grenada is returning home without her. Elizabeth Waddell was last seen on surveillance video swimming in open water July 22nd. According to Grenada police, Waddell was seen swimming beneath the jetty around noon. Her friend was seen on surveillance video walking towards the jetty about 40 minutes later around 12:46, but returned alone. Her family does not believe foul play is involved in her disappearance and feel they've done all they can to find her. Crews there are still actively looking for Waddell.
Families in Iredell County can once again enjoy a summertime favorite thanks to easing water restrictions. Last week, the Troutman ESC Park splash pad opened up for the first time this summer. State environmental quality officials say recent rainfall has made a dent in the water deficit, moving several parts of the state into a stage 1 drought status. That includes Iredell County. Friday, Troutman town officials announced mandatory water restrictions are also no longer in effect.
I'm really excited that it's finally back open. It's just been so hot, so it's nice to have somewhere to cool off. We've really just been kind of staying out of, any, again, like the big water places, trying to just be cautious, like not washing our cars, those sorts of things.
Governor Josh Stein and environmental leaders are still asking neighbors to be mindful of their water usage, saying drought conditions aren't quite where they need to be yet. 6 to 10, let's bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson with a check of our forecast. Brandon, it really came down yesterday, and that humidity and that moisture just lingering into today.
Yeah, it's going to linger through much of this weekend, and we're going to be tracking pretty much a daily chance of scattered shower and thunderstorms. And again, the thing with these showers and storms is there's so much moisture in the atmosphere that pretty much every storm that develops is going to be a very torrential downpour, and unfortunately that's what we had over the weekend. Created some flash flooding issues for parts of the region over the weekend, and I expect again the chance for localized flash flooding today, and really each day this week we could have little isolated instances of high water and poor drainage low-lying spots. So you'll see this weather prediction center graphic pretty much every day this week, just a low-end threat for flash flooding as we go through the week this week. I do want to point out though that again it's your hot spots. We get hot spots in these setups where essentially some areas get a lot of rain and some areas don't get rain at all. And we saw it over the weekend. Boone, just last night, 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. They even had high water issues in Watauga County last night. Farther north, up in Mount Airy and Pilot Mountain area, they had catastrophic damage in Seward County and Stoke County. Now, I'm not expecting that to happen again this week, but it just goes to show there's some areas that can get a lot more rain than others in setups like this. Coming up in just a bit, though, we'll time out the storms for your afternoon and your full forecast, Julie.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Taking a look right now outside. Not too bad as we take a look at your pinpoint traffic here, 611 on your Monday morning, taking you down I-77 near Carowinds. You can see people moving around there. Pretty quiet on our speed map, 4585 Independence. Check and clear of anything major. Let's swing on over to 77 at Westinghouse, kind of in South Charlotte as well. You can see the traffic moving there pretty well. 85 at Poplar 10, not too bad. Independence inbound looking pretty foggy this morning. Well, your drive times right now all green across the board. Just one accident that we have that we're keeping an eye on, that's the hard shoulder blocked I-45 inner near Lawyers Road. They're getting that ramp on there, but you can see for the most part no delays around that, all green. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up right after 6:30. Annie?
Still ahead in choosing your family or your job. That's the issue at the center of a new legislation on Capitol Hill. The possible changes to family leave policies that could impact people all across the country. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. For millions of Americans, taking time off to care for a new baby, a sick family member, or even their own health can come at a financial cost.
Now, a bipartisan duo in the Senate have proposed a bill to make paid leave more widely available. News Nation Washington correspondent Margaret Chadbourne explains.
You know, I've always been this person who's very ambitious.
For Joyvin Benton, becoming a mother was years in the making.
So anything that I really wanted, I felt like if I tried hard enough, worked hard enough, you know, it would happen and things would work out.
After undergoing IVF, Benton became pregnant with twins, but complications made her pregnancy high risk, and her doctors advised her to go on bed rest.
And I would always make these calculations like, well, how much more leave time do I need to accumulate in order to feel like I was going to be okay, you know, financially.
Without paid maternity leave through her job, she says stepping away from work didn't feel like an option until severe preeclampsia forced her into an early, unexpected delivery.
They rushed me in to have an emergency C-section. Baby A was 2.5 pounds and baby B was 1.11 pounds.
Benton's experience is one faced by millions of workers. Only 1 in 4 Americans has access to paid leave through their employer. Now, Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and Republican Senator John Boozman are proposing a plan to expand access to paid family and medical leave at the state level.
Most people go through life events, whether it's a new baby, an adoption, an illness in their family, or an illness that they have themselves. And we want people to stay in the workplace because we don't want them to have to choose between meeting that care need and actually putting food on the table.
The More Paid Leave for More Americans Act would launch a pilot grant program. To qualify, states would have to offer at least 6 weeks of partially paid leave for a new child or for workers caring for a family member or a medical need of their own.
We found that when you don't have a paid leave plan, you have much more increased costs.
The legislation stops short of a national mandate, giving states flexibility over how their programs are designed and putting in place a working group to streamline benefit rules across state lines. In a statement, Boozman said the bill would help more workers care for their families without sacrificing their financial security. Benton of North Little Rock, Arkansas, says she has moved on to a new job. Her twins, now 6 years old, are healthy and thriving, and she hopes more families never have to make the same hard choices.
A lot of stress is involved when you're thinking about your finances.
There is a companion bill in the House, but its path forward likely faces major hurdles. Margaret Chadbourne, News Nation, Washington.
This morning, multiple cyber hacks on water facilities across the country are under investigation. This comes after attacks last week in Minnesota, and now some leaders are blaming Iran. The FBI says hackers were able to change the passwords in IP address systems that operate and monitor several water facilities. There were initial reports that Iran was behind the attacks, but the FBI is dismissing those claims for now. They say that they are working to identify a suspect. President Trump, for his part, is blaming state leaders.
I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. They like to say, oh, it's Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota.
California, Michigan, and South Dakota have also been impacted. Other states are reporting hacking attempts as well.
All right, 6:19. Let's bring back in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Andy, you were talking about with Brandon the fact that we saw a lot of downpours
so
yesterday.
much rain.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a little bit better today, Brandon, but that's going to kind of set the tone for the week, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Just daily scattered shower and thunderstorm chances each day. We're also doing some patchy dense fog each morning, too. You kind of see it from Monroe, those low clouds kind of hanging over Union County this morning. And you see the rain chances here over the next 7 days. I mean, we're not looking at washout days here, but you can catch a thunderstorm essentially all 7 days, but I don't think that'll happen. I think most of us actually today will be dry. But again, the reason we continue with the storm chances is because we have this area of low pressure back to the west, and that just is going to continue to send a lot of Gulf moisture our way, and that is going to keep shower and thunderstorm chances around, especially when it front back to the west. So you look over the area right now, not a lot of rain this morning, and honestly, most of the rain's east of us, but there could be some occasional mist. Again, we're also dealing with the patchy dense fog, so it's not going to be the prettiest morning in the world as the sun comes up, but still not going to be dealing with the downpours we saw yesterday morning. Here's Futurecast. You can see those very isolated hit or miss storms this afternoon around Charlotte. Better chance for storms today. Well, that will be up in the high country, especially later this afternoon, evening. Overnight tonight, we dry things out. And then tomorrow afternoon, notice we pick up the storm coverage as early as noon and into the mid-afternoon tomorrow. We've got those showers and storms around the Charlotte area, and I expect storms to be a little bit more widespread around Charlotte tomorrow compared to today, and also continuing with the storm chances in the high country. Pull this out even further, you can see again you still have a few storms for Wednesday, even Thursday. We're going to be tracking those storms as well, and these storm chances again could produce a chance for localized flash flooding because you could get storms moving over the same area over and over again. I'm thinking 1 to 2 inches of rain just this week, just kind of a broad range there for the region, but there could be some areas that get above 2 inches. Like we saw last night in Boone, where we had flash flooding issues just because of those repeated downpours. Low 70s this morning, 60s in the mountains. Again, it's warm and muggy with high temperatures in the mid 80s and 70s in the high country. Lows tonight in the 60s. We'll call it low 70s for the Charlotte area tomorrow morning, with mid 80s tomorrow and mid 70s in the mountains. So again, we're going to hold tough in the 80s, so we'll stay cool, but it is going to be muggy with the storm chances each day. Better chance for a Charlotte FC storm will come tomorrow night. Friday night looking a little bit drier. Annie?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. Gloomy there, too. It must be a Monday thing. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. High fuel prices are likely to stick around even if oil prices fall and stocks are higher and oil is lower to begin a new month. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, happy Monday.
Hi, Annie. Happy Monday to you. Dow's pointing up 200 points or so for the open today, and oil down $4 or $5 a barrel. Now, President Trump said new Iran talks would begin this afternoon after he called off a planned attack on Iran. Stocks rallied Friday, ending a volatile July, though, for both stocks and oil. Well, big oil companies say that high fuel prices are likely to stick around even if oil prices drop in the coming months as wars in Russia and the Middle East leave global refining capacity critically short. ExxonMobil and Chevron in their earnings report said so many refineries are offline that's causing fuel prices to remain stubbornly high. In fact, 10% of the world's ability to refine crude oil is offline, with the Strait of Hormuz largely closed. And Americans are increasingly installing plug-in solar panels to offset the impact of rising energy costs. Now, already the systems that can be plugged into just a standard wall outlet, often without the assistance of electric professionals, have been cleared for use in 10 states. Now, typically, no permit is required, and the cost is significantly less than conventional rooftop systems and having those installed. Annie?
All right. Very appealing, Jane. I mean, solar panels, while they do save you money in the long run, expensive to install. I just wonder how long that cord has to be and which outlet you plug it into.
I know. Those are all like logistics you have to look at. But some people are looking at this as a way to save money on their monthly electric bills.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they'll take off elsewhere too. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. You're watching Queen City News. Can't see much over Independence Boulevard this morning. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Coming up here at 6:30, tracking a pretty active weather pattern this week, which could lead to some flash flooding in a few areas. We'll talk about where the flash flooding threat will be the highest this week and also time out some of the storms for you coming out.
A dramatic turn in the Iran conflict as President Trump says negotiations could begin as soon as today. The potential breakthrough just hours after Trump warned of what could be the largest U.S. strike on Iran since the war began.
And we're just over a week away from South Carolina's picking Senator Lindsey Graham's successor. The final push from several candidates trying to close the gap in an already tight race.
6:30, happy Monday. Thank you so much for kicking off your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sidor. Jason Harper out all week. Meteorologist Ted Faden also out. We have meteorologist Brandon Lawson in. Brandon, kind of a gloomy start to people's
Oh, yeah.
Monday, but at least it's not scalding hot.
There we go.
Yeah, that is, there's always a plus to the weather, right?
Yeah.
You know, especially with the rain chance we've been seeing lately, at least we're not baking in the 100-degree heat, because
Yeah.
we definitely can get it around this time of year. As you mentioned, Julian, patchy fog this morning. That's the #1 headline as you're heading out the door. Also going to be tracking a pretty active pattern this week. Looking at the visibility this morning, you can see the low visibility filling into parts of the Carolinas. Those reds, those indicate where visibility is under a quarter of a mile this morning. So that could include spots in York County and also up into Lancaster County too. Again, we've got school systems headed back to school in South Carolina today. So kiddos having to navigate that, and the school bus drivers as well. We've got those lower visibility levels also as you're getting into Shelby, Lake County, up into Caldwell and Catawba County too. Charlotte not necessarily dealing with too much low visibility, but you can see the patchy fog kind of lingering over uptown. Temperatures in the low to mid 70s this morning. It's a warm and muggy start. We'll call it low 60s in the mountains. So as you're headed out the door, just be prepared for patchy fog. And even as we go through much of the morning, it's not going to be the prettiest morning in the world. I do expect a lot of clouds that kind of linger over the area with some occasional mist here and there. Temperatures this afternoon will only be in the mid 80s. So again, we are going to be below normal when you're tracking your temperatures, but the mugginess will kind of add more discomfort to those core temperatures. We're in the mid 70s in the mountains later today. So radar right now, things are pretty tame on it. We don't have to worry about anything there in regards to heavier downpours this morning. Most of that activity is off to the east, but when you zoom in a little bit closer, you might see a little bit of mist trying to pop up on radar. It doesn't pop up very well though, because the radar tends to overshoot the misty conditions. So you can see Futurecast bringing a few hit or miss storms around the Charlotte area. Most of the storm coverage this afternoon, evening though, going to be up in the high country. We've got more storms on the way for later this week. We'll time those out for you in just a little bit.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Taking a look now at your pinpoint traffic. Let's kick you near Carowinds at the 77 state line. You can see traffic moving pretty well there. Conditions don't look too bad as we take a look at our speed map there. Just a slowdown coming in on 85, the normal area, Gastonia through Belmont. That's the normal throttle point right there. You can see a little bit slow going through that stretch, but by the time you get towards the thick of it, that's what it kind of looks like. And then over towards Sam Wilson Road, by the time you get there, you're A-OK. Let's give you a look at 77 up at Lake Norman. Things look pretty good there. Also, closer to South Charlotte and uptown area, Westinghouse looks pretty good. And then bringing you in towards uptown John Belk at I-77. You can see the fog that Brandon was talking about there. And also on our Independence Boulevard camera, it can only make out the headlights. So a little bit of a visibility issue in some areas this morning, but overall, things look pretty good to kick off your Monday. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up right after 7. Annie?
Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in East Charlotte. It happened just around 3 o'clock on Magnolia Hill Drive. That's off of Eastway Drive near Kilbourne. It's also a block away from a deadly shooting that happened last week on Dunlaven Way. There's no indication, though, the shootings are connected. Medic says the victim in this morning's shooting was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's unclear what happened or if there are any suspects in custody. We'll keep an eye on this and bring you updates throughout the morning and online at QCnews.com.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says he's made a deal with 2 Republican senators who were planning to vote against him to become the Attorney General. The opposition led the Senate Judiciary Committee to postpone a vote last week. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot joins us now to explain how those senators got to yes.
Yeah, late Sunday night, a spokesperson for Senator John Cornyn said the senator had an agreement with the Department of Justice over this agreement between President Donald Trump and the Department of Justice to settle a lawsuit. That settlement was delaying Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General.
Are you confident you'll be confirmed?
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says productive engagement led to an agreement with Senate Republicans. He's President Donald Trump's nominee to be the Senate-confirmed Attorney General.
We have a man named Todd Blanche. He's outstanding in every way.
But 2 Republican holdouts, Senators Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, opposed his nomination last week. That would have been enough to block Blanche's nomination in the Senate Judiciary Committee. Cornyn and Tillis said they wanted changes to a settlement between President Trump and the Department of Justice. It would have given the president and members of his family broad immunity from tax audits and created a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate people unfairly prosecuted. President Trump says the settlement had support.
A lot of big supporters of Trump like it.
But after pushback from the Senate, Blanche said this.
The Legislation Fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Senator Cornyn said he wanted that in writing because the settlement was in writing.
We want to make sure that it remains dead.
We just want to end the fund.
Late Sunday night, Blanche tweeted a document that said this order establishes beyond any doubt that there is no fund, and another document that says the immunity from tax audits for President Trump only applies retroactively. The Senate Judiciary Committee has a meeting scheduled on Tuesday morning for Todd Blanche's nomination to be Attorney General. Again, a vote was scheduled for last week, but that was postponed because of the opposition from Senators Cornyn and Tillis. Vinay Simlat, News Nation, Washington.
President Trump says a deal with Iran is now imminent after threats of a new round of strikes. Sunday, the U.S. and Israel, at the urging of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, agreed to hold off on further strikes to give diplomacy another chance. The president says Iran has agreed to an immediate, complete, and total opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister says negotiations over the strait are in their final stages. Meanwhile, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says the military remains, quote, locked and loaded at levels not seen since World War II.
Well, this morning, Russia continuing to launch attacks on Ukraine's capital. At least 9 people were killed and 30 more hurt over the weekend. Falling debris damaged a 5-story apartment building where a fire broke out. Rescue workers evacuated 35 people from the upper floors. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has pressed the U.S. and other partners for more Patriot anti-ballistic missile defense systems to counter attacks from Russia. Well, this morning, Israel says it has serious security concerns with the White House regarding the proposed disarmament deal with Hamas. President Trump's ceasefire plan calls on Hamas to surrender its weapons and destroy its vast network of tunnels. It also calls on Israeli forces to withdraw from Gaza. A spokesperson for Israel's prime minister says Israel's intelligence assessment is that Hamas is still committed to rebuilding its military rather than genuinely demilitarizing. He says the Israeli military will not withdraw from Gaza before Hamas disarms. Over the weekend, Israeli strikes continued, killing at least 17 people in Gaza.
Early voting is set to start Wednesday for the special GOP primary election in South Carolina. Registered voters can cast their ballot Wednesday through Friday from 8:30 in the morning till 5 at night. A runoff is then set for August 25th if needed. The special election comes after U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away last month. His sister Darlene Graham is currently serving out the rest of his term. She is also running in the primary. And we are a little more than 1 week away from that election in South Carolina. 9 candidates have been declared eligible in that special primary looking to fill that Senate seat once held by Lindsey Graham. That includes Congressman Russell Fry, who sat down with chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
I think so many campaigns across the country are discussing affordability. Would you say deregulation is the best way to fix that? How do we address that affordability issue that everyone is discussing?
Well, I think people look most easily at the cost of their power bills and electric bills and how much it costs to put gas in their car. Having American energy independence, producing more, is a good thing. It allows the market to have a sustainable price of gas. This is a very healthy thing, but we don't generate power in this country either right now. It is so hard to put up a power plant, natural gas, nuclear. And why is that? We've had some great, hearings on Capitol Hill on the culprit of that. And the culprit really is the red tape.
It's a crowded conservative field competing in this primary. I think I've seen multiple candidates, at least they've told me, they're not career politicians. So how would you distinguish yourself from the other candidates in this race?
Look, I'm 41 years old. I have a young family. I have been an ally of President Trump since I've been elected, not just voting the right way, but delivering conservative results. I think people expect that. They want a fighter in Washington, D.C. They want somebody who understands the plight of the middle class and who is trying to navigate and make life more affordable for our families. We've done that. We've delivered on that. We don't just talk the talk. We walk the walk. We pass legislation. We focus on things that for South Carolina and resources that could be made available here. We bring that back home to our state because it's important. It's important work that we do.
Now, Queen City News and our parent company Nexstar are hosting a debate featuring the candidates in South Carolina's special primary tomorrow night. 4 of the 5 candidates who meet Nexstar's debate criteria will be on stage in Mount Pleasant. That includes Congressman Ralph Norman and Russell Fry, former Governor Mark Sanford, and businessman Mark Lynch. Interim Senator Darlene Graham is unable to attend. The debate will be at 7 p.m. You can watch it right here on Queen City News.
All right, it is officially game week for the Carolina Panthers. They're heading to Canton, Ohio for the first preseason game of the year. We'll have a look at what the Black and Blue are bringing into the 2026 season. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. All right, this week fans will get the chance to see the Black and Blue on the gridiron for the first time this season.
Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg is looking at what we can expect from the team during their first preseason game here in your morning sports.
Game week for the Black and Blue. The Carolina Panthers hit the road on Thursday for their first preseason game of the 2026 season. The Panthers are getting back to work this week, prepping for their first game. They're going to be taking on the Arizona Cardinals on Thursday in the Hall of Fame game. That's up in Canton, Ohio. The Black and Blue had a good showing at FanFest on Friday, and it was our first opportunity to see the offense in action with Brad Idzik in charge of the play calling duties. It was also the first time the rookies stepped out on the field at Bank of America Stadium and got their first taste of playing in front of the Carolina crowd.
We've shown them highlights of, just kind of down the stretch last year to see the environment, the energy that's in the building. And really, honestly, I heard what was going to happen and how the fans were going to show up. But I didn't really know what it was going to look like until we walked into the stadium. And sure enough, the energy was right and our guys were able to get a feel for that. it means a lot to me. I take a lot of pride in our guys, their first time stepping out into the stadium to get that kind of reception from our fans. And it's just, I don't know, it's just a point of pride where it feels good to me that our new guys, our free agents, our rookies, the guys who are here for the first time can feel the energy in this building in Bank of America Stadium. And I was really proud of that. So again, fans, thanks a lot because that gives just a little wind in our sails. We're right into camp mode, and that's just the kind of energy that our guys need. The locker room is great right now. The guys are all smiles, and they can feel that.
Moving to the pitch now, Charlotte FC took on the Chicago Fire Saturday at Soldier Field. The Crown seemed to be in control most of the match, with Pep Biel scoring in the 18th minute to put Charlotte on the board first. However, the 37-year-old forward from Poland, Robert Lewandowski, seemed to be unstoppable all night. He put 2 in the net for Chicago. Pep Biel knows his squad has to be better moving forward.
Tomorrow is another day, and we have a game in 3 days. So you don't have time to think about it. It's just to realize what you can do better, and tomorrow work on that.
Here's how the Crown stacked up against Chicago. Lewandowski would score the game winner in the 68th minute for the 2-1 final. Charlotte held possession for most of the match, but both clubs got off an equal 14 shots. 5 of them on goal for Chicago. Charlotte's 1 goal would be their only shot on goal, and Christian Kalina made 3 saves for Charlotte FC. We're going to stay with the Crown here. The Leagues Cup starts Tuesday. It'll be all 18 Liga MX teams and 18 clubs from the MLS. There's going to be 54 matches over the next week and a half. It's a round-robin format. Clubs will be divided into Eastern and Western regions, split into tiers based on their team's ranking. The Crown sitting 12th in the Leagues Cup ranking right now, and they'll play 3 matches, hoping to rack up enough to move to the knockout round. Charlotte FC is trying to rectify last year's Phase 1 exit. So here's who Charlotte FC needs to get through to reach the knockout stage. A treat for soccer fans. All these games are at the bank. First one against the Pumas on Tuesday. Atlas comes to town a few days later, and then Pachuca could secure a knockout spot for FC if they can get by the previous 2 matches, and that is on August 11th. Well, the Carolina Panthers with practice number 8 today. Our CSL crew will be out at camp and have more from the Panthers coming up tonight at 11 on CSL.
All right, 6:47 the time as we bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. All right, we're starting off our work week looking like this, Brandon, but it's not going to be a terrible week, right?
You know, not terrible. It won't be a washout every day, and that's the good news. Now, you see this live look from Dallas. Actually starting to see a little bit of clearing. You know, that camera's probably about 3,000 feet
squint really
up,
hard.
so you can see just a little bit of clearing there off in the distance. Now, again, we've got patchy ditch fog this morning, a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, so there are going to be some more of those tropical downpours as we go throughout this week. Daily rain and storm chances, and again, that chance for localized flash flooding also a possibility too. Not expecting that to be a widespread threat, but again, some isolated instances of flash flooding is a possibility. Here's the front back to the west. You can see area of low pressure pooling to the northeast, and that moisture continuing to advect. That means pooling moisture out of the Gulf. That is going to be the story as we go through this week. You look at radar right now, things are dry for us. You might catch some mist this morning, but other than that, we should be dry through at least noon today. I do expect a few more isolated showers and storms to pop up in and around the Charlotte area later this afternoon and evening. Better chance for storms today will be present towards the mountains this afternoon and evening. Then as we go overnight tonight, we dry things out and we pick it back up again tomorrow. I do expect the storm coverage tomorrow to be a little bit more widespread than what we're expecting today. So expect a better chance of storms tomorrow afternoon and evening across the region. And then as we go into your Wednesday, more of the same. Scattered showers and storms popping up during the afternoon and evening. Some big time downpours a possibility. Same can be said for Thursday. So we're just kind of rinse and repeating the forecast each day this week with those general pop-up shower and thunderstorm chances. Now, tropical downpours Localized flash flooding, the main threat, very low wind threat for some gusty winds out of a storm or two over the next few days. We could see about an inch of rain, if not up to 2 inches in some areas. And again, there could be some isolated higher amounts up to 3 inches as well, with some of those big time downpours moving over the same areas over and over again. Grasses and mold, that's the main story when you're looking at your pollen. Pollen levels generally staying low though, especially with all the rain. Tropical outlook, no tropical systems expected here for the next 7 days. Temperatures in the 70s. We're in the 60s in the mountains, highs mid 80s with those mid 70s in the high country. Look at your 7-day forecast. We heard from Casey about Charlotte FC on Tuesday night and Friday night. I think the better chance for storms will be Tuesday night. Friday night still on Pat the Pod Show. We'll keep it in the 80s all week long, warm and muggy with those daily scattered shower and storm chances. Annie?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Only on Queen City News Plus. Charlotte is a growing city, and that means buying a home is getting a lot harder for the average person. Host Morgan Francis talks with the president of Canopy Realtor Association about how student loans and parents are hindering and helping first-time buyers.
1 in 5 federal student loan borrowers are currently in default. Do you think that that will severely impact housing?
Once a student loan becomes the student's responsibility, we're seeing the bank of mom and dad come into play more than we ever have before, because many, many people's parents have this huge appreciation that they're sitting on for years in their home. And what better way to invest your money than your children? So I'm seeing that more than I ever have before, Morgan, but I do think long term it will affect the ability for individuals to be able to purchase a home.
And you can catch that full episode of Turnkey right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. All right, it is the movie that many Marvel fans have been waiting for. The latest Spider-Man sequel has broken records, as expected, at the domestic box office. In its opening weekend, Spider-Man Brand New Day raked in $355 million over the course of 3 days. That puts the superhero film in second place for an all-time opening weekend, only behind Avengers Endgame. That one holds the record at $357 million. Spider-Man also earned $572 million internationally and $927 million globally.
There we go. That's money.
Well, with Spider-Man dominating the box office this weekend, a pig known as Peter Porker has found a new home. He's now a former resident of the Peninsula Humane Society in California's Bay Area. He was adopted Friday. Peter arrived at the shelter as a stray, and staffers called him sweet, healthy, and very friendly. He was at the shelter for about a week before someone decided to take him home. He's about the size of a small dog, but get this, he's going to grow to at least 100 pounds.
Oh my goodness. He's cute.
Porker.
Look at him. Look
He's
at his
cute
tail.
now, Annie. But
Well,
at 100
I know.
pounds?
I mean, I'm not saying for me, but
Okay.
for someone who has the property and
Yeah.
the time, go let him live out his days and be his 100-pound self.
And incredibly smart.
Yes, they are smart.
So, you know what? Not a bad. Look at him sleeping.
He sleeps in a crate just like a dog.
A little baby. Yeah, it's just like a dog.
Exactly.
There you go.
See?
And he's got a new home. So, very
Congratulations,
happy for
Peter.
Peter Porker. There we go. All right, 6:55 the time as we're giving you a look there at I-85 here in West Charlotte. We're giving you a look at your pinpoint traffic and your pinpoint forecast in our 7 a.m. hour just a few minutes away. Social media giants, including Meta, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, are facing a new lawsuit that alleges the platforms are damaging to minors' mental health. The lawsuit is based on 4 families whose teenage children died by suicide. They say they experienced depression and anxiety after using the platforms for years. According to the lawsuit, the companies allegedly knew they were causing harm to young users. The lawsuit comes ahead of a trial where Meta will face accusations the company is designing addictive features and collecting data on users under 13 without parental consent. All right, 6:59 the time. Our 7 a.m. hour starts right now.
The Senseless Act resulted in the loss of a young lady that had a very bright future.
As the family of a Rock Hill teen mourns her death, the woman accused of shooting her now sits behind bars. What we know about the shooting and the suspect's emotional day in court. Brandon?
Yeah, we're tracking a very active weather pattern this week here at the Pinpoint Weather Center. It could be a stormy week for some as we go throughout the week this week. We'll time those storm chances out for you and talk about the main threats with this week's storms coming up.
And a violent weekend in the Queen City as police respond to 2 different homicides just minutes apart. Where the investigations stand this morning and what we've now learned about the victims.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning, welcome into Queen City News Now, 7 a.m. here on your Monday morning. Thanks for kicking off your work week with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Andy Satowski. Jason Harper is off all week. Meteorologist Ted Payton out for a while. So we have meteorologist Brandon Lawson joining us this morning. And oh man, the rain really came down in parts of Charlotte yesterday. But the good news is it's not going to be a repeat of that very often, or what are we looking at this week?
It's just going to be kind of those daily chances of hit or miss showers and storms. Very similar to what we saw over the weekend. I don't think the storms will be as widespread as they were yesterday. I think we'll still have some storms around, but it'll be more isolated today. But as we go into tomorrow, we start getting more widespread storms. The big thing this morning is the foggy conditions. You saw it around the Crown this morning. Fog taking over Bank of America Stadium. So foggy outlook there this morning, and then also dealing with some fog in other locations too. Now, I will say the visibility has come up a little bit in some locations, not dealing with as much red and orange on the map, but you can still see 5 miles of visibility in Albemarle, down to 1 mile of visibility in Chester. So as that fog lifts, it's going to lift into a low cloud stratus layer. So even though the fog will be lifting through the morning, it's not going to be the prettiest day to start the day today. We've got temperatures in the low to mid 70s. It's a warm and muggy start with our 60s in the high country. Bust out forecast for the South Carolina kiddos that are headed back today. Warm and muggy with patchy fog, maybe some mist, but I think the misty conditions are kind of letting up a little bit this morning. Today's high is 86 degrees. It's a cooler than normal day, but it comes with a lot of mugginess and also the chance for afternoon and evening thunderstorms. I'll time those storms out for you, coming up when I come back in about 8 or 9 minutes.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in East Charlotte. It happened around 3:15 on Magnolia Hill Drive off Eastway Drive near Kilbourne. That's also about a block away from a deadly shooting that happened last week on Dunlaven Way. There's no indication, though, the shootings are connected. Medic says the victim in this morning's shooting was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's unclear what happened or if there are any suspects in custody. We'll bring you the very latest all throughout the morning and on our website, QCnews.com.
The former owner of Sycamore Brewing is scheduled to make a court appearance today. Justin Brigham is facing more than a dozen felony charges, accused of breaking into a home in Stanley County to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. He's scheduled for a disposition hearing. A judge is expected to set a trial date and hear if any plea deals have been worked out. It's unclear if Brigham will appear in court or be represented by his attorney. The 44-year-old is currently in the Stanley County Detention Center on an $11 million bond. A 22-year-old Rock Hill woman remains in custody this morning for allegedly shooting and killing an 18-year-old girl. Jamoria McClinton was denied bond Sunday. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks has the latest on this case.
22-year-old Jamoria McClinton was in tears before appearing before a judge Sunday morning. She's accused of shooting and killing 18-year-old Aaliyah White around 3:49 Saturday morning in the 800 block of Horseman Drive.
It was determined that the victim went to the residence that was not the defendant's home, where she encountered the defendant, Jamoria McClinton. Once the victim and McClinton made direct contact, McClinton produced a firearm and shot the unarmed victim before fleeing the scene.
Investigators didn't say who owned the home where the shooting happened, how the two knew each other, or what led to the crime. Authorities say the gun believed to be used in the crime was recovered on scene. McClinton waived her right to a public defender.
We are here for a bond hearing. However, this is Rock Hill Municipal Court. I am not allowed by law to set up bond in this case. So there's no way that this defendant, whether you're here for the victim's family or her family, there's no way she's going to get out today.
The judge says bonds can only be set by a circuit court judge. Investigators say the victim just graduated from South Point High School and was on her way to college this fall.
Aaliyah was deeply loved by her family and friends and was described as someone that's loving and caring. Unfortunately, this senseless act resulted in the loss of a young lady that had a very bright future.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers are investigating 2 deadly shootings that happened just minutes apart. The first happened shortly after 1 Sunday morning in North Charlotte on Bardot Avenue. Officers found 32-year-old Jeremiah Easter dead at the scene. A second person was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. No word on any suspects or arrests in that case. Now, the second shooting was reported just minutes later as a robbery. It happened at the intersection of East 5th and North McDowell. That's in Uptown and also 2 blocks away from the Mecklenburg County Courthouse and Sheriff's Office. When officers arrived, they found a crash involving 2 vehicles. 4 people were taken to the hospital, 1 with life-threatening injuries from a gunshot wound. 37-year-old Eric Holman died at the hospital. After a brief chase, investigators say they then arrested and charged 38-year-old Rondreas Cruton with murder. Anyone with information on either of those cases is asked to contact police.
Well, SoFab Solar officials say they'll stop operations for almost a week starting this Wednesday. However, they say it's not because of recent York County Council meetings or community discussion calling for the company to leave town. The shutdown is to complete facility upgrades. SoFab leaders say production will resume on Tuesday, August 11th. In a statement sent to Queen City News, a SoFab Solar spokesperson says the halt will affect production operations as well as shipping and customer service. They went on to say this is unrelated to Thursday night's emergency meeting from the York County Council about the facility's future. One of the schools near the controversial facility is Flint Hill Middle School.
Fort Mill School District leaders wrote to state and county officials again about a week ago to request that they put limits on SoFab's operations.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live at the campus as school starts amid that legal battle. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Julian and Annie. Some parents we talked to earlier in the summer said they were considering homeschooling their kids to keep them away from the SoFab Solar site. Others say that they're confident the matter will be resolved before they would have the time to become certified to turn their home into the classroom. That's why they're happy to leave it with the professionals with the Fort Mill School District. We caught up with a few of them on Friday as they were putting some of the finishing touches on classroom decorations and lesson plans. Veteran educator Daniel Stone is entering his 24th year at the head of the classroom and his 13th with the district. He says that it was an all hands on deck type of effort to get the brand new Flint Hill Middle School all ready for students today. Even district higher ups coming in to help stack books and warm up the smartboards.
You know, the district has just been rapidly growing, but one thing that I know that they like to do is still keep that small town feel that they've had, you know, the whole time. And, you know, that's something that not a lot of districts this size, from my experience, are able to do.
Several South Carolina districts are beginning that new school year today. In addition to Fort Mill students, learners in Rock Hill and Clover will be back in the classroom. York School District 1, Chester County, and Lancaster County all holding their first day of class this morning. Fort Mill students, they'll be coming through this drop-off line here starting in just a few minutes. We'll show you all the live action of the excitement and the nerves coming up here in our 8 o'clock hour. Reporting live in Fort Mill, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. The Pineville Library is set to reopen today after a deadly crash led to a months-long closure. This comes after a car slammed into that building that houses the library and town hall. The driver died at the scene. The crash still remains under investigation. Town hall reopened earlier this month. 7:08, time for a check of our pinpoint forecast as we kick off a new work week. Brandon, how are we shaping up today?
Yeah, Dylan, some patchy fog this morning, which is starting to lift a little bit into more of a low cloud layer. So I do think we'll hold on to the stratus clouds this morning. It won't be the prettiest morning. Got a cold front back to the west. Showers are staying east of us, so we're not really dealing with the rain that we were dealing with yesterday morning. But again, still kind of a gloomy outlook, and I wouldn't rule out a spotty shower this morning as you're headed out the door. Radar, though, a future cast forecast, I should say, keeps us clear through the morning. It's not really until we get to the afternoon where we start seeing some of those hit or miss showers and storms pop up. I want you to notice, though, the radar going to be a little less active today compared to over the weekend. I think the chances of you staying dry are pretty good today compared to what we had over the weekend. You can see the storm chances mainly lined up across the mountains, especially as we get towards the late afternoon, evening, and just very isolated storms around the Charlotte area. Here's a look at your August overview. August started on Saturday. We start with an average high of 90 degrees in August, and then by August 31st, we start with an average high of 87 degrees. But something I want to point out, our average precipitation during the month of August is 4.35 inches. That's the highest average we get all year. August tends to be our wettest month, one, because the tropics tend to heat up. We end up getting more tropical moisture. That's less likely this year. But two, we get more fronts, very similar to the frontal boundary we're going to have this weekend, or throughout this week. So coming up in just a bit, we'll time out those storms for you for the rest of the week and also talk about the main threats with those storms coming up in just a little bit, Julian.
Brandon, thank you. Taking a look now outside uptown Charlotte. You can see Bank of America right there as we give you a look at John Belk at I-77. Taking a look at our overall speed map, starting to get a few of the rush hour delays start to build, especially on 85 as we take you over there right now. You can kind of see from the camera, doesn't show that much of a slowdown there at Cox Road, but watch this, by the time you get to McAdenville, yeah, you're slow. Good news is, make your way over to Sam Wilson. Things are moving pretty well as you work your way in towards 485. We do have a blip here, lane blocked I-77 northbound, but you can see you're slow in the southbound lanes there as you make your way in towards Remount Road. But other parts of 77 look A-OK this morning. 77 at Lake Norman, pretty good. Same thing in South Charlotte at Westinghouse. Let's give you a look at Independence inbound. It has been foggy, but visibility getting better here in our 7 a.m. hour. We'll see how things look in about 20 minutes when we give you our next check of your pinpoint traffic. Make-a?
Well, good morning, everyone. You know, commercial space activity is surging, and with the Trump administration working to reestablish America's dominance in space, it wants to fast-track space launch licensing by getting rid of what it calls, quote, unnecessary environmental laws, end quote. I'm May K. Beeler. Coming up, is it a good idea? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
Welcome back. America won the first space race, but will red tape keep it from winning the next one?
Yeah, not if a new initiative under the Federal Aviation Administration can help it. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Maykay Beeler joining us. Maykay, what's the latest with this?
All right, so we know commercial space activity, it is surging. Well, officials say they have to do everything possible just to support the sector. This is important, and to help make this happen, the FAA may get the green light to fast-track space launch licensing. So the U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy just announced the removal of barriers for rocket launchers. So barriers officials describe as, quote, unnecessary environmental laws, unquote, that have been slowing or bogging things down. So it's part of an effort to streamline commercial space licensing, removing barriers for companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin. The initiative includes a proposed rule that follows a 2025 executive order that enables competition in the commercial space industry. It instructs Duffy to eliminate or expedite environmental reviews for space launch licenses and permits. But is it a good idea?
Okay, so what does that specifically mean? What kind of environmental issues are we talking about?
Well, it means that the FAA would be able to waive requirements from federal laws for certain licenses. Some requirements under the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, the Clean Air Act, and more may possibly be waived. Yet with the waivers and the elimination of all the red tape, the government says the proposed rule would not impact requirements protecting public health and safety, property, national or foreign policy interests. And according to the Department of Transportation, the FAA has authorized more commercial space operations in the past 5 years than in the previous 3 decades. So this proposed law will supercharge commercial space activity. And in this way, Duffy says President Trump has charged the U.S. Department of Transportation with unlocking the final frontier and reestablishing the United States dominance in space.
Okay, Maykay, so when will this go into effect?
So it's a proposed rule. It just came out the other day. So there has to be a 30-day period where the public can give feedback. And then the FAA has to review that before deciding when and whether to issue the final rules. So, well, if you're upset about it, you're happy with it, go on and give your feedback and let the FAA make the decision. So 30 days to do that.
All right, I'm counting down.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This morning, multiple cyber attacks and hacks on water facilities across the country are under investigation. There were attacks last week in Minnesota, and now some leaders are blaming Iran. The FBI says hackers were able to change the passwords and IP address systems that operate and monitor several water facilities. There were initial reports that Iran was behind the attacks. The FBI is now dismissing that, saying that they are working to identify a suspect. The president, for his part, is blaming state leaders.
I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. They like to say, oh, it's Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota.
Now, aside from Minnesota, California, Michigan, and South Dakota were also impacted. Other states reported hacking attempts as well.
A historic student loan settlement could wipe out debt for more than 450,000 borrowers. Plaintiffs said their schools made false promises about future salaries, job opportunities, credit transfers, and career prospects. The $23 billion case is played out across 3 presidential terms. The advocacy group, which brought the lawsuit forward in 2019, says dozens of schools were implicated for significant institutional misconduct. Many of the schools are now closed down.
7:18, let's get a check of our pinpoint weather with meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, a foggy start to our day. You can't even see the tops of the building in Uptown. Is it going to be like this all day long, or are we going to start to see some sun?
I do think for most of the morning, we're probably going to have to deal with that low cloud layer, kind of that yucky looking cloud there. The stratus clouds just hanging over the area. I expect those clouds to lift, and then eventually we get a little bit of sun for the afternoon. That could create a few isolated storms for later today, but notice your rain chance chances tomorrow and Wednesday. 40 to 60% chances of showers and storms over the next couple of days. And then even later this week, we don't necessarily get rid of the storm chances. I wouldn't be shocked if storm chances actually go up a little bit later this week, depending on what some of the short-range model data shows us. So storm setup this week. What is happening? Why do we have storm chances every single day? It's because of this area of low pressure. It's cut off from the main flow of the jet stream. So it's kind of meandering out here on an island until the jet stream picks it back up. And unfortunately, we're just kind of in that Gulf moisture swing from that area of low pressure. It swings all that moisture our way, and that's going to create the shower and thunderstorm chances each day this week as that fronts back to the west. And you see the storms over the coastal areas this morning. Now, radar this morning for us over the Queen City News viewing area, we're dry. We're just dealing with the patchy fog, the low-hanging stratus clouds. That will be the story for much of the morning. But then notice as we get into the afternoon, some peaks of sun and a few isolated storms start to pop up, a few downpours out there. I do expect the storm coverage to be mainly focused in the mountains, especially later this evening. But then as we go overnight tonight, notice everything just kind of dries out. We're dry tomorrow morning. More patchy fog likely with some low clouds hanging through the morning. And then tomorrow afternoon does look more active. I expect more storms tomorrow. That includes the Charlotte area and the mountains. I expect storms to be a little bit more widespread. Wednesday, similar case, rinse and repeat. Showers and storms continuing. Thursday, same story. It's dry start, and then you get those afternoon pop-up showers and storms, possibly a little bit more widespread for Thursday, which is why I said rain chances could be going up later this week. And then 2 inches of rain. We'll take it. It's not too much rain. You know, it's going to come over several days, which is going to keep the flood threat low. But there is going to be that chance for localized flash flooding over the next few days. Today, low end threat for it. Tomorrow, low end threat for it. And even Wednesday, level 1 out of 4 risk from the Weather Prediction Center for localized flash flooding. It's a warm and muggy start in the 70s around Charlotte, 60s in the mountains with highs in the 70s towards the high country today, and high temperatures in Charlotte around 86, 85 degrees. So mid 80s over the next few days. Again, it's going to be kind of on the cooler side, but very muggy, which will make it feel uncomfortable. And then we'll track those daily scattered storm chances. Could even see some storms for the Charlotte FC game Tuesday night. You're watching Queen City News Now. It's the most hard and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back. Time is almost 7:24 as we take you up there to New York City. Stock futures right now all in the green to start off your trading in August. Now, Wall Street closed on another high on Friday as we check the numbers right there. The Dow Jones up about a half percentage point. NASDAQ up 1%. S&P kind of in the middle of those other two. We're going to talk with Jane King live from the stock exchange coming up at 8:25.
The youngest generation is getting their own mascot, and here it is. The axolotl has also become one of Gen Alpha's biggest obsessions, showing up on everything from stuffed animals and backpacks to Lego sets in video games like Minecraft and Fortnite. Kids just love the axolotl's cute, permanently smiling look. Yeah, look at it. Conservationists, though, say the real animal is critically endangered in the wild due to pollution, urban development, and invasive species. They hope its popularity will also inspire the next generation to better protect it. Look at it.
I actually love this because that is so Gen Alpha. One, because it's so
Right?
cute, but also as it devours that worm. Oh my goodness!
It's little things.
Okay.
They look like
just like Alpha, just like Gen Alpha.
Right. They're cute until they bite your hand.
Yep.
And also, it's like, hey, this thing is cute, but also we've destroyed the world around it, so it's probably not going to be here too long.
Womp womp.
Right?
We were talking about, though, what would our generation's
I said
mascot
crazy
be?
frog.
I guess I actually think we we do have mascots or
Yeah?
something. I'm just not. I can't remember what they are.
What would be like a millennial mascot?
You remember Crazy Frog, though, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Maybe one of, or what were those, the hamsters?
Okay.
I'm not going to sing it. The hamster dance.
What, Evan, what was your suggestion? Our director had one, too. Grumpy
Grumpy Cat.
Grumpy Cat.
That's a good one.
That was
No Bones Day. What was the dog? Oh, you guys remember that? Bones and No
that
Bones Day?
happened when we were later.
You're right. You're right.
When we
too
were
old.
like working here.
Yeah. Oh, God.
So I'm trying to think of when I was
We're
a
so
kid.
old,
We said
decrepit.
Charlie from one of the original YouTube videos, Candy Mountain. Charlie the Unicorn.
Wishbone.
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 Clifford.
Clifford. They're playing us out. All right. 7:26 the time. We'll be back with the start of your 7:30 half hour right after this.
morning on 7:30 on your Monday morning. Tracking a pretty wet week ahead here at the Pinpoint Weather Center. Active weather pattern, and some of the storms this week could lead to some flash flooding possibilities. We'll talk about where the highest threat for that will be coming up.
Plus, a Charlotte man accused of shooting and killing his neighbor just hours after bonding out of jail. What we know about the dispute leading up to the alleged shooting, plus the questions into the local justice system it now raises.
A Queen City News poll finding a majority of people in Charlotte don't support law enforcement using flock cameras. How the surveillance technology around the area is leading to more questions than answers as citizens call for transparency. Coming up on 7:30, good morning, and thank you so much for kicking off your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador, Jason Harper, meteorologist Ted Phaeton off, meteorologist Brandon Lawson in to kick off your work week, and people waking up to kind of a foggy start. But the good news is, Brandon, we're not going to touch real feels in the triple digits.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, there is some good news out of this. We are going to be on the cooler side, and we'll be on the cooler side really as we go throughout much of this week. I've only got temperatures really in the 80s for this week, which is going to be a nice turnaround for us compared to some of the 90s we had been experiencing. Again, live look from uptown. You can see those foggy conditions over the region this morning. Unfortunately, those foggy conditions are going to be kind of hanging with us as we go through most of the morning this morning. Temperatures in the 70s out there this morning. I've got low 70s with 60s up in the mountains. So again, those temperatures warm and muggy to start the day. And today's high temperatures, again, only going to be in the mid 80s out there with those mid 70s over the high country later today. So cooler than normal temperatures. One thing I will point out is our visibility has come up a little bit this morning. You see visibility now up to 10 miles of visibility at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport. I know it doesn't look like it when you see our West Charlotte Tower camera, but again, some areas are still dealing with the locally dense fog this morning. That's what we're going to be dealing with as we go through some of our mornings. Radar this morning, dry. We could catch maybe a spotty shower as we get towards the latter half of the morning and into early afternoon hours. That'll be our best chance for storms today, especially as we get towards the afternoon. And you can see radar again, no concerns there. And looking at satellite and radar zoomed out over the area, you can see that cold front sliding in from the west, so showers and storms continuing across the coastline there. Futurecast shows things are pretty tame to start the day, and then we get some of these isolated showers and storms popping up in and around Charlotte later this afternoon and evening, and then we'll track more storms across the mountains later this evening as well. Coming up in just a bit, we'll time out more of the storms for the upcoming work week and also talk about the main threat, flooding, and where that could be this week in just a bit.
All right, let's give you a look at your pinpoint traffic here, starting off John Belk at I-77. You can see kind of the fog that we're dealing with over uptown, but traffic not too bad. And as we take a look overall, speed map looks pretty good. We do have our problem child that's 85 northbound right now between Gastonia and Belmont. Every single day during rush hour, we see delays here, especially in the McAdenville portion. You can see as you come across that bend right there, the taillights. But the good news is, as usual, by the time you get to Sam Wilson Road here in West Charlotte, 85 looks a lot better as you get your way towards 485. 77 at Lake Norman looking pretty good. Let's give you another look. 77 at Westinghouse on the other side in South Charlotte. And then give you a look at Independence inbound. A little bit more traffic than what we had 30 minutes ago. Visibility getting a little bit better. We'll give you another check of traffic coming up after 8 a.m. Annie?
Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in East Charlotte. It happened around at 3:15 on Magnolia Hill Drive, just off of Eastway Drive near Kilbourne. It's about a block away from a deadly shooting that actually happened last week on Dunlaven Way. There's no indication, though, the shootings are connected. Medics says the victim in this morning's incident was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's unclear what happened or if there are any suspects in custody. We'll bring you the latest all morning long and on our website, qcnews.com.
The former co-owner of Sycamore Brewing is scheduled to make a court appearance today. Justin Brigham is facing more than a dozen felony charges, accused of breaking into a home in Stanley County to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. He's scheduled for a disposition hearing. A judge is expected to set a trial date and hear if any plea deals have been worked out. It's still unclear if Brigham will appear in court or be represented solely by his attorney. The 44-year-old is currently in the Stanley County Detention Center on an $11 million bond.
A 22-year-old woman accused of shooting and killing a teen girl in Rock Hill has been denied bond. This all happened just before 4 a.m. Saturday in Rock Hill along Horseman Drive. When officers arrived, they found 18-year-old Aaliyah White on a back patio with a gunshot wound. She died at the scene. Detectives then arrested Jamoria McClinton at a relative's home. She's now charged with murder. Police didn't say, though, what led up to the shooting or whether there was a prior connection between the two women.
Aaliyah was deeply loved by her family and friends and was described as someone that's loving and caring. Unfortunately, this senseless act resulted in the loss of a young lady that had a very bright future.
McClinton will remain behind bars until at least October 2nd, which is her next scheduled court date.
A man is accused of committing an East Charlotte murder just hours after posting bond. And according to records, David Simpson has a long history of violent crime. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell found out this is not the first time that he's been charged with the killing.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a dispute over a parking spot at this apartment complex in East Charlotte led to 29-year-old David Michael Simpson being back in jail for murder less than 2 hours after posting bond. Court records show that on Monday, Simpson had been arrested for failing to appear in court for a July 2024 charge, where Simpson was accused of having a weapon while in prison. Simpson posted a $10,000 bond on Tuesday night and was released from the Mecklenburg County Jail shortly after midnight. He then returned home to his girlfriend at the Country Club Apartments off Eastway Drive. Court records show that Simpson's girlfriend had been in an ongoing dispute with neighbors over a parking spot in front of the couple's unit, and that officers had already been called out to the complex twice on Tuesday night to resolve a fight over that parking spot. Police say just before 2 a.m. Wednesday morning, Simpson, who was fresh out of jail, later saw those same neighbors outside and shot the two of them while they were walking inside their own apartment, killing Gilberto Gomez Ruiz and injuring the person with him. Police said nearby surveillance video shows that Simpson ambushed the two neighbors from behind. A few hours later, Simpson was right back here at the Mecklenburg County Jail, charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, and a felon in possession of a firearm. But this time, he's being held without bond. This isn't Simpson's first run-in with the law. He's been arrested at least 8 times since 2023. And at the age of 17, he was charged with first-degree murder, but later accepted a lesser charge of voluntary murder in 2015. Even though Simpson is a convicted felon, it appears that an arrest for failing to appear in court does not fall under IRENA's law, which attempts to keep North Carolina violent offenders from being released on bond before trial. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Last week, Queen City News asked our viewers if you approve of flock surveillance cameras. We asked that question right on the heels of a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer's arrest for allegedly using the technology which is meant to solve crimes to help a suspect. Of more than 400 respondents, nearly 80% said they do not approve of the technology. Now, this raised a question of who is actually installing the cameras. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone found out, private businesses are installing some, but there are still questions about how the data can be accessed.
This is one of the flock cameras we pointed out to you Thursday. The technology is owned by a private company, Flock Safety, not CMPD, the City of Charlotte, or the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office. Charlotte says it also does not operate the cameras, but it can access them. At least 4 sit along South Clarkson and Cedar Streets, and workers at the Charlotte Pipe and Foundry Company told us they're the ones that had the cameras installed. That got us wondering what other businesses use them. We found one outside this Home Depot in Greer Heights, and ones like this outside South Park Mall. This one sits in front of South Park Corners condos. Not all flock cameras may look like ones that we've shown you, and that's because the company has the ability to connect to existing ones as long as they meet certain criteria. So that leaves the question, how big is this network?
In law enforcement, a lot of things get buried from the public that it's, you know, if we're living in a transparent world and we look to law enforcement to be that pillar of our society, then we should be the ones that are the most transparent and not the ones that are hiding our actions.
This retired police officer spoke with us as someone who once supported the cameras and is now pushing for more transparency. CMPD did not respond to our request when we asked how many private flock cameras it can access. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A master deputy with the Lexington County Sheriff's Office has died after department dive team training. 29-year-old Jillian Olson passed away Thursday during training on Lake Murray. Olson started with the department as a deputy in 2021 and was a member of the dive team starting in 2024. The South Carolina Department of Natural Resources is leading the investigation into her death. The family of a North Carolina woman missing in Grenada is returning home without her. Elizabeth Waddell was last seen on surveillance video swimming in open water July 22nd. According to Grenada police, Waddell was seen swimming beneath the jetty around noon. Her friend was seen on surveillance video walking towards the jetty about 40 minutes later around 12:46 p.m., but returned alone. Her family does not believe foul play is involved in her disappearance and feel they've done all they can do to find her. Crews there are still actively looking for Waddell.
Families in Iredell County can once again enjoy a summertime favorite thanks to easing water restrictions. Last week, the Troutman ESC Park splash pad opened for the first time this summer. State environmental quality officials say recent rainfall has made a dent in the water deficit, moving several parts of the state into a stage 1 drought status, and that includes in Iredell. Friday, Troutman town officials announced mandatory water restrictions are also no longer in effect.
I'm really excited that it's finally back open. It's just been so hot, so it's nice to have somewhere to cool off. We've really just been kind of staying out of, any, again, like the big water places, trying to just be cautious, like not washing our cars, those sorts of things.
Governor Josh Stein and environmental leaders are still asking neighbors to be mindful of their water usage, saying drought conditions aren't quite where they need to be just yet.
Well, it's a piece of American history that's largely been forgotten, how the Great Wagon Road started shaping our country decades before the United States was even formed. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, as we continue to celebrate America 250, we're reminded some parts of the country are far older than that. 300 years ago, Thomas Jefferson's father began surveying what he later named the Great Wagon Road.
The road itself is long gone, but there are echoes along the road that shaped both family and American history. Bob Buckley explains.
long before there were interstates, exit signs, or
starting route to Winston-Salem.
GPS directions spoken from a dashboard.
In about 17 miles, take exit 1.
There was a single muddy ribbon cut through a silent canopy of ancient trees.
People had been coming down that road from Philadelphia for almost 25 years, and it was a wilderness.
A road that helped build a nation.
Just picture a muddy, one-lane dirt road through the woods. That's really what it was up till probably about 1750.
I think you call this the road of democracy.
A historian referred to it as the road that made America, but it really was the road of democracy.
Author Jim Dodson learned about it as a boy.
When I was 13, one Christmas week, my dad suggested we go down to his grandfather's abandoned farm off Buckhorn Road. And he started telling my brother and I about how a guy named George Washington Tate came down something called the Great Wagon Road, a Scotsman. He took over his father's gristmill, and that's who our family came from.
His book, The Road That Made America, is a biography of the artery which, for a century, carried this nation's lifeblood.
And I tried to picture what the spot must have looked like when creaking wagons carefully crossed the fording spot below the gristmill.
An avenue widened by axe, ox, and iron will.
Heading east to Hillsborough, bearing weary settlers from faraway Scotland, England, and Germany. Family ground, someone said, is sacred ground.
It became the spine of a new nation's birth.
It's been estimated upwards 150 to 200,000 Scots, Irish, Germans, Lutherans, Moravians, Quakers came down that road. At one point, one of the great roots historians of America believed a third of Americans could trace an ancestor directly to that road.
The Great Wagon Road didn't just carry settlers, it carried history.
The most important battles of the French and Indian, Revolutionary War, and Civil War were fought along it. Antietam and Gettysburg are both right on the road, where Lincoln gave his famous Gettysburg Address. Greensboro was on the tail end of the Great Wagon Road, where Cornwallis chased Greene to here.
It snaked from Philadelphia's bustling quays down through the shadowed Shenandoah Valley to the rolling Piedmont.
And ended up in Augusta, Georgia, where they invented a golf course.
And invented a new culture, one built on freedom and unapologetic achievement.
They were looking for a new Jerusalem, a place they could go and practice their religion, put down a stake and build a life in the American wilderness, which they heard only that it was a fabulous place to go and become a wealthy person, and many of them did.
Dodson's book frames the collective odyssey in philosophical terms.
The Franciscan theologian Richard Rohr talks about the power of liminal space, the thin space that exists between the familiar and the wholly unknown, where one world touches another for a few precious sections and everything suddenly becomes one.
And that's what this road was, one arduous path taken by thousands, all seeking their own idea of something better.
And guess what killed the Great Wagon Road? Well, railroads. They came in 1805. The road basically vanished because America grew. Roads, there were shorter, there were better routes.
But the Great Wagon Road still matters because beneath the asphalt of modern highways lies the memory of a muddy road through the woods carrying thousands of hopeful souls towards an uncertain horizon on which America found its way. Bob Buckley.
All right, as we bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson, a great story by Bob Buckley, but look, it does not make me want to go out anywhere and venture when I know, Brandon, that there's a chance you might get rained on.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a chance for showers and storms each day this week. Luckily, it's not going to be washout days. It won't rain all day, every day, but we are going to be expecting at least hit or miss showers and storms. I want to talk a little bit about the setup for this week. It's a very challenging forecast. So we've got this area of low pressure back to the west. That's continuing to move a lot of Gulf moisture our way, but this is what we call a cut cut-off area of low pressure. And essentially, you've got your jet stream to the north. So you see your jet stream, northern branches jet stream north of us. And you have this area of low pressure. It's kind of been cut off from the main flow of the jet stream. So it's just kind of meandering and spinning around by itself until the jet stream picks it back up again. So that's why we're just going to have to deal with this area of low pressure for pretty much the majority of the week, bringing moisture our way until this area of low pressure can be picked up by the jet stream. And it makes it a very challenging forecast. There's an old saying out there, cut off low, weatherman's woe, and the reason why is because it's really hard to forecast. These areas of low pressures can just shift south or north erratically, and it could change our forecast throughout the week. I wouldn't be shocked if rain chances go up or down throughout the week just because of the way the setup is. So we are going to be tracking scattered showers and storms each day this week. The highest chance for that right now looks to be Tuesday, and then possibly later in the week sometime, Thursday or Friday. Confidence is kind of low on that right now. You can see the frontal boundary back to the west. A lot of moisture streaming along the coast right now. Radar for us, though, is dry here in the Queen City News viewing area. We're just dealing with some patchy, dense fog in a few locations, which is actually kind of lifting now into more of a low cloud stratus layer. So it's going to be a gloomy start to our Monday here. A few hit or miss showers and storms around the Charlotte area. I expect more storms, though, towards the mountains later this afternoon and evening. And then as we go overnight tonight, notice how everything just kind of shuts down. Mother Nature calms things down overnight, gets us rest, and then tomorrow afternoon, Mother Nature wakes back up again with more showers and storms. I actually expect storms to be a little more widespread tomorrow. Better chance of getting wet tomorrow than today if you're trying to make some plans around the any outdoor festivities. And then overnight Wednesday, or overnight Tuesday, I should say, we dry out. Wednesday afternoon, we do it again. More scattered showers and storms. It's just kind of rinse and repeat here over the next several days. Thursday, you see more of the same scattered showers and storms popping up for the afternoon. And then again, with all these showers and storms, we could see about 1 to 2 inches of rainfall across the region this week, but there could be some locally higher amounts up to 3 or 4 inches, especially with any downpours that move over the same areas over and over again. That's why that localized flash flood threat is going to be there today and over the next several days. We could see at least some isolated instances of high water in those low-lying poor drainage areas. Low pollen levels, obviously with the rain, that's going to keep things low. Mold's on the higher end, though, so heads up there. Tropical outlook out in the Atlantic, no tropical systems expected over the next week. Temperatures this morning starting in the 70s. I've got 60s in the mountains. High temperatures this afternoon, mid-80s with those 70s towards the mountains. Lows tonight in the 70s. 60s towards the foothills, 60s in the mountains, and then 70s as you're out the door tomorrow afternoon in the mountains with those mid-80s towards Charlotte. And that'll be the story as we go throughout much of this week. Mid to upper 80s, cooler than normal temperatures, but muggy conditions and daily scattered storm chances. Could be a chance for storms tomorrow night for Charlotte FC. Looks a little bit drier Friday night for that home game at the bank as well. Coming up in just a bit, we'll be right back. More Queen City News now after this.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Break out the new sneakers, the backpacks, and of course that first day outfit. Students in York County are heading back to school today. We're heading out live to Fort Mill to check in as students kick off a brand new school year. Plus, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche reaching a deal with the senators holding out on his confirmation, including North Carolina's Thom Tillis. We'll go live to D.C. for a report on whether this will be enough to push Blanche over the finish line. And it's game week for the Carolina Panthers as they get ready to head to Canton for the Hall of Fame game. We'll catch up with Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald live from training camp in our next hour. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
With cyclospora cases continuing to rise, doctors are warning against a new trend surrounding the parasite. It's called cyclospora skinny trend. Health officials say some social media influencers are promoting the trend, telling followers it's a rapid ticket to getting skinnier. The parasite can cause persistent diarrhea, loss of appetite, nausea, abdominal cramping, and bloating. Doctors say people who are losing weight while suffocating from the parasite aren't burning fat, but rather losing important things your body needs like fluids and electrolytes.
Yeah, the danger is really that you're going to deplete yourself of the vital nutrients, the vital calories, the vital proteins that you need, which are our daily building blocks. So when we talk about being overweight or obese, it is a stigmatized word. It is a stigmatized concept, and everybody wants to be healthy. As I tell my patients, it's about being healthy, not being skinny.
The trend also comes amid increased use of GLP-1s and a focus on weight loss and being skinny. Doctors say it's important for people to be mindful of where they're getting health information online. All right, stay with us. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
starts now.
Good morning. Welcome in to Queen City News, now 8 a.m. here on your Monday morning. Thanks for kicking off your work week with us. I'm Julian Sidor.
I'm Annie Satowski. Jason Harper is off all week.
I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson for Ted Fayton today, and we're tracking a pretty active weather pattern this week. You know, it won't rain all day, every day, each day, but there is going to be a chance at least for those pop-up storms this week.
Okay. Right. I know we were talking a lot about the drought conditions that we had. This is the stuff that you guys have been talking about. Sustained rain, not a monsoon.
Yeah.
A little rain each day, right? That helps.
This is exactly what we need. You know, we've got more fronts here over the last couple of weeks. That's produced more storms. I actually mentioned the cutoff low about 15 minutes ago on our newscast. Cutoff low is essentially an area of low pressure. It just gets cut off from the main flow of the jet stream that meanders. I said that'd be a good way to help us get out of the drought too. And guess what? We have that this week. So we're going to have a lot of Gulf moisture continuing to move in this week. Now you can see live looking around the crown. The fog is starting to lift a little bit. You can see some of the tops of the buildings there in Uptown with our exclusive Arlington camera, that top right camera there. So that is good news. The bad news is that cloud covers is going to stick around for a little bit. It's not necessarily going to just go away. It'll take a little bit to burn off the stratus cloud layer that's going to be over top of that fog that's lifting. Active weather pattern, that's the weather story for this week. Right now we've got a front moving through, but essentially it's going to be an area of low pressure. It swirls over the mid-Atlantic this week and brings all that Gulf moisture into the Carolinas and produces those shower and thunderstorm chances each day. Here's a look at radar this morning. We're pretty tame on the radar. Nothing to worry about this morning. But then as we get towards the afternoon, notice we start seeing a few pop-up storms here and there. And with those pop-up storms, again, localized flash flooding could be the main concern with those storms. My Futurecast, my model data for some reason not coming in here at the 8 o'clock hour, but we'll get that update for you here in a few minutes. Temperatures this morning, low to mid 70s. We've got 60s in the mountains, and then visibility is improving this morning. And I expect your high temperatures later today to be right around the mid 80s, warm and muggy with those isolated storm chances. We'll get you a better look at Futurecast coming up in just a little bit and talk about the flash flooding threat that could accompany some of these storms in just a few minutes. Julie?
Thank you, Brandon. Taking a look at your pinpoint traffic right now. Got a few areas that are holding up traffic, a few spots, but things look pretty good. Let's go ahead and go through them real quick. Even though we have an accident after Arrowwood Road, 77 northbound as you head into Uptown, slow past Arrowwood. You can see right there, you're a little bit better by the time you get towards about Woodlawn area. You can see where you're green there. 485 also over here on the east side. We have a hard shoulder block. 485 inner near Lawyers Road. The ramp to get on right there. You can see how slow you are moving all the way back in that Mint Hill area, but you're pretty clear after that. Let's give you a few looks around. Slow area all morning long. Gastonia to Belmont, although conditions are looking better. We were really slow at McAdenville, but now you can see traffic moving pretty smooth around that bend. We've been great at Sam Wilson Road. That continues to be the case here at 802. 77 has been pretty nice up there in Lake Norman as you get your way in towards Uptown at John Belk, looking pretty good. 77, or I should say 74 Independence. Visibility a lot better, traffic moving smoothly there. We'll give you another check of traffic coming up in about 30 minutes at 8:32. Annie?
Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in East Charlotte. It happened around 3:15 on Magnolia Hill Drive off of Eastway Drive near Kilbourne. That's about a block away from a deadly shooting that happened last week on Dunlaven Way. There's no indication the shootings are connected. Medic says the victim in this morning's shooting was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's unclear what happened or if there are any suspects in custody, but we'll bring you any updates we get here on air. You can also check online at qcnews.com.
Well, President Trump says a deal with Iran is now imminent after threats of a new round of strikes on Sunday. The U.S. and Israel, at the urging of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, agreed to hold off on further strikes to give diplomacy another chance. The president says Iran has agreed to immediate, complete, and total opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister says negotiations over the strait are in their final stages. Meanwhile, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says the military remains, quote, locked and loaded at levels not seen since World War II.
This morning, Russia continuing to launch attacks on Ukraine's capital. At least 9 people were killed and 30 more were hurt over the weekend. Falling debris damaged a 5-story apartment building where a fire then broke out. Rescue workers evacuated 35 people from the upper floors. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has pressed the U.S. and other partners for more Patriot anti-ballistic missiles defense systems to counter attacks from Russia.
This morning, Israel says it has serious security concerns with the White House regarding the proposed disarmament deal with Hamas. President Trump's ceasefire plan calls on Hamas to surrender its weapons and destroy its vast network of tunnels. It also calls on Israeli forces to withdraw from Gaza. A spokesperson for Israel's prime minister says Israel's intelligence assessment is that Hamas is still committed to rebuilding its military rather than genuinely demilitarizing. He says the Israeli military will not withdraw from Gaza before Hamas disarms. Over the weekend, Israel strikes continued killing at least 17 people in Gaza.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says he has made a deal with 2 Republican senators who were planning to vote against him to become the Senate-confirmed Attorney General.
The opposition led the Senate Judiciary Committee to postpone a vote last week. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat joining us live to explain how the senators got to yes. Vinay, good morning.
Julie and Annie, good morning to both of you. Senator Thom Tillis at the center of this. So is Senator John Cornyn from Texas. These 2 senators have been holding up Todd Blanche's confirmation because they had an issue with a settlement agreement between the Department of Justice and President Donald Trump after he sued the IRS for $10 billion.
You confident you'll be confirmed?
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says productive engagement led to an agreement with Senate Republicans. He's President Donald Trump's nominee to be the Senate-confirmed Attorney General.
We have a man named Todd Blanche. He's outstanding in every way.
But 2 Republican holdouts, Senators Thom Tillis and John Cornyn, opposed his nomination last week. That would have been enough to block Blanche's nomination in the Senate Judiciary Committee. Cornyn and Tillis said they wanted changes to a settlement between President Trump and the Department of Justice. It would have given the president and members of his family broad immunity from tax audits and created a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate people unfairly prosecuted. President Trump says the settlement had support.
A lot of big supporters of Trump like it.
But after pushback from the Senate, Blanche said this.
The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Senator Cornyn said he wanted that in writing because the settlement was in writing.
We want to make sure that it remains dead.
We just want to end the fund.
Late Sunday night, Blanche tweeted a document that said this order establishes beyond any doubt that there is no fund, and another document that says the immunity from tax audits for President Trump only applies retroactively. And the Senate Judiciary Committee has another vote scheduled for tomorrow morning to try to get Todd Blanche out of that committee. Again, there was a vote scheduled for last week that ended up getting postponed because of Senator Tillis and Cornyn objecting.
All right. Well, Vinay, what happens after that Judiciary Committee vote, and does he have the votes to get confirmed in the full Senate?
Yeah, we are still waiting to hear from some of these Republican senators who had reservations about Todd Blanche to see if Senator Cornyn's deal moves them and changes their opinion. There is broad opposition among Democrats to Blanche becoming the Attorney General because they say that Blanche was President Trump's personal attorney and has not shown enough independence as the acting Attorney General right now.
All right, again, Vinay Simlat live in our nation's capital forest. Vinay, thank you.
Well, early voting is set to begin Wednesday for the special GOP primary election in South Carolina. Registered voters can cast their ballot Wednesday through Friday, starting at 8:30 in the morning until 5 o'clock at night. A runoff is set for August 25th if needed. The special election comes after U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away last month. His sister Darlene Graham is currently serving out the rest of his term. She is also running in the primary. Queen City News and our parent company Nexstar are hosting a debate featuring those candidates in South Carolina's special primary. Tomorrow night, 4 of the 5 candidates who meet Nexstar's debate criteria will be on stage in Mount Pleasant. That includes Congressman Ralph Norman and Russell Fry, former Governor Mark Sanford, and businessman Mark Lynch. Interim Senator Darlene Graham is unable to attend. The debate will be at 7 p.m. and you can watch it right here on Queen City News.
Well, your morning commute might take a little bit longer today as school bus drivers learn their new routes. It's the first day of class for several South Carolina districts, including Fort Mill. Students and teachers have been preparing for this day for weeks now. Veteran teachers say they love the opportunity to help set the standards and establish a school culture at a new building. Educators say they're also looking forward to creating strong bonds with students from the start so they can be a good resource for mental health needs.
That is arguably one of the most important parts of being teachers, because not only do we have to teach the content, but we also have to cater to where the students are at. Every child is different. Every student learns differently. So checking in on that mental health is something that's really impactful and important for these students who are going through so many life changes.
And we do have a crew at the scene of those school openings. We'll explain how some parents and officials are balancing the celebration of the first day with the frustration of an ongoing legal battle with the Silfab solar facility coming up in our next hour. Make it.
All right, switching gears here. Attention, U.S. veterans. The road is calling. President Trump wants you to take the wheel of a big rig as part of the new era of American trucking. I'm May K. Beeler. Coming up, the new Freedom Haulers program. Is it a good fit for you? Brandon?
There's an old saying out there, a cutoff low is a weatherman's woe, and it makes it really difficult to forecast. And that's what we have this week. The jet stream's way up here to the north. We've got an area of low pressure that's cut off from the jet stream. It's meandering around the Carolinas, and it's going to produce daily scattered shower and storm chances. Which days will provide the highest rain chance, and also where will the highest flood threat be this week? We'll discuss it coming up after the break. Here on Queen City News Now, live look from Independence Boulevard. Low stratus cloud layer, that's the name of the game this morning. Hopefully we see our closest star, the sun, later this afternoon.
Well, if you are a U.S. veteran interested in answering the call to the road, the Trump administration is encouraging you to take the wheel of big rigs and secure the economic supply lines of the country you swore to defend. No commercial driver's license, no problem. The government got you covered.
All right, Chief Transportation Correspondent May K. Beeler joins us to better explain.
Okay, well, it's called the Freedom Haulers Initiative. It's a great job opportunity. It's part of a new era of American trucking, according to the U.S. Department of Transportation. Now, the program builds on the administration's crackdown on unvetted truckers. So the initiative aims to replace drivers who should not have been licensed with U.S. vets, connecting eligible veterans with employment opportunities while bolstering the trucking industry. Well, the program was announced by President Trump, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and Acting Labor Secretary Keith Sonderling. They say it's going to help replace the tens of thousands of immigrant drivers who lost their licenses during the administration's immigration crackdown. And it's all about cleaning up the trucking industry. And there's really good news for those interested veterans who do not have experience truck driving. There is up to 100% tuition coverage for approved CDL programs. According to the Department of Veterans Affairs, the GI Bill covers tuition at programs approved by a state approving agency. And the U.S. Department of Transportation will give eligible veterans expedited commercial driver's licenses, while military truck drivers will be able to transfer their experience to civilian truck driving. Now, according to the Freedom Haulers government website, Werner Trucking, that's a transportation company, has pledged to hire 1,400 veterans and veteran spouses, boosting the veteran workforce by 67% in 2027.
Okay, so May Kay, sounds good so far, but people want to know, how much am I going to make, right? How much annually can these vets expect?
How do you like $70,000?
Okay,
not a bad start.
This is under President Trump's program, $70,000 for an annual salary.
Okay, well, so how does the GI Bill work here?
So most of us know, many do not. It was originally passed as the Servicemen's Readjustment Act in 1944. The GI Bill was created initially to help World War II vets to transition into civilian life. So GI refers to a U.S. soldier. The GI Bill pays for expenses associated with college degrees, vocational and trade training, career certificates, apprenticeships, on-the-job training, truck driving, and even flight training.
Okay.
Yes, and one of my favorite students, a former Marine, we taught him this instrument rating with the GI Bill. So it's very helpful to folks learn to fly and become a pilot.
Yeah.
And a truck driver. Yes.
And trucking's so important to keeping the world running,
Yes.
right? Whenever you don't have something that you want at the store, there could be something going wrong with the logistical chain of getting things from point A to point B. So we need truckers. So
especially all those things you order, Annie.
Yeah.
Right?
Me specifically? I know. I'm sorry.
There it is. All right, May Kay,
Amazon
thank
too
you.
easy.
All right, 8:17 the time. Florida's Attorney General is teaming up with other states, including Louisiana, to investigate Dr. Anthony Fauci over the COVID pandemic. This comes after Dr. Fauci declined to answer questions at a Senate hearing last week. Attorney General James Uthmeier posted on the suit on X saying, quote, "It's past time to get the truth of what happened during COVID." Florida made national headlines by being the first state to reopen schools and reject federal health safety guidelines during the pandemic. Now, the state hasn't identified a specific crime that Dr. Fauci committed. However, Uthmeier claims Fauci's repeated refusal to answer questions before Congress led his office to launch an investigation. He wants his team to look into Fauci's pandemic records, public statements, and financial interests to determine whether he misled the public or caused harm to Floridians, either physically or monetarily. Uthmeier says subpoenas could go out soon.
We'll be going through the record we have. We're going to send a plane up to D.C. and get any file they're willing to share with us. Look forward to working with Senator Rand Paul. I know he's eager to find accountability. And then we'll have subpoenas out likely as early as next week, looking into what Dr. Fauci knew, when he knew it, all of the statements and directives he made.
Before leaving office, President Biden issued Fauci a sweeping pardon covering potential federal crimes tied to his government service during the pandemic. However, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says that does not prevent any state from opening their own investigation.
All right, coming up on 8:20 here, how is our day shaping up? Meteorologist Brandon Lawson has our answer, and we just have steady rain chances pretty much all throughout the week, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Andy. We're going to be tracking those hit or miss daily scattered thunderstorm chances. And again, it won't rain all day each day this week, but we are going to have at least that chance for storms each day this week due to a lot of tropical moisture being pulled out of the Gulf and also some frontal boundaries nearby. So highest rain chance this week I have on Tuesday, 60% chance, but But again, these could go up or down. It's all because of that cutoff low I mentioned right before the break. That area of low pressure is going to meander around, and models don't do a very good job at where it's going to be. So we could have a little bit more storm coverage some days and lesser storm coverage other days as all that moisture gets pulled out of the Gulf. Now here's a look at radar right now. Nothing going on this morning as we increase the heating of the day later this afternoon. I do expect more storms to pop up. Here's a look at the latest Futurecast. Just ran the latest model data for you this morning to give you the most up-to-date information. You can see some of those hit or miss showers and storms around Charlotte. Also, the same could be said southeast of I-85. I expect more storms to be up in the mountains and foothills today. That's where I expect most of the storms to be focused, but there will be a few brief downpours around the Charlotte area. Overnight tonight, we dry out, and then as we go into your Tuesday, more of the same, but I expect Tuesday to be a little bit more active. I think we'll have more storms around Tuesday afternoon in and around the Charlotte area. Also around the mountains too. Tuesday looks, more active out there. You'll have a better chance of getting wet tomorrow than today. Here's a look at Futurecast for your Wednesday. Still tracking daily scattered storms through Wednesday. Same can be said for Thursday as well. You see it during the afternoon. The scattered showers and storms popping up once again. Now, the good news with these storms is they're just going to be kind of beneficial rainmakers. Now, there is that localized flash flood risk here and there each day, 1 to 2 inches of rain this week, but there could be some areas that pick up on 3 to 4 inches in a day, just because you're going to have those training storms moving over the same areas over and over again. So that's why this low-end flash flood risk from the Weather Prediction Center is put in place today, but it's also put in place for tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday as well, because there's going to be that daily chance of an isolated high water spot just due to some of those low-lying poor drainage spots and also the training thunderstorm potential. Low pollen count this week. Mold would be the main concern with pollen along with your grasses. Tropical outlook also pretty tame. Nothing expected over the next 7 days. Your temperatures here throughout the week, we're going to stay in the 80s. Charlotte FC tomorrow, though, we're going to probably be dodging some storms tomorrow night. Friday night looking a little bit drier for Charlotte FC, but it's just a warm and muggy pattern coming up in just a little bit. We'll talk about your Panthers forecast up in Canton, Ohio in just a bit, Julie.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Taking a look now, New York City also got a few raindrops there on the ledges. Stock futures, though, all in the green. We're talking with Jane King on the other side of this break, live from the Stock Exchange. Well, the U.S. may not have a nursing shortage after all, and stocks are higher and oil lower to begin a new month. Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Monday morning to you, my friend.
Happy Monday to you too, Julian. And we're starting off Monday with very strong markets and the new month too, I guess. So the Dow's pointing up 400, 500 points. The markets are relieved by the talks of perhaps more peace talks with Iran later today. Now, we did have a, kind of a wild July and finished it on the upside, but oil very volatile last month, and stocks were too. Now, stocks were up this morning, as I mentioned. Oil prices down by $4 to $5 a barrel. President Trump said new Iran talks would begin this afternoon after he called off a planned attack on Iran, and Trump also suggested a deal on reopening the Strait of Hormuz may be close. Now, despite how many times we've heard this lately, the market's still reacting to it. And the nursing shortage may not be quite what it seems. Time reports that there are plenty of nurses, just not enough who want to work bedside. University of Pennsylvania research shows conditions for hospital nurses have only gotten worse since the pandemic, deterring qualified candidates from even well-paid positions. Julian?
Jane, it makes sense. I know a lot of nurses kind of got burnt out. I mean, I think we all remember the stories of nurses saying, you know what, after the pandemic, I'm done.
Right. Well, my sister retired. She's a nurse a couple years after the pandemic. Mm-hmm. She's like, I am not going back. So, yeah, I think it was just really stressful and hard on them. And, it's a tough job, but 100%. Certainly valued.
Definitely, yep. Indeed. All right, Jane, thank you. We'll catch you with it coming up in about an hour when the markets open. Let's get you outside. Look at Independence Boulevard. You can see the fog kind of hanging around. We're giving a look at your pinpoint traffic and pinpoint forecast on the other side of this break.
All right, coming up on 8:30 here. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper off all week.
Yeah, meteorologist Brandon Lawson for Ted, who's also off for all week. And we're talking about rain chances as we go throughout this week. And honestly, rain chances, there's a chance each day, but it's not going to rain all day, every day. One of those daily scattered shower and thunderstorm risks as we go throughout each day. So something we'll be tracking. It'll be busy. It's more of that late summer pattern, the rain that we've been waiting for really all spring when we were waiting for the rain in the spring. We're finally getting it towards the end of summer.
All right, and at least we're not dealing with these hot temperatures. I think all of us, we don't care about the rain. We just needed a bit of a break.
Right. Needed a bit of a break. And those clouds and shower and thunderstorm chances are going to definitely keep temperatures on the cooler side here as we go throughout this week. We'll still be in the 80s. It'll still be muggy. You'll still have kind of that uncomfortable part of the forecast, but at least we won't be baking in the triple digits as we go throughout this week. Live look from West Charlotte. We're actually able to see uptown off in the distance a little bit more than what we saw last time. And again, that's because that fog is starting to lift a little bit out there. Temperatures this morning in the 70s. We've got 60s in the mountains. Again, it's a warm and muggy start. I don't expect temperatures to climb up much here this morning because we've got that low stratus cloud layer that's going to hang tough and keep the sun from warming us up much. So we'll warm up slowly this morning. By noon, maybe we're at 80. Just going to be dependent on how much sun we're getting by the noon hour. I do expect a few peaks of sun this afternoon, and that should allow us to get at least into the mid 80s today, with those mid 70s up in the high country. Again, it will be muggy despite temperatures being cooler than average. It's not necessarily going to feel incredible out there with the humidity. Here's a look at futurecasts. The storms pop up as early as noon today. I expect the storms to be focused mainly in the high country today, and then we'll have more of those hit or miss showers and storms around Charlotte. So we'll actually be a bit drier today compared to the last couple of days. But again, the mountains, I think that'll be our highest threat for flooding today if we have any of those localized isolated flash flood threats pop up. Here's that front slowly moving through the area this morning. Again, we'll continue to track that through the week. Radar is at least dry for now, so luckily we don't have to worry about any rain on our commute. But again, we'll have those storms later this afternoon. Coming up in just a bit, we'll talk about some more storm chances for the rest of the week and when the rainiest day will be in just a bit. Julian?
All right, thank you, Brandon. Let's get you outside right now with our pinpoint traffic. Take a look at our speed map here. Look, we're a lot better than we were just 30 minutes ago. 85 looks a lot better here. 485 inner out in Mid Hill looks a lot better. But I do want to pinpoint something for you. John Belk at I-77. I-77 underneath right there. You can see the slow traffic. Here is the reason why. We have an accident on the hard shoulder blocked I-77 southbound near that Trade Street ramp as you make your way towards Bank of America Stadium. You can kind of see that shot again that we were just showing you there, that slow traffic as you make your way past Moorhead. Then I want to take you all the way down on the other side of the border here. We're down in South Carolina near Harris Road, 77 southbound right there, really slow as you make your way towards Riverview. So something that's a little bit abnormal. Normally we see traffic build up. 77 northbound, 77 southbound is where we see that right now. Also having delays on US 21 kind of through that Fort Mill area. 77 at Westinghouse as you make your way back across the state line into North Carolina. Carowinds off there in the distance. Traffic looks pretty good right there. Let's show you 85 in McAdenville where we were slow this morning. Not too bad. Sam Wilson also looks good. And then we'll take you up to Lake Norman. Things looking good there as well. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on 77 near Bank of America Stadium and see if that wraps up when we join you again with the traffic report right after 9 a.m. Annie?
Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in East Charlotte. It happened around at 3:15 on Magnolia Hill Drive. That's just off of the Eastway Drive near Kilbourne Drive. It's also a block away from a deadly shooting that happened last week on Dunlaven Way. No indication that the shootings are connected. Medic says the victim in this morning's shooting was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. It's unclear what happened or if there are any suspects in custody. We'll continue to follow this throughout the morning and online at QCnews.com.
The former co-owner of Sycamore Brewing scheduled to make a court appearance today. Justin Brigham is facing more than a dozen felony charges accused of breaking into a home in Stanley County to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. He's scheduled for a disposition hearing. A judge is expected to set a trial date and hear if any plea deals have been worked out. It's unclear if Brigham will appear in court or be represented by his attorney. The 44-year-old is currently in the Stanley County Detention Center on an $11 million bond. A 22-year-old Rock Hill woman remains in custody this morning for allegedly shooting and killing an 18-year-old girl. Jamoria McClinton was denied bond Sunday. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks has the latest on that case.
22-year-old Jamoria McClinton was in tears before appearing before a judge Sunday morning. She's accused of shooting and killing 18-year-old Aaliyah White around 3:49 Saturday morning in the 800 block of Horseman Drive.
It was determined that the victim went to the residence that was not the defendant's home, where she encountered the defendant, Jamoria McClinton. Once the victim and McClinton made direct contact, McClinton produced a firearm and shot the unarmed victim before fleeing the scene.
Investigators didn't say who owned the home where the shooting happened, how the two knew each other, or what led to the crime. Authorities say the gun believed to be used in the crime was recovered on scene. McClinton waived her right to a public defender.
We are here for a bond hearing. However, this is Rock Hill Municipal Court. I am not allowed by law to set up bond in this case. So there's no way that this defendant, whether you're here for the victim's family or her family, there's no way she's going to get out today.
The judge says bonds can only be set by a circuit court judge. Investigators say the victim just graduated from South Point High School and was on her way to college this fall.
Aaliyah was deeply loved by her family and friends and was described as someone that's loving and caring. Unfortunately, this senseless act resulted in the loss of a young lady that had a very bright future.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers are investigating two deadly shootings that happened just minutes apart. The first happened shortly after 1 Sunday morning in North Charlotte on Bardot Drive. Officers found 32-year-old Jeremiah Easter dead at the scene. A second person was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. No word on any suspects or arrests in that case. Now, the second shooting was reported just minutes later as a robbery and happened at the intersection of East 5th and North McDowell Streets in Uptown. That's about 2 blocks from the Mecklenburg County Courthouse and the Sheriff's Office. When officers arrived, they found a crash involving 2 vehicles. 4 people were taken to the hospital, one with life-threatening injuries from a gunshot wound. 37-year-old Eric Holman died at the hospital. After a brief chase, investigators say they arrested and charged 38-year-old Rondreus Curtin with murder. Anyone with information on either of those cases is asked to contact police. The Pineville Library is set to reopen today after a deadly crash led to a month-long closure. This is a look at that video of the car slamming into the building that houses both the library and town hall. The driver died at the scene. The crash is still under investigation. The town hall reopened earlier this month.
Well, how much do you think someone needs to earn to be in North Carolina's top 10% of earners? Well, according to a new survey, the answer, nearly $120,000.
But here's the biggest surprise. North Carolina now ranks second in the country for the fastest growing gap between those higher earners and the typical worker.
All right, joining us now to break things down for us, our business correspondent, Taylor Young. Taylor, first explain what that actually means and why researchers are seeing such a big change here in North Carolina.
Yeah, so this is not saying that suddenly people are making less money. In fact, it's almost the opposite, but just not for all workers evenly. So researchers with Smart Asset analyzed data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and found the gap between the state's highest earners and the typical worker got noticeably wider over the last year. Now, as you mentioned, today it takes nearly $120,000 a year to be in the state's top 10% of earners. Meanwhile, the median annual wage here is just under $48,000, so almost 3 times of what it takes to be in the top percent. In other words, top incomes grew further away from the middle, so much so North Carolina ranked second in the nation for the biggest year-over-year increase in pay disparity, only behind the state of Alaska.
Oh, wow. And that's not necessarily a number 2 spot you want to be in, right?
Yeah.
So why is this happening?
Yeah, so there's not a single reason here. Researchers do point to the fact that we have seen rapid growth in North Carolina population-wise, and also the amount of high-paying jobs come into the state. If we just think about the tech sector, finance, those jobs are really pushing those salaries higher, while the wages for middle-income North Carolinians Carolinians, those jobs have not increased in pay at that same rate.
Okay, so what does this actually mean for families here in North Carolina?
Yeah, I mean, bottom line here is that this can just make affordability feel tougher for everyone, right? Because when you have an increase at the top, but it's not trickling down to the average North Carolinian, that can put a lot of pressure on housing costs, which we've seen. Also just everyday cost of things that we buy every single day. You know, North Carolina continues to attract these high-paying jobs, which is great for the economy. But, you know, the studies suggest that those gains, again, are not happening equally. I mean, the median wage, $48,000 compared to what the top 10% makes, that gap should theoretically be a lot closer.
Okay, so we know North Carolina #2 for that gap, but is this overall trend unique to North Carolina and Alaska, or are we seeing this everywhere?
So we are absolutely seeing this gap grow wider almost everywhere across the country, but North Carolina stood out because of how quickly this has happened, really just within the last year. I mean, we ranked again second in the nation for that year-over-year increase in pay disparity, but other states like New York and California, they still have the wide overall gap. I do think that this is something, you know, now that it's out there, to pay attention to, because policymakers could potentially address this in some kind of way, or just something to keep in mind for, you know, for your neighborhoods, for your communities, that there are a lot more people now making higher incomes while not everyone is seeing that same increase.
Very interesting indeed. All right, Taylor, thank you.
All right, well, it is officially game week for the Panthers. They're heading to Canton for the first time and for the first preseason game of the year. We're being joined by our very own Carolina Sports Live team, Gabe McDonald, who will discuss what we can expect to see from the black and blue. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Well, football is back, baby. The Black and Blue will be kicking off their preseason play this week.
This is so fun to say, even though it's still summer. So what are the Panthers doing to get ready for this big day?
We got to check in with Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald, joining us bright and early from outside of training camp. Gabe, how's it going, brother?
Hey, good morning, guys. Obviously, like you guys said, first game week, we get to see these guys against another team for the very first time. They'll be one of the first two teams in the entire NFL, of course, to take the field in the preseason. A very special weekend coming up with the Hall of Fame game, and then you have Luke Kuechly officially getting enshrined in the Hall of Fame coming up this weekend. But this is a really big week because you want to see guys really ramp up the physicality and see a lot of guys truly establish themselves. Now that they're going to be getting game reps coming up on Thursday, who is going to make the most of those? And I want to talk about the wide receiver room real quick because that's a position that we've talked a lot about throughout the preseason, especially with that wide receiver 3 spot. We know Tetairoa McMillan, Jalen Coker, they have the 1 and 2 spots on lock just based on what they did last year and the offseason that they've had. But now, wide receiver 3, Chris Brazzell, an unfortunate injury to him. You want to see Xavier Legette really step up and take that position and lock that down. Everybody wants to see what he can do in year 3. But when you look to the back end of that spot, normally the Panthers keep 7 receivers on their active roster once they make those final cuts at the end of the month. You have guys like Bryson Tremaine, even a John Mechie, who has that chemistry with Bryce Young going back to their days at Alabama. But I want to talk about a guy in Jasim Reed, a guy that came in undrafted from San Diego last year, spent last season on the practice squad, and now one of those guys that's, sort of rising throughout training camp so far. And he's somebody that Dave Canales really likes because he can play all 3 positions at that wide receiver spot, and that's really going to give him a chance to make this 53-man roster at the end of the month.
In the pass game, he can play all the spots, and that's really valuable. We have a couple of guys like that. Bryson's one of them. David Moore's another. Jasim Reed has been a guy that we're really trusting right now with just being able to step in at different spots. So we have a great group. This room is a very competitive room to start with. We certainly had high hopes for Chris and the way that we could use him in our offense. And while that's not going to happen this year, we have a bunch of guys that we really count on and trust.
So as we see more one-on-one reps, as we see, the joint practices coming up, after this game, they have 2 later in the preseason, one in Jacksonville with the Jaguars and another one right here in Charlotte against the Houston Texans before the last preseason game, the only one at Bank of America Stadium. But that's certainly going to be a position to watch. You got to look at a guy like Jimmy Horn Jr. as well. He was the first one to handle the punt return duties during Fan Fest on Friday. We'll see if he can potentially lock down that role to earn his keep as well. That speed and that twitchiness can certainly help this team, get to new heights this year. So that'll be a position to watch, but also the outside linebacker spot as well. We'll talk more about that coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. But for now, reporting outside the Panthers practice facility here in Uptown, I'm Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Gabe, you hit on it right there with the wide receiver room. A lot of eyes are going to be on Thursday night's gameplay. Now, I know we're not going to see a lot of the starters, as usually happens with the Hall of Fame game, but are you curious at all if we'll see a lot of Jonathan Brooks? I know there's a lot of questions, especially for people, I hate to say it, fantasy owners like saying, oh man, is this Jonathan Brooks this year or Chuba Hubbard?
I think we see a few reps. Now, Dave Canales kind of hinted that he would have to beg for those kick returner reps. You probably won't see him much on special teams, if at all, throughout the preseason or regular season. But I think a guy that obviously you look at his injury history, you want to get him up to speed in those live game reps. I think we could see him briefly, probably for just the series. I highly doubt we see any of the other starters. Likely going to be Kenny Pickett taking those first steps. And then we're going to see a lot of Haynes King on Thursday night. So y'all get ready for that. The former Georgia Tech quarterback who led some pretty solid drives during Fan Fest. Kenny Pickett also had a really good 2-minute drive as well at the end of Fan Fest. So you'll see a lot of those guys that are, on the bubble, undrafted, trying to make the roster. And of course, those rookies as well, guys like Lee Hunter and Monroe Freeling that everybody wants to see for that first time in a jersey.
All right, Gabe McDonald reporting for us live. Thank you so much, Gabe. We'll check in with you as
Appreciate it, guys.
Continues. Bye.
All right, 8:47 the time, staying inside Bank of America Stadium. The Leagues Cup starts tomorrow. It'll be all 18 Liga MX teams and 18 clubs from MLS. 54 matches over the next week and a half. Clubs will be divided into Eastern and Western regions, split into tiers based on their team ranking. The Crown sitting 12th in the Leagues Cup ranking. They'll start off cup play against Pumas tomorrow at 8. As we bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson, you're talking about the Hall of Fame game out there. I know, Brandon, that you've been waiting all offseason to see your Panthers back in action, man. What's going on with the weather? We can't hook up something better than this?
Yeah, I'm excited about Canton, Ohio, but I am worried about some storms Thursday night. We'll have to see how things go up there in Ohio. We're going to be tracking the chance for thunderstorms as a little front moves in late Thursday into Friday there up towards the Ohio Valley. So something we'll watch Thursday night, Canton, Ohio, scattered showers and storms, temperatures in the 70s. We'll call it a 40% chance of that right now. Beautiful stadium up there, too. So hopefully we can get the game in, get Luke Kuechly quickly into Hall of Fame, get them inducted, get the game going, and get things finished with no issues. But if you are traveling up there, definitely pack the poncho. You'll definitely need it for sure. At least have it handy just in case you do. Now, when it comes to football season, we're now in August, so we got to talk about your August by the numbers, looking at the August overview for Charlotte. Our average high temperature goes from 90 degrees on August 1st to 87 degrees on August 31st. The big thing that we drop a lot of in August is actually daylight time. We lose a lot of daylight time in August. Now, average precipitation, 4.35 inches. It's the highest rainfall average for a month all year. August tends to provide the most rain here in the Charlotte area. Why is that? Well, one, the tropics tend to heat up around this time of year, and that allows for more tropical moisture to build in. That's less likely this year due to El Nino. However, we are going to get more fronts around this time of year too, and we're already seeing that this week. We've got a cutoff area of low pressure, frontal boundary, slow moving. It's all just going to kind of create that moisture evecting into the area and producing those shower and thunderstorm chances here as we go through this week. So radar is dry for right now. But those futurecasts, very hit or miss showers and storms around the Charlotte area later this afternoon and evening. And then we'll have those showers and storms more confined to the mountains later today. That's where the flooding threat would be highest if we have any isolated issues pop up. Tomorrow morning we start dry, then I do think the radar will be more active tomorrow afternoon. The storms will be a little bit more widespread in the mountains and around Charlotte. And then as we go into Wednesday, more of the same. Dry start, and then scattered showers and thunderstorms fill in to finish for the afternoon and evening. Thursday, more showers and storms for the afternoon after a dry start. And that'll be the story really all week this week. Again, daily scattered storm chances, which could lead up to about an inch, if not 2 inches of rain in some spots this week. And there could be some locally higher bouts that could lead to maybe some localized flash flooding issues. And that's why we have that localized flash flood risk from the Weather Prediction Center in pretty much every day this week. Very low in threat for it. But again, if you get those storms repeated over and over again over the same areas, that could increase the flood threat. You heard Julian talk about Charlotte FC Tuesday night. Definitely could have some storms tomorrow night, and then we also have the storm chance on Friday as well, but I do think the storm chance will be higher for the game tomorrow night at the Bank. We're in the 80s, warm and muggy with those daily storm chances. We'll be right back right after this.
All right, welcome back. This has been a debate here. A simple but very tricky math problem is going viral on social media right now.
We said we weren't going to do this because no one's good at math in the newsroom. We got this one right, though. Players on the Atlanta Falcons were asked the question over the weekend with some mixed results. We'll show you the clip and let you decide for yourself.
3 times 2 is 6. 6 divided by 6, 1. We smart around here. Okay, so 3. No. Gotta be 9. Gotta be 9. It ain't right. That's not right. What's the answer? How you get? Because PEMDAS. So you got to do parentheses, then multiply the 2 by the 3, then divide 6 by 6. What you said? Done that. What you do first? Okay, and then what? Then you multiply. Okay, and then what? Then you do what's left. So what's the answer?
I like the dude right there who said like, and then what?
And then what? And then what?
If you didn't catch it, we'll go ahead and put the problem on the bottom of the screen for you so you guys can see it for yourselves. You see right there, 6 divided by 2, but there's parentheses that gets people.
Right.
PEMDAS.
PEMDAS. Okay.
You gotta do the parentheses.
What do you
first.
think it is?
It's 1.
It's 1.
Mm-hmm.
You went with 1?
I went with 1.
We all went with 1.
We all went with 1. Apparently 9 is also acceptable.
9 is
and so here's right.
Explain it.
Okay, here's expression broken down and how you can get 9 and 1. So PEMDAS, right? Everybody remembers parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. But multiplication and division are treated as equal.
Okay.
So then you go sequentially down the equation. So because you're left with that 3 in parentheses, you think, oh, I have to solve that. Mm-hmm. Well, no, you can't treat it as an individual number. You treat it as multiplication, so you would go down the line. That's the argument for how you would get to 9. I still think it's 1.
I still think it's 1 based on the recesses of my brain from high school,
right.
Algebra and whatever of how you solve these equations.
And imagine the multiple choice answers now. 9,
what would you do?
9, 1, both are correct.
Oh my God! Yeah, right.
I guess it's a bonus then, right? If they're both correct, then you have a greater chance of getting it right.
So that's what math teachers are saying. It's just like, yes, this is a trick question.
Yeah.
Both answers, but they're just excited people are talking about math.
They're in PEMDAS,
right?
Those are the only things we remember, right?
I will say that
imprinted in my mind.
As a Panthers fan, the Falcons need to be working on more math problems at the drills. They're going to beat the Panthers this
They
year.
can work on that. They can focus on that. You focus on the math problems.
Worry about that.
We'll focus on.
That is true.
And I hope that cornerback there that was talking about that also has the same problem remembering his coverages. Like, and then what, coach? Cover 2, and then I get left.
Yeah.
And then what?
They're going to have a problem. They're going to have a problem with number 9 this year.
Hey, I like that.
Heard it here first.
8:56, sit time.
Being
We'll
told
be
to get
back.
out. Get out.
And have 1 L.
There it is. We'll be back with more Queen City News now after this. Social media giants, including Meta, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, all facing a new lawsuit that alleges the platforms are damaging to minors' mental health. The lawsuit based on 4 families whose teenage children died by suicide. They say they experienced depression and anxiety after using the platforms for years. According to the lawsuit, the companies allegedly knew they were causing harm to young users. The lawsuit comes ahead of a trial where Meta will face accusations the company is designing addictive features and collecting data on users under 13 without parental consent. Well, Amazon says it's giving tariff refunds back to its customers after many of President Trump's tariffs were struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. The e-commerce giant said it's received about $600 million worth of refunds, and it's going to give some of it back to consumers. The Supreme Court ruled February that many of Trump's enacted tariffs were illegal, but the court did not specify a refund process. Trump said earlier this year he would be, quote, honored if Amazon and other businesses did not seek refunds. Amazon says it's been able to trace some of those import charges passed on to consumers, and eligible customers will be contacted and automatically issued refunds. All right, our last hour of Queen City News now on this Monday starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Welcome back. Best hour, final hour of Queen City News now on your Monday is right now. All right, welcome in. I'm Julian Sore. I had a whole entire thing in my head.
Did you short circuit?
I did short circuit.
It's been a while. Happy Monday, everyone. I'm Annie Sadowski. Jason Harper is off. Why does it just go off the rails automatically?
That's how it happens at 9 a.m. every single time.
And I'm meteorologist Brett Lawson. And for Ted this morning, I've been having a hard time with words today, too.
You know what? It's because we did the numbers just now, and that's why I was like, number mode. But
that's
honestly, in my head, I thought Friday. I don't know why I got so excited. I was like,
just fast forward us.
Fast forward to Friday. Look,
that would be
here's
awesome.
the thing, though. From Monday to Friday, Brandon, we're going to have rain chances every single day.
That's exactly right. Rain chances every single day this week. And it won't rain all day, every day. But again, we are going to be tracking the chance for showers and storms each afternoon and evening. Live look for America's home for racing, Charlotte Motor Speedway. Man, if you're a NASCAR fan like me, I missed it this weekend. It was rough trying to find something else to watch. I tuned in a little bit of the Rocket Classic, but again, it was tough not having some NASCAR on this weekend. It'll be in Iowa coming up later this weekend. Active weather pattern, that is the weather story for this week. We've got temperatures in the mid-70s this morning. I've got 73 in Charlotte, 75 in Rock Hill, 74 in Laketon, and 60s in the mountains. Again, it's warm and it's very muggy out there. Dew points in the 70s right now. So again, we're going to be dealing with that moisture-packed atmosphere as we go throughout this week. Now, high temperatures are in the mid-80s, but it's going to be a slow crawl to get there. I expect temperatures to probably still be in the 70s through at least about 11 o'clock this morning, and then we'll get into the low to mid-80s this afternoon with those mid-70s in the mountains. Big reason why is we've got this cloud layer that is going to hold on tough through the morning. We had that fog this morning, and now it's lifting into a low-stress cloud layer that's going to hold tough through at least the morning. We'll see more sunshine this afternoon. Very hit or miss storm chances in the Charlotte area. And then as you're getting up towards the mountains, that's where the better chance of storms will be up in the high country as we get later into the afternoon and also towards the evening. Radar right now is dry. We do have a little bit of fog still lingering over the area. This front not really bringing much rain this morning, but again, those storm chances will increase a little bit for the afternoon. More of the denser fog is concentrated over Mecklenburg County, Gastonia, as you're getting over towards Lincoln County and Cleveland County. But again, I am expecting that fog to gradually lift as we get through the morning. And not only will that increase visibility, but also give us more of a chance of that sun peeking out here as we get through the rest of today. The active weather pattern, that is the top weather story. We'll discuss just how long this activity of rain will last, plus the flash flood threat. It's possible each day this week. We'll talk about where the highest threat is and why that threat's only isolated, not widespread, in just a bit, guys.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Taking a look right now at your pinpoint traffic, things looking really good here in the 9 a.m. hour. There's a lot of blips on the screen, but nothing really holding up traffic this morning. Let's take it to McAdenville. This is really only the slow spot that we're seeing so far, but not even that bad considering what time it is and how slow it can get during rush hour. 77 at Westinghouse. Carowinds off in the background. Things look good there. Independence inbound. Things are A-OK, so we'll keep traffic brief for you here at this 9 o'clock hit. If something major happens, we'll be sure to let you know on air or on our website, qcnews.com. Well, breaking this hour, crews are on scene of a house fire in North Charlotte. It broke out just before 9 on Remington Street, which is just off of Beatties Ford Road. Charlotte Fire says smoke and flames were showing on arrival. Still no word yet on the cause or any injuries. We do have a crew heading that way, so we'll bring the latest once we learn more. Fort Mill students back in the classroom. The first day of school now in full swing.
That's right. Campuses near the controversial Silfab solar manufacturing plant will be a little bit quieter as the facility shut down its operations for a week.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisill is live at the brand new Flint Hill Middle School to explain why. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning. That's right. Some of those employees for the Silfab manufacturing facility will not be messing with the buses here during this first week, or at least for a little while, as Silfab Solar officials say that starting this Wednesday, they'll be closing down their operations just for facility upgrades. They say it has nothing to do with the renewed request from the Fort Mill School District that they limit operations to light industrial zoning, or from the York County Council's recent actions and where they were talking with some legal advisors about the possible actions that they may be taking with the site. Now, for some Fort Mill families, they say that the confusion, the back and forth, the worry of the proximity to the school to the facility is hanging over their heads. But for many, and especially those that we saw here in line, they're really focusing on what they can control and the excitement of getting back to school. We got up with a few teachers on Friday as they were putting some of their finishing touches on classrooms in their brand new building. And veteran teachers say they love the opportunity they've got to help set the standards and establish a school culture at a new building.
Tell your kids, take advantage of all the opportunities, not just going to class, but look for the clubs, look for the athletics, all the different things that the schools offer that can make that school experience even more fun.
I did put the retake policy in there.
Learners in Rock Hill and Clover will be back at the classroom. York School District 1, Chester County, and Lancaster County all holding their first day of class as well this morning. Now, we had a chance just popped outside after getting a little small tour of the inside of the school. And when we say that it is a brand new building, everybody's learning the way around. Everybody's trying to get to the right class at the right time. They say as much patience as the teachers are having for the students as they figure out, asking for drivers to have that kind of patience for school bus drivers on the road and new parents trying to get to these new schools. They say should have all transportation ironed out there by the end of the first week. Reporting live in Fort Mill, Savannah Rudisill, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Some more breaking news at this hour. Police in Gastonia say they have now identified the person who started a fire inside the Dollar Tree store on South York Road. Detectives say the suspect is a 14-year-old. Due to their age, the teen's name is not being released. Police also released surveillance video of the suspect running out of the store and employees evacuating. The fire did cause extensive damage to the store. Thankfully, though, no one was hurt. A 22-year-old woman accused of shooting and killing a teen girl in Rock Hill has been denied bond. This happened just before 4 a.m. Saturday in Rock Hill along Horseman Drive. When officers arrived, they found 18-year-old Aaliyah White on a back patio of a home with a gunshot wound. She died at the scene. Detectives then arrested Jamoria McClinton at a relative's home. She's charged with murder. Police didn't say what led up to the shooting or whether there was a prior connection between the two women.
Aaliyah was deeply loved by her family and friends and was described as someone that's loving and caring. Unfortunately, this senseless act resulted in the loss of a young lady that had a very bright future.
McClinton will remain behind bars until at least October 2nd, which is her next scheduled court date.
The former co-owner of Sycamore Brewing is scheduled to make a court appearance today. Justin Brigham is facing more than a dozen felony charges, accused of breaking into a home in Stanley County to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. He's scheduled for a disposition hearing. A judge is expected to set a trial date and hear if any plea deals have been worked out. It's unclear if Brigham will appear in court or be represented by his attorney. The 44-year-old is currently in the Stanley County Detention Center on an $11 million bond. A man is accused of committing an East Charlotte murder just hours after posting bond. According to records, David Simpson has a long history of violent crime. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell found out this is not the first time he's been charged with the killing.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a dispute over a parking spot at this apartment complex in East Charlotte led to 29-year-old David Michael Simpson being back in jail for murder less than 2 hours after posting bond. Court records show that on Monday, Simpson had been arrested for failing to appear in court for a July 2024 charge, where Simpson was accused of having a weapon while in prison. Simpson posted a $10,000 bond on Tuesday night and was released from the Mecklenburg County Jail shortly after midnight. He then returned home to his girlfriend at the Country Club Apartments off Eastway Drive. Court records show that Simpson's girlfriend had been in an ongoing dispute with neighbors over a parking spot in front of the couple's unit. The officers had already been called out to the complex twice on Tuesday night to resolve a fight over that parking spot. Police say just before 2 a.m. Wednesday morning, Simpson, who was fresh out of jail, later saw those same neighbors outside and shot the two of them while they were walking inside their own apartment, killing Gilberto Gomez Ruiz and injuring the person with him. Police said nearby surveillance video shows that Simpson ambushed the two neighbors from behind. A few hours later, Simpson was right back here at the Mecklenburg County Jail, charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, and a felon in possession of a firearm. But this time, he's being held without bond. This isn't Simpson's first run-in with the law. He's been arrested at least 8 times since 2023. And at the age of 17, he was charged with first-degree murder, but later accepted a lesser charge of voluntary murder in 2015. Even though Simpson is a convicted felon, it appears that an arrest for failing to appear in court does not fall under IRENA's law, which attempts to keep North Carolina violent offenders from being released on bond before trial. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Time is 9:10. Families in Iredell County can once again enjoy a summertime favorite thanks to some easing water restrictions. Last week, the Troutman ESC Park splash pad opened for the first time since summer began. State environmental quality officials say recent rainfall has made a dent in the water deficit, moving several parts of the state into a stage 1 drought status, including in Iredell. Friday, Troutman Town officials announced mandatory water restrictions are also no longer in effect.
I'm really excited that it's finally back open. It's just been so hot, so it's nice to have somewhere to cool off. We've really just been kind of staying out of, any, again, like the big water places, trying to just be cautious, like not washing our cars, those sorts of things.
Governor Josh Stein and environmental leaders are still asking neighbors to be mindful of their water usage, saying drought conditions are not quite where they need to be just yet. But we do have some rain on the way as we bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson, and it's not going to be, a washout this week by any chance, but we need to maybe have our umbrella on us now and again.
Yeah, pretty much every day this week you want to have at least the umbrella or rain gear handy just in case you encounter one of those tropical afternoon and evening downpours. And again, we'll be tracking that each day this week. The chance for isolated storms today, more scattered tomorrow, meaning a little bit more widespread. And I even think Wednesday and Thursday storm chances will be more widespread than what we're going to experience today. You can see rainfall totals over the weekend. Again, very similar to what we experienced over the weekend. Notice there's your hot spots. Some areas received a lot more rain than others. I mean, York and Chester County, there was 3 inches of rain, 5 inches of rain in the mountains. And then a really disaster situation earlier this weekend over towards Mount Airy and Pilot Mountain. Man, they received just a biblical amount of rainfall there and had a lot of issues in Surrey and Stokes County. So we can see some localized flash flooding. I don't think we'll see that magnitude, but again, due to those repeated downpours, you can get that chance for flash flooding. Coming up in just a bit, we'll time out more storms for you. Coming up, Make.
Thanks, Brandon. All right, we know commercial space activity is surging. Well, the Trump administration is working to reestablish America's dominance in space. It wants to fast-track space launch licensing by getting rid of what it calls, quote, unnecessary environmental laws, end quote. I'm May K. Beeler. Coming up, is it a good idea? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Well, America won the first space race, but will red tape keep it from winning the next one?
Yeah, not if a new initiative under the Federal Aviation Administration can help it. Chief Transportation Correspondent, pilot Mackay Beeler, joining us with more on this. Mackay, what's going on here?
Yeah, commercial space activity, it is surging, and this is a good thing because the government wants it to get better and better. They say they're going to do everything possible to support this sector. So to help make it happen, the FAA may get the green light to fast-track space launch licensing. So the U.S. Department Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy just announced the removal of barriers for rocket launches. Barriers officials describe as, quote, unnecessary environmental laws, end quote, that have been bogging things down. So it's part of an effort to streamline commercial space licensing, removing barriers for companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin. So the initiative includes a proposed rule that follows a 2025 executive order that enables competition in the commercial space industry. It instructs Duffy to eliminate or expedite environmental reviews for space launch licenses and permits, but is it a good idea?
All right, Mackay, so what are we talking about here? What specifically does this mean?
Talking about some waivers. So specifically, the FAA would be able to waive certain regulations from federal laws for certain licenses. We're talking about some requirements under the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, the Clear Air Act, and more, possibly may be waived. Yet with the waivers and the elimination of red tape, the government says the proposed rule would not impact requirements protecting public health and safety, property, national or foreign policy interests. And according to the Department of Transportation, the FAA has authorized more commercial space operations in the past 5 years than in the previous 3 decades. This proposed law will supercharge commercial space activity. And in this way, Duffy says President Trump has charged the U.S. Department of Transportation with unlocking the final frontier and reestablishing the United States' dominance in space.
Okay, Mackay, so when will this all take effect?
No effective set date.
Okay.
Yet, because it's a proposed rule. So when you have rules like this, you have to have a 30-day feedback period for the public to review it. Then, we want your comments, and the FAA is going to review those comments before deciding when and whether to issue the final rule. So it just happened a couple days ago. So you have probably about 27 days to comment.
Okay. All right. Mackay, good stuff. Thank you.
All right, coming up on 9:19, let's get back over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on your Monday morning. Brandon, explain what we got going on here and how this low pressure system might impact what we see.
Yeah, essentially we just have a stalled area of low pressure that's just kind of hanging out to our west. We call it a cutoff low. It gets cut off from the main flow and it just swings around. And the problem is with these areas of low pressures is models don't do a very good job predicting where they'll go. They're kind of unpredictable. They're just kind of meandering by themselves. So that will be pulling moisture our way as we go through this week. And as it does, that's going to keep storm chances in the forecast each day this week, at least daily scattered storm chances. Here's a look at radar this morning. Things are dry this morning. We don't have to worry about any storms as you're headed out the door. But as we head towards the afternoon, that's when we'll start seeing those hit or miss storms popping up along and southeast of I-85. Better storm chance will be up in the mountains this afternoon, evening. I actually think most of the Charlotte area will stay dry, not like what we saw over the weekend where we had rounds of showers and storms, especially through the day yesterday. Now, as we go into tomorrow morning, spotty shower possibility, sure, but most of us are dry. It's not until the afternoon where I actually expect storm covers to be a little bit higher tomorrow afternoon, meaning you have a better chance of getting wet tomorrow versus today for the mountains and the Charlotte area. There's just going to be enough energy in the atmosphere for that. Wednesday, more of the same, scattered showers and storms during the afternoon. We dry out Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon, more scattered showers and storms. So again, these will always be hit or miss. Some areas might stay dry one day, and then the next day you're the one getting the deluge of rain. Now, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall, that's likely this week for much of the area, but there could be some locally higher amounts, and that's why flash flooding, there's a localized threat for that. Very low-end threat. We're only going to see isolated issues when it comes down to flash flooding this week, but definitely want to pay attention to the forecasts throughout the week, especially your Pinpoint Weather app. It'll let you know if you're getting too much rain with some of those flash flood warnings and flood advisories that might get issued. Low pollen levels, mold will be the big story this week in that department. Tropical outlook, things are staying tame. No tropical systems expected over the next 7 days. Your temperatures are in the 80s throughout this week. We'll have some storms throughout the day tomorrow, possibly for the Charlotte FC game tomorrow night. Same can be said for Friday night. Warm and muggy with daily scattered storms. You're watching Queen City News Now. It's the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. A major airline has changed its flight cancellation and refund policy, potentially making it more restrictive for flyers. American Airlines put a new policy requiring customers to buy a ticket at least 7 days prior to departure in order to qualify for a refund. The previous policy allowed those who purchased a ticket at least 2 days prior to departure to request a refund within 24 hours. In the past, the Transportation Department has required refunds for canceled within 24 hours of booking for flights, departing at least a week later. Other carriers such as JetBlue, Southwest, and United Airlines have similar 7-day restrictions. A historic student loan settlement could wipe out debt for more than 450,000 borrowers. Plaintiffs said their schools made false promises about future salaries, job opportunities, credit transfers, and career prospects. A $23 billion case is played out across 3 presidential terms. The advocacy group, which brought the lawsuit forward in 2019, says dozens of schools were implicated for significant institutional misconduct. Many of those schools are now closed down.
The city of Clemson is buzzing, but not the way you may think. City leaders are now issuing beekeeping permits, giving residents a way to legally keep backyard hives. In 2017, the city started letting people apply for the free permits because of community interest. To get approved, there are some rules that residents have to follow.
I think it's 25 feet or so from the property line that the hive has to be. It has to have a clean water source. We actually, if you're a certain distance from the property line with your hive, we require a barrier that basically creates a fence so the bees go up.
Officials say responsible beekeeping benefits not only the beekeeper, but the community as a whole. Fishing closures are becoming more common across the country as rising temperatures create some lethal conditions for fish. Trout need cool water to survive, but warm weather heats up rivers and streams, and it can create an unsafe environment for those freshwater fish. Wildlife officials have banned fishing during specific hours in order to help. The Rocky Mountains have experienced a harsh, dry winter, which has left many of its waterways depleted.
All right, we got some breaking news this morning. U.S. Soccer men's national team coach Mauricio Pochettino, they have agreed to a new contract through 2030 and the next World Cup. Pochettino joined the team in 2024, focusing on preparing for this year's World Cup. As part of the deal, he and his coaching staff will advise and support U.S. Soccer on the broader development of the full national team pathway, including youth soccer, coaching education, and professional league collaboration. Pochettino already holds a U.S. record for most tournament wins by a head coach. Glad to hear that the head man is staying. All right, let's take you now to New York City. We're talking Wall Street opening numbers with Jane King right around the corner.
right, coming up on 9:30, happy Monday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harbor off all week.
I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson for 10 Fate this morning. We're tracking the, an active weather pattern, daily scattered shower and storm chances. It won't rain all day, every single day, but there's at least going to be that chance for storms around. And the big story for me, honestly, is just how muggy it's going to be this week.
Oh, yeah, you could feel it as soon as you stepped out this morning, like, oh, yep.
Yeah, air you can wear. It's going to be with us all week long.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very muggy week. And all that moisture, that's what's going to also help in aiding creating those thunderstorm chances here as we go through the week. Live look from uptown, man, it does not look great outside. We've got a lot of clouds overhead. Again, we had some of that fog earlier this morning, and that's lifted into a low stratus cloud layer. And it's going to hang tough with us throughout much of the day today. Here's a look at your new week headlines. Active stretch of weather this week. There's a daily chance for scattered showers and storms, and those storms could produce some localized flash flooding. We saw it over the weekend. We saw it up in Boone last night. There was even some water rescues reported in Watauga County last night due to some of the high water issues they were having in that area. Luckily, everybody's okay, but again, it just shows that anytime you get these repeated downpours over and over again, it can produce the chance for flash flooding. Here's a look at the frontal boundary draped over the area this morning. Again, we're essentially going to have a stalled boundary or stalled area of low pressure this week, and now continue to produce the chance for showers and thunderstorms. Here's a look at radar this morning. You can see things are pretty tame this morning. Temperatures in the mid-70s right now, just warm and muggy out there with a lot of clouds overhead, with 60s in the mountains. But look at your dew points, man. Muggy air all week long in the 70s. High temperatures in the mid-80s this afternoon with mid-70s in the mountains. So radar, again, you're going to see the clouds holding tough through the day, but Futurecast does show those isolated storm chances as we get into the afternoon and evening. Coming up in just a bit, we'll time out some more storm chances for the rest of the week and also talk about when the wettest day of this week will likely be. Coming up in just a little bit, guys.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Spider-Man Brand New Day enters the summer movie season with a big weekend.
That's right, and oil is down 5% as Middle East tensions ease up a bit.
Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, stocks are higher and oil lower to begin this new month.
Right. The Dow is up 620 points. So really big gains there. Oil down $4 to $5 a barrel. And all this as President Trump did not attack Iran over the weekend. Talked about perhaps peace talks later today. The Strait of Hormuz may open. We have heard this many times before, but the market continues to have some reactions to this news. So we're talking about it.
Jane, we're also talking about a potential big deal brewing in the pharmaceutical industry.
So the Financial Times reports that AstraZeneca is in talks to merge with Bristol Myers Squibb. So if true, this would be a $400 billion deal, and it would create the world's fourth largest drug maker. Now, together, the companies could be thinking they could do more research and drug development, particularly in cancer and immunology, which is the strength of both of them.
And Jane, Disney and Sony have to be happy with Spider-Man's opening weekend, I'd say.
Oh, it's huge. So Brand New Day soared to $927 million worldwide. That is second only to Avengers Endgame opening weekend. And the movie's viewership skewed young and male. So 36% of the audience was 18 to 24, while 61% of the crowd were men. So my daughter bought tickets opening night. She was there.
Ooh. I mean, good for her. I still haven't seen it yet. I'm looking forward to it. And then the new Avengers movie.
This winter, yep.
The Marvel is back.
There's so many movies to catch up on.
So much. So many.
All right, Jane, thank you so much. We will see you dark and early tomorrow morning.
Well, it seems like just about everything costs more these days, including simply just spending time with friends.
It's hard to walk out the door and not spend $100.
Right.
A growing number of economists and social researchers say rising prices are making it harder for people to enjoy what are known as third places.
All right, let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. Taylor, can you explain exactly what third places are? I guess that has nothing to do with like the Ricky Bobby, not first or last. Why are they becoming harder to find? What's the third place?
Yeah, so a third place is somewhere where people can hang out that's outside of their job, outside of their home or school if you're younger. So think places like coffee shops, movie theaters, neighborhood bars or restaurants. So the concern is not that these places are suddenly disappearing. It's that they're becoming less accessible for people because it's becoming so expensive just to simply be there. And I think, whether it's just the a cup of coffee that has risen. I mean, I've looked up the average. A cup of coffee is now $4 to $6. The average movie ticket is now $16. If you're getting dinner with friends, you're spending at least $25. So many people, these casual outings have become something that you have to either budget for or save up for, especially if you want to hang out with friends maybe multiple times a month.
Yeah, and you might only be able to do it maybe not even a couple times a month. So where are people spending their time instead?
So they are choosing to spend their time at home. We have seen a rise of people hosting dinners, maybe movie nights, craft nights, book clubs are big. I'm in a couple book clubs now. Researchers say it's not necessarily that people prefer to stay at home. Again, it's just a lot cheaper to have your friends meet you at your house or go to your friend's house. Maybe you all bring something to eat. No one's paying for everyone's dinner. And many people, especially younger, just feel that this is kind of maybe their only option.
Hey, I understand it. What does this mean beyond just where we spend our time out?
Yeah, I mean, third places are where people build community. And if they feel like they can't afford to go there anymore, they could be missing out on connection. It could create isolation. And I think that businesses are also kind of adapting to this as well. If you just think of some major coffee chains, I mean, they are prioritizing the drive-through line or mobile orders. But I do think that we can end on a positive note because I think there's some encouraging signs locally because Charlotte and surrounding communities have been really investing in these third places. I mean, just think of Camp North End. This is an area that prioritizes local art and murals and green spaces that people can just hang out in, not necessarily feel like they have to spend money. You also have the rail trail in South End that you can go out and meet your friends for a walk. And then you have like the Charlotte Farmers Market. These are places that I think are the city and local communities are actually investing in that infrastructure to be able to have people come out and enjoy time together without spending that $100.
You can go brew your coffee at home, take it with you, and have your coffee and walk on the rail trail or sit in the park. There are ways around it, but it's important to still have that connection and a place to do it.
It is, and it's interesting how people are responding to this because people want to hang out with each other, right? Outside of work, outside of school. They're just now doing it at home. But I think with this increase in investment into third spaces, third places, maybe people will be eventually able to go out more often without having to spend so much money.
Yeah.
So hope.
That's
all right.
cool.
Taylor, thank you. Well, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says he's made a deal with 2 Republican senators, including Thom Tillis, planning to vote against him to become the Attorney General. The opposition led the Senate Judiciary Committee to actually postpone a vote last week. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot has more on how those senators got to yes.
A spokesperson for Senator John Cornyn said the senator made an agreement with the Department of Justice to ease some of his concerns. The holdup was over a settlement of a $10 billion IRS lawsuit with President Donald Trump.
Are you confident you'll be confirmed?
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says productive engagement led to an agreement with Senate Republicans. He's President Donald Trump's nominee to be the Senate-confirmed Attorney General.
We have a man named Todd Blanche. He's outstanding in every way.
But 2 Republican holdouts, Senators Thom Tillis and John Cornyn, opposed his nomination last week. That would have been enough to block Blanche's nomination in the Senate Judiciary Committee. Cornyn and Tillis said they wanted changes to a settlement between President Trump and the Department of Justice. It would have given the president and members of his family broad immunity from tax audits and created a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate people unfairly prosecuted. President Trump says the settlement had support.
A lot of big supporters of Trump like it.
But after pushback from the Senate, Blanche said this.
The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Senator Cornyn said he wanted that in writing because the settlement was in writing.
We want to make sure that it remains dead.
We just want to end the fund.
Late Sunday night, Blanche tweeted a document that said this order establishes beyond any doubt that there is no fund, and another document that says the immunity from tax audits for President Trump only applies retroactively. And the Senate Judiciary Committee is expected tomorrow morning to vote again on this nomination. Of course, the committee had to postpone the vote last week because of the opposition from Senators Tillis and Cornyn. Vinay Simlot, News Nation, Washington.
Early voting is set to start this Wednesday for the special GOP primary election in South Carolina. Registered voters can cast their ballot Wednesday through Friday from 8:30 in the morning till 5 at night. There's a runoff scheduled for August 25th if needed. The special election comes after U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away last month. His sister Darlene Graham is currently serving out the rest of his term. She's also running in the primary. Now we're a little more than a week away from the official election day in South Carolina. 9 candidates in total have been declared eligible for that special election looking to fill Graham's seat. That does include Congressman Russell Fry, who sat down with chief political correspondent Andy Weber.
I think so many campaigns across the country are discussing affordability. Would you say deregulation is the best way to fix that? How do we address that affordability issue that everyone is discussing?
Well, I think people look most easily at the cost of their power bills and electric bills and how much it costs to put gas in their car. Having American energy independence, producing more, is a good thing. It allows the market to have a sustainable price of gas. This is a very healthy thing, but we don't generate power in this country either right now. It is so hard to put up a power plant, natural gas, nuclear. And why is that? We've had some great, hearings on Capitol Hill on the culprit of that. And the culprit really is the red tape.
It's a crowded conservative field competing in this primary. I think I've seen multiple candidates, at least they've told me, they're not career politicians. So how would you distinguish yourself from the other candidates in this race?
Look, I'm 41 years old. I have a young family. I have been an ally of President Trump since I've been elected, not just voting the right way, but delivering conservative results. I think people expect that. They want a fighter in Washington, D.C. They want somebody who understands the plight of the middle class and who is trying to navigate and make life more affordable for our families. We've done that. We've delivered on that. We don't just talk the talk. We walk the walk. We pass legislation. We focus on things that for South Carolina and resources that could be made available here. We bring that back home to our state because it's important. It's important work that we do.
Well, Queen City News and our parent company Nexstar are hosting a debate featuring the candidates in the South Carolina special primary. Tomorrow night, 4 of the 5 who meet Nexstar's debate criteria will be on stage in Mount Pleasant. That includes Congressman Ralph Norman and Russell Fry, former Governor Mark Sanford, and businessman Mark Lynch. Interim Senator Darlene Graham unable to attend. The debate will be at 7 tomorrow night. You can watch it right here on Queen City News.
Well, it is officially game week for the Carolina Panthers. They're heading to Canton, Ohio for the first preseason game of the year. We're being joined by our Carolina Sports Live crew to discuss what we can expect to see from the black and blue. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Football also back. Black and Blue kicking off their preseason play this week.
That's right. So what are the Panthers doing to get ready for the big day?
Of course, the man with all the answers, Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald joining us from outside of Bank of America near training camp. Gabe, what do we have to look out for?
Yeah, guys, a lot of guys that are making their way back into the lineup. Just saw tight end Mitchell Evans, walk into the practice facility. He's in full pads and uniform, ready to go. He missed a little bit of time with an ankle injury. The big news, the Panthers announcing about a half hour ago, the defensive tackle Bobby Brown III is activated off the non-football injury list, was dealing with a hamstring injury during offseason workouts. He is now back, which really helped give this interior defensive line a lot of depth. And when you think about all the young guys that are coming up, about to get reps in the preseason games, and of course having veterans like Bobby Brown and Derek Brown as well. And staying on that front seven on that defensive side of the ball, it did take a hit on day one with the unfortunate injury to Nick Scordon. We know he is lost for the year, but alongside him, Princely Umanmielen, drafted in the third round right after him last year. They built a really good relationship and still have, very solid rapport. And Nick and Princely have been communicating a lot. That's what we've been able to learn over the course of the last couple of weeks since Nick went down. And Princely really has a big preseason ahead of him when you think about being able to take that next step and being a more complete pass rusher. The Panthers, of course, went out and paid Jalen Phillips $120 million. You got Pat Jones back from injury, but Princely, one of those young guys that definitely is going to look to take that next step, and this is just another week to doing so, and Dave Canales really likes what he's seen so far out of the second-year outside linebacker.
Honestly, Princely, since the beginning of camp, has really been one of our guys on defense chasing the ball all over the field, and this is really cool to watch him and Nick come in at the same time, and we know how Nick plays, and with this just relentless effort, and Princely has been that guy. He's chasing everything down. He's working on his craft. He's continuing to push himself in different rush packages, and he's a guy that I'm really excited to see where he goes.
And that high motor is very important when you think about a position that's all about getting after the quarterback and trying to set that edge on the defensive side of the ball. Panthers are in full pads again today, so we expect to see a lot of high-intensity work when you think about this being their first game week of the preseason, getting ready to take on the Cardinals on Thursday in Canton. Likely to see some one-on-one drills, probably some red zone and some goal line. Definitely want to get as many of those situational periods in as you can so they can replicate what they'll see on Thursday night up there in Canton. Practice is about to get started here in about 10 minutes or so, around 10 o'clock, and of course, we'll have everything coming up throughout the afternoon and tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live. But for now, reporting at the Panthers practice facility, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Gabe, I do have a question for you, brother. For this Panthers team, obviously fresh off a division win, is there a different swagger around the team, a different confidence, and especially with number 9, does he have a different confidence and swagger heading into this season?
Honestly, man, it's really something that we've been able to see, Julian, when you think about, just over the course of the past several weeks, even going back into the summer. Dave Canales has always said that Bryce has a certain demeanor about him, and now being in that third year in the system, you have that continuity because we know his rookie year, definitely a year that nobody anticipated. Of course, it had its, ups and downs, mainly a lot of downs. We all know what happened in 2023, but since then, obviously, it's been steady growth when you think about what Bryce has been able to do with the continuity in the offense, but really just commanding this team. So I think you're seeing that out of him, but, the guys really feed off that as well. They see a guy that truly, he was the number 1 pick and a Heisman Trophy winner for a reason. That's something that a lot of these guys have emphasized. Now it's just seeing what we saw at the end of 2024, what we saw in glimpses last year, now putting together a full body of work for 17 games and beyond to see truly prove that he's the quarterback of the future, especially going into a big contract year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We love to see that swagger. We love to see that confidence right out of the gate before the games even start. So, Gabe, thanks for that. We'll check in with you throughout the week from camp.
That's right. All right. 9:48 the time. Staying with news related to Bank of America Stadium and the Tappers. The Leagues Cup starts tomorrow. It'll be all 18 Liga MX teams and 18 clubs from MLS. 54 matches over the next week and a half. Clubs will be divided into Eastern and Western regions, split into tiers based on their team ranking. The Crowns sitting 12th in Leagues Cup ranking. They'll start off cup play against Pumas tomorrow at 8. And as we turn things over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson, you have our Cup forecast for us. I know you can't forecast the win or loss, but weather, how we looking?
Yeah, definitely a chance for storms tomorrow night for the game. I will say, as we get the sun to set around 8 or so tomorrow, that should allow storm chances to decrease as the game goes on. But definitely have the poncho handy if you're headed out to the bank tomorrow. You'll definitely need the poncho for that. I'm also going to talk about your Canton, Ohio forecast here momentarily. First, let's stay local with you. Radar, you can see things are dry this morning. We did have a little bit of mist this morning, some patchy fog, which is kind of lifting into now a stratus cloud layer. So I do expect a little bit more sun this afternoon. This is going to be a little bit till we get there. Hit or miss storms today. The storm chance is very isolated. I think most of us stay dry today. With the exception of the mountains, storms will be a little bit more widespread there in the high country. Tomorrow morning starts mainly dry, and then as we go into the afternoon, notice we get more storms tomorrow. I expect storms to be a little bit more widespread, still hit or miss, but more storms out there across the Charlotte area. And then as we go into Wednesday morning, we're dry. More of the same for Wednesday afternoon. Pop-up showers and storms Wednesday afternoon and evening. Wednesday night and the Thursday morning, we dry out. Thursday afternoon, rinse and repeat. So it's a very muggy atmosphere, and it will produce those daily chances for scattered showers and storms. I've got 1 to 2 inches of rain this week for your forecast. We can see locally higher amounts, especially in areas where we get training thunderstorms, storms that move over the same areas over and over again. 60s this morning in the mountains. I've got 74 right now in Charlotte, 77 Wadesboro, mid-80s this afternoon with mid-70s in the high country. Again, it's going to be a slow warm-up today due to all the clouds. Tonight, upper 60s, low 70s, low 60s in the high country. Tomorrow's highs might be a little bit cooler because of more storms around. I've got low to mid-80s and mid-70s. So despite cooler temperatures, it'll still be pretty muggy. If you're headed up to Canton, Ohio to watch Luke Kuechly get fully inducted into the Hall of Fame on Thursday night, and also the Cardinals and Panthers will be squaring up at 8 o'clock Thursday night there in Canton, Ohio for the Hall of Fame game. 70s with scattered storm chances likely. Mountain forecast showing 70s. It'll be cool, but it's also going to be very muggy and stormy up in the high country. We'll see occasional storms here in the Charlotte area too. Scattered daily storm chances each afternoon and evening. You're watching Queen City News now. The most iron, the most local news in Charlotte will return right after this short break. Well, let's look at your 7-day forecast. Show those daily scattered thunderstorm chances. Again, it's going to be warm and muggy this week, too. So even though temperatures are going to be cooler than normal, it'll still feel a little uncomfortable. And we'll have to dodge those storm chances each day this week. I mentioned that Charlotte FC game tomorrow night. Probably some storm chances early on before tapering off. And then again, Friday night possibly for Charlotte FC. We'll have to watch Canton, Ohio, too.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, so obviously it's got rain in the forecast. It's a good time to be inside and play board games, and that leads to the question, should you let kids beat you at board games? It's a question circling online. The argument for letting them win is that it boosts their self-esteem. The argument against it is that it teaches them resilience. Some say when you protect a kid from losing, it sets unrealistic expectations for the real world. Others argue learning to lose gracefully at home is better than having a meltdown amongst your peers and then deciding that they don't want to play with a kid. Annie, you are the only one who has a child out of the three of us.
Yeah.
What do you think? Evan is the director. He's saying no.
I'm not letting.
No mercy.
I'm not letting her win.
No.
No, I think obviously when they're little, but you have to play games that match their age, right? Like you can't play a 5-year-old with something that's meant for like teenagers and adults, or like a trivia game.
You can't play
right?
Monopoly with your 5.
With a 5-year-old, no. Get the 5-year-old version for them. Play Candyland, shoot some ladders.
There
but I agree. You don't want to be that kid that the other kids don't want to play with because you lose your mind every time you lose.
No. Here's what you got to do. You got to lose the first game really bad, then you got to hustle your kid, and then lay the smackdown game too, because that's how the real world is. You got to question everything.
It's like Mario Kart, like all the videos of people just like absolutely schooling their kids or nieces and nephews in Mario Kart. Like no mercy. I'm throwing shells at you. I'm leaving all the bananas. Like no mercy. No, we're not competitive at all.
Let's head over to Liza Mahacek, standing by with more on Positively Charlotte. Liza, would you let a kid win? Or are you saying no mercy?
I would let the kid win. I would.
Oh.
But
Of course, you're so nice.
So nice. I would let someone else's kid win. I'm not letting, I think my kids, when I have kids, it's going to be a balance. I think we're going to go back and forth. I'm going to beat them for one. I'm going to let them win for the other. But if it's somebody else's kid, I will let them win.
That's
I don't
fair.
want to deal with the crying.
That's very nice of you.
I understand. Okay. I get that. Liza, what do we have coming up on PC?
Well, we're celebrating someone's 34th birthday. Mama Ricotta's has been around here in Charlotte for 34 years, which really is quite a big accomplishment, especially given, our Charlotte food scene moves so quickly. So they're coming in and they're going to teach us how to make some mozzarella.
Ooh,
very excited.
That sounds good. I'm getting chicken parm from them tonight. All right.
Monday.
9:57. 2 minutes left. We'll see you dark early tomorrow morning at 4.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Coming up on Today on Positively Charlotte, an organization fighting for the future of our young generation. How Isaiah 117 House is giving kids a warm and safe place to call home. And it's Pride Month here in the Queen City. We tell you about some of the different gatherings that you can attend. Thanks so much for joining us on your Monday here on Positively Charlotte. I'm Liza Mahacek. Our Alicia Quarles is out on some well-deserved PTO, so she will be back in a week, but we're holding it down here, bringing you all the positivity here in the Queen City for this week. And as always, we love to let you know what we got up to on this weekend. And oh boy, there were so many things keeping us busy this weekend. Of course, Hillary Duff was in the city with her concert. Tame Impala was performing here with a big concert, also paired up with Joe, which is Joe Keery, his band. So very fun. So many things that people were getting up to this weekend. But I had some friends visiting me this weekend, and we got a whole tour of the city. We went to Darby Safari, so look at this. This was one of my friends. We went to a capybara encounter, and they get up close and personal with you. So, of course, we love Darby Safari here. They're always coming on the show, but so much fun to go and see these animals in person. And then also, you know, we wanted to stay outdoors. We went for a little hike on Crowder's Mountain, and so some gorgeous views up there. Then we went to Vernet Vineyards. I really recommend doing this, especially if you are going on a hike. It is gorgeous. So it's only 10 minutes away from Crowder's Mountain. You can just bebop on over there, and then you can get a flight of some different wines. They had wine slushies, all that good stuff, but it's especially nice when it's hot and you want something to cool down with. And then I took them to Fahrenheit for some gorgeous views, as well as some dinner. So we got sushi there, we got drinks and food, and then took them to Bev Proseccoria, which is over in Plaza Midwood. So, you know, of course, always fun to get a jam-packed itinerary, but especially if you have visitors coming in town, you know, these are some fun spots to bring them to because they're very specific to Charlotte, so we love it. And another thing that's very specific to Charlotte, we all know that June is National Pride Month, but here in the Queen City, we celebrate just a little bit different. Charlotte Pride is on August 15th and 16th, so if you are looking to celebrate the whole entire month long, we can actually help you out with a little guide on where you can go to party. So there's the Charlotte Pride Interfaith Service happening on August 9th at the Holy Trinity Lutheran Church, where affirming faith communities will come together, celebrating inclusion and pride. And there's also a fantasy-themed celebration called Once Upon a Twirl. That's happening August 15th in the Black Box Theater with a custom cocktail menu and more community than you can even imagine. And the crown jewels of the month for the Queen City Pride Month, the Pride Festival and the Pride Parade are going on in Uptown on the 15th and 16th respectively. So get ready for a beautiful weekend of inclusion, pride, and purpose. That's obviously not for a little while, but lots of different things happening. Of course, different events happening on those, the 15th and 16th, all throughout the community. So we'll keep our ears to the ground, let you know when even more events begin to pop up. Well, speaking of some pop culture, the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce wedding remains the biggest event that we still don't know about. And that's all by design, according to Jason Kelce. Listen to this.
I haven't seen any legitimate photos really from the wedding. Like, it's remarkable. There was 1,000 people inside Madison Square Garden, the biggest wedding probably I've ever anticipated, for sure. And there's really not a lot out there. And I think it's, you know, this was obviously an effort by Travis and Taylor to really try and make this as intimate of a moment as possible. And I know they got some backlash from Madison Square. It didn't feel like Madison Square. They did a great job of like finding an area that could be very secure. It would be someplace that, you know, they would be able to have this kind of control over it, while also feeling intimate and really special. And it was incredibly done. And as for like,
Jason Kelce says that he is used to not talking about his brother and his now super famous sister-in-law. And he says he realizes anything that he says will wind up online and become a headache for them. So this makes sense. You know, also his wife, Kylie Kelce, also says the same thing. You know, she's like, it's their business. I'm not going to be out there talking about it all the time, you know, because again, these people are family, so they, you know, they're out there trying to protect each other, and so I guess it makes sense that they're keeping this kind of on a tight leash. But it's interesting because, you know, I think everybody thought that there was going to be somehow a way that we were going to find out more details about this wedding. But given the fact that it was at Madison Square Garden, it was incredibly secure. So in a way, it makes sense. I wasn't really loving the fact that they were doing it at Madison Square Garden because it didn't feel like an intimate wedding space, but it does make sense because you can really shut it down. You have complete control of who gets in there, so it makes sense in a way. Well, recent rain is bringing drought relief across the state, and because of that, Iredell County is now easing water restrictions. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks shows us how most people are making the most of it.
That's the sound of water from the Troutman ESC Park splash pad.
I'm really excited that it's finally back open. It's just been so hot, so it's nice to have somewhere to cool off.
It's the first time it's been open this summer due to the severe drought across the state. But state environmental quality officials say recent rainfall made a dent in the deficit, moving several parts of the state into a stage 1 drought status. Iredell County was one of them.
We came out pretty quickly once we saw it was back open.
I gotcha. On Friday, Troutman town officials announced mandatory water restrictions are no longer in effect, allowing the Park and Recreation administrators to have water flowing through the splash pad again. Mackenzie Waltz says it takes a little pressure off of families now.
We've really just been kind of staying out of, you know, any, again, like the big water places, trying to just be cautious, like not washing our cars, you know, those sorts of things.
Governor Josh Stein and environmental leaders are still asking neighbors to be mindful of their water usage as the rainfall totals don't move the state out of the clear yet. Weather experts are optimistic the state could be relieved even more soon.
Once we get into the fall, we expect those typical El Nino impacts to start emerging. Usually that means a stronger jet stream and a stronger storm track to our south. That's bringing weather systems up out of the Gulf and along our coast. It's picking up lots of moisture, so these strong El Nino events usually tend to be pretty wet.
It's definitely nice having some rain, making the lake come up, making it a little bit more back to normal. It's definitely a good sign. We just keep on needing more.
In Troutman, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Well, we are getting tasty in the studio today. Mama Ricotta's is here to give us the dish on what they have been cooking up. And we're getting an inside look from District 12 from the hit movie franchise, The Hunger Games. So don't go anywhere. You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Definitely some traffic down there. Seems to be moving along a little bit slowly, but we will be right back after this short break with some more positivity. Well, sticking around in the Charlotte food scene can prove to be difficult for many restaurants, which makes a milestone like 34 years all the more impressive. Mama Ricotta's is celebrating their 34th anniversary, and here to mark the occasion with us today, we've got Chef Tom, and you are making something fresh and delicious.
Yes, we got some fresh mozzarella we're making here,
Ooh.
and I know you're a fan, so that's why we brought it. We're stretching it from scratch right here,
Wow.
so we've got it nice and pliable.
And you make this in-house?
Yeah, we
every
make
day?
this in-house every day.
Wow.
Yep. So we can make different sizes. We got a larger called an ovalini
Ooh.
right here. All right, we've got some smaller ones that we can do.
What are
These
those
are called bocconcini.
Bocconcini.
Right, because it's a mouthful.
Little mouthful.
So this would be this size right here.
Okay, so what does it take to make some good high quality mozzarella?
You got to start with good milk.
Okay.
All right, from the good milk comes great curd. We get all of our curd from Belgioioso out of Wisconsin.
Wow.
So that's the dairy heartland of the United States.
That's
So
true.
they've got a high-end curd that we love. So so we've got some great little smaller ones already formed right here.
Okay, I love
I'm going
that.
to go ahead and marinate these just a little bit.
Very nice. So at 34 years, I mean, you guys have been around, and I think that a lot of people want to know what the secret is, especially just not only in the restaurant scene, but in terms of business and making a name for yourself within the Charlotte community.
I got to be honest, our biggest thing is consistency. And that's what Frank has predicated us on, is being consistent and consistently great.
Yeah. How have you seen it grow over 34 years too? I mean, it's because you have really made a name for yourself.
It is incredible how much we've been growing it. We did a renovation in 2022, expanded, took the side next to us, and that was a big jump for us. But we've constantly been increasing year over year, which is awesome.
Man,
so
I love it. And so, we got some video out there of what it looks like inside. And so it's just so much fun to come and visit you guys because it does feel, like your family when you go in there. And so, also with those fresh ingredients, like you were mentioning, you just added on a little is that some
sea salt?
Sea salt and olive oil. Okay, what's this green sauce that we've got?
So this is a zucchini and a zucchini puree, zucchini and basil.
I'm excited. I'm going to take a little taste of this.
Go for it.
So what goes in? Is it just zucchini?
Zucchini, basil, a little smashed garlic,
Ooh.
And
that is good.
Anchovy. A little bit of anchovy.
You could just eat that with a spoon. Call it a day.
It's great.
Man.
So.
And then also I think that with this dish especially, you can see it's a lot of color too.
That's
when you
what's
come and
great.
visit you guys, it's visual as well.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, you eat with your eyes, I
Yeah.
think, and the social media, aspect of it too. With everyone's a vlogger and got their old thing, and
Exactly.
it's
all posted on social media.
Yeah, so
exactly.
every guest has a refined palate
Yeah, that's so
and point of view, right?
I know. We're all going on there making Yelp reviews. Everybody's got a thought.
100%, right?
But especially when people are coming to see you guys, of course, you have these fresh Italian dishes. But aside from, getting this fresh mozzarella, what do you recommend doing? What's a staple piece from Mama Ricotta's?
Oh, geez. Well, we have a lot of staples on our menu. Mama Ricotta's is just a collection of our greatest hits, if you will. Chicken parma is great. Penne alla vodka is great. Our chicken carciofi, which is like a chicken piccata with artichokes, which is great as well. And then we've got some great fresh basil right here that Callie brought for us.
And the basil. The basil smells so good.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You can't go wrong with this. Like, look at that. How gorgeous.
Yeah.
And it's simple, fresh ingredients.
Yeah.
We love it. Happy 34th birthday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in. We got the information right there on your screen. If you want to go celebrate with Mama Ricotta's, you can head on over to their address right there or give them a call, make a reservation. Chef Tom, thank you so much. We so appreciate you coming in, and happy 34.
Thank you so much.
Of course. It's our pleasure. Well, a Burke County landmark is slowly decaying. It was made famous by the movie The Hunger Games, but the land has history that goes back 121 years. Queen City News storyteller John Lane tells us about how some hope to save that past in Faces of the Carolinas.
Just outside the town of Hildebrand in Burke County, Henry River Mill Village may look eerily familiar to you.
They come here and there's always something to kind of talk about.
A lot of people come to explore something they've seen on the big screen.
She's a fan of the Hunger Games.
My name's Donovan, site manager, and I'm just going to take a little time with you guys, let you know what we're doing here to preserve the village.
Movie buffs know this as District 12, where the 2012 blockbuster The Hunger Games begins.
Think more Hollywood than history, because they really gutted the place out.
The Everdeens lived right here.
This was Primrose's room from the first Hunger Games movie, and the bed and the side table with the lamp on it are the only things from the production.
You're actually here, like you don't have to pinch me, this is not a dream.
It's real neat to meet people all over the world.
Site manager Donovan Harper says there's a plot twist on this property that goes beyond pop culture.
That there's a whole other sub-history and just a whole nother thing to this place.
Long before District 12 became a silver screen landmark, the Henry River Manufacturing Mill was here from 1905 until it closed in 1970. 20 homes on the property were for workers and their families.
Still a lot of people in the area that have roots to this village.
Michael Namor is the co-owner of the village, which was added to the National Register of Historic Places.
I think the history needs to be preserved, to be honest with you.
Folks who lived here knew this building as a company store. Hunger Games made it famous as Peta's Bakery. From above, you can see a hole in the roof. Inside, the structure that's tied to mill and movie history has fallen into disrepair.
It's dilapidated, it needs a lot of work.
Adam Coffey is a business partner.
So this is the ceiling where it all really started. The leaking goes to the floor, as you can see the floor, and then that's what goes down to the main floor to the basement. So this is essentially where we got to start repairing.
Ultimately, the plan is to restore some of these buildings back to their better days.
The owners hope to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Henry River Preservation Fund to stabilize the roof and save the structure. Some visitors come for the cinema backdrops, but wind up down a different rabbit hole.
They came with the intention of seeing what the Hunger Games was filmed, to be honest with you. But then when they look at the history of the property, they take a different perspective.
So this setting is where fact and fiction merge. But now there's a race against time to restore Henry River Mill Village before it's too late.
I think it'd be cool for people to be able to walk through and see and to keep history alive.
In Burke County, John Lee, Queen City News.
After the break, there's an interesting new relationship between GLP-1s and booze. See what researchers have discovered and how it can actually impact you right after the break. Here's a live look at Bank of America Stadium. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. August is National Wellness Month, a time to focus on making simple, smart choices that support a healthier lifestyle. And here with tips to inspire wellness is Dr. Yael Varnado, who is a practicing physician at Johns Hopkins and a regular TV contributor known as Dr. V. So great to have you today. So why is National Wellness Month so important?
Good morning, Liza. It's a great question. You know, I'm telling my patients this month, let's think about ways that we can be proactive, think about ways that we can incorporate making healthy decisions into our lifestyle that are going to build healthy habits long-term and for the future.
So where's a good place to start? Because I think that that's the hardest part for people.
Absolutely. Getting started, it's overwhelming. So you think, what can I do? I have an easy tip. Let's just start with our personal hygiene. And so think about this. Studies have shown that we touch our noses more than 100 times a day. So keeping them clean is important, as is washing our hands. Nose and nasal sanitizer antiseptic is an easy addition to your daily wellness routine, Liza. It helps kill 99.99% of germs. You can think of it just like hand sanitizer, but for your nose. And it's been used by more than 1,000 healthcare facilities across the U.S., and it's been safely used for more than 20 years. I love it because it comes in a bottle for home use or the Pop Swab ampules that you can use on the go. So you can find it at nosen.com or Amazon.
So are there other simple ways that we can really take care of our bodies?
Absolutely. You know, taking care of your body doesn't have to be complicated, and that's why I love Olay's Super Routine. They make it easy to refresh your summer body care with its Super Serum Body Wash and Super Serum Body Lotion. It's inspired by Olay's most awarded facial serum, and that duo is now bringing the brand's award-winning skincare technology to your shower and your post-shower routine. I love it because it has 5 visible benefits: hydration, firming, smoothing, brightening, and evening skin tone. It's absolutely a simple head-to-toe refresh for every skin type, and you can find it at major retailers nationwide.
So what's another doctor-recommended tip for our Wellness Month?
Better sleep. Better sleep means better wellness. And so if you can create a cool, comfortable sleep environment, it can make a real difference. And that's why I love Blendtec's cooling sheets. They're made with Blendtec cooling technology engineered directly into the fabric to regulate temperature and manage moisture for breathable comfort throughout the night.
Any other tips that you want to share? Because especially with Wellness Month, it's such a vast array of things that we can get into.
Absolutely. So, you know, we all know someone that's on a GLP-1, and people lose the weight, but they're worried about what to do. How can I keep that weight off? And so I recommend to my patients Metabiotics Weight Manager. It's a new postbiotic designed to protect your progress. Because most gut health products actually rely on a live bacteria, but Metabiotics uses pasteurized postbiotic form of Akkermansia muciniphilum mukti. That's the clinically studied form that supports weight maintenance. Because honestly, you know, keeping the weight off is the real win. You can use code AKM15 at shopmetabiotics.com for 15% off.
Where can we go for more information and find more tips like this?
Check out tipsontv.com.
Awesome. Dr. V, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Liza. You have a wonderful day.
You do the same. Well, do you remember the episode of The Office where Kelly ate a tapeworm so she could lose weight? Well, a weight loss joke has turned serious as a Cyclospora skinny trend fuels health warnings. Videos and jokes referencing the outbreak have spread online, with some suggesting the parasite could be used as a rapid weight loss method. Medical experts warn the infection is painful and can have dangerous consequences. They also add that most of the weight loss comes from dehydration, and weight will be regained once patients recover. Doctors emphasize that it's important for people to be mindful of where they get their health information as well. So make sure that you are being safe. But a lot of people are talking about this and making this joke. I really hope that no one is taking that seriously, because this is no joke. You do not want to be getting cyclosporiasis. That is not going to be fun. And on the topic of weight loss, a new study out of Colorado says the popular weight loss drugs GLP-1 pills could actually help keep problematic drinking at bay. Researchers at the University of Colorado Anschutz conducted a clinical trial of 50 patients who wanted to cut down on their excessive alcohol consumption. The study found that patients who took an oral semaglutide for 8 weeks greatly reduced their alcohol intake, which in turn also led to a reduction in alcohol-related harm and negative consequences. It's really astonishing, honestly, how many good things have come out about the use of GLP-1 drugs. So very interesting to hear this development as well. So, you know, added to the list of different things that it is kind of helping with. And switching gears now, once you pop, you know you can't stop. And that's especially now because Buffalo Wild Wings is bringing 3 of its most popular flavors to the snack aisle. Parent company Mars has announced a new line of Pringles inspired by the chain's wing sauces, Parmesan garlic, medium buffalo, and Asian zing. So the collection is timed to roll out just before the start of the NFL season. So they are being stocked at select stores right now with a nationwide rollout set for September. Man, that's going to be great for game day. When you're watching the games, you get to sit back and have both your Buffalo Wild Wings and your Pringles at the same time. It's fantastic. All right, well, fans of Cher are about to be happy. And no, we are not talking about the Do You Believe in Life After Love Cher. The Clueless Cher has a follow-up TV series that has been resurrected. Alicia Silverstone will return as her character Cher from the original movie from 1995. And the show will take place in modern times as Cher tackles being the mother of a daughter in high school. The project was originally attached to Peacock, but it is now getting greenlit at Paramount Plus. So we can't wait to see how that turns out. This is such a classic. It's always fun to see, which films and which little bits of culture stand the test of time, but Clueless is surely one of them. So I'm excited to see this. I think that this will bring Clueless to a whole nother generation of kids. So very fun. Well, when we come back, a social media renaissance is underway. The network that you may have forgotten about is getting back on its feet. Stick around. And you're looking live over Independence Boulevard. Not too much traffic down there. We'll be right back.
Titanic the exhibition has been docked here in the Queen City for a number of weeks now. And one of the first things that happens when you come to this experience is you are handed a passenger ticket. So today we are walking through the experience of what it would have been like to be a third-class passenger. So Today, I am Mrs. Mary Minnie. So I've got Mark here to tell us more about this, and he has all the knowledge on what these experiences were like. But we've got a kind of like mini replica, still very large to be mini. Indeed. But walk me through a little bit of the things that kind of stand out to you about this replica.
Well, this gallery is the first gallery you enter. We're in Belfast, Ireland. We're building the Titanic. The design is being done, the ship is being created in the shipyard, and this model kind of gives you a lot of insight into the ship. The boat deck where the lifeboats were, you see them here. There weren't enough lifeboats on Titanic, as we know, and a lot of them were cleared away. The designer wanted to add more boats, but the owner said, we got to have a better visual of the ocean, so those lifeboats were removed.
Man. So we're going to walk through a little bit of this experience to go to kind of these different parts of the boat where these third-class passengers were living. Where along the boat typically were they?
Boat deck, promenade deck, you were all the way down the E deck.
Wow.
So in the bow and in the stern. So it wasn't the best location, if you will, but people were so excited. Immigrants coming to the United States for the first time to be on the brand new Titanic, even though they were traveling in third class.
All right, well, let's go check out that E-deck. We've made our way down to the third-class hallway and cabin. So we're looking at kind of these bunks behind me, and you told me something that was really interesting, that 4 people are meeting for the first time, hypothetically, in this situation.
Even though there were cabins where families could travel together, there are also shared cabins, like a hostel, if you will, right? Yeah. So many times, 4 different strangers would meet each other for the first time aboard the Titanic, sometimes speaking 4 different languages, because people were coming from all around the world to go to Southampton or to Queenstown or to Cherbourg to get aboard the Titanic. A cabin like this would have been about $40 back then, about $940 now. Wow. So not inexpensive, but this was the ship of dreams, right? So folks were very excited to get aboard the Titanic. One of my favorite things is third-class passengers would say, I can smell fresh paint. Well, that's because they were painting the ship as it was leaving. So like putting together an exhibition, sometimes things are last minute, but you get ready.
Now, next where we're heading to is kind of where you see the fate of your passenger, right?
Yes. People take those boarding cards initially, I think, as a souvenir. Then they read about that passenger. Then they walk down, she would have been with her family in a hallway like this. So they connect a little bit. And at the end, there's that wall of all 2,200 names. People won't leave until they find the name of their passenger on that wall and find out their fate.
I found Minnie. Minnie made it. She survived. We love it. So talk to me a little bit about kind of this wall. I mean, you said there's how many people? 2,200?
Yeah, over 2,200 passengers and crew, over 1,000 crew on board the Titanic. So as we get to this wall towards the end of the exhibit, you see all those names. And you see them divided into classes, first, second, and third, and the crew. At the top are the folks that were lost, and in the bottom here, represented by these lifeboats, are those that were saved.
Wow, that's remarkable. We're finding out about the ties to the Carolinas with the Titanic, and one of the most interesting things is the weather station and how this is really tied into the Titanic.
Yeah, the Hatteras Weather Station received the only distress signal from the Titanic. The Titanic was frantically sending out their distress signal, but the only station on the eastern seaboard that received it was at Hatteras. And they sent it on to New York, finding it urgent. New York said, this can't be true. They sort of ignored it. They found that distress signal recently, as history goes, in the walls of the weather station when they were redoing it. So we now have historical evidence that Hatteras received the first warning, the first distress signal from the Titanic.
There are so many different ways that you can kind of come learn about the Carolinas, but also about this historic event. How long are you guys going to be here?
We're going to be here through the summer.
Amazing.
We're now open. We've spent 2.5 weeks turning this conference center into a first-class exhibition.
And how can people get tickets?
Go to our website, thetitanicexhibition.com. You can choose the day. You can choose the time that you want to come, so you won't have to wait in line. You can add the audio tour. You can add the VR experience. Looking forward to seeing folks come out.
Thank you so much, Mark. You're so informative. We really appreciate you sharing your time with us. Well, do you remember the days of friend trains, posting your daily bulletin and getting your profiles HTML just right? Well, it's not something that you have to reminisce about anymore. More than 20 years after launching, MySpace is getting a makeover.
The site never fully disappeared, but after years of ownership changes, it faded from the spotlight. So its new owners now say that they're planning a major overhaul. If you can't remember your old login, there are still ways to recover your account. So get ready to pick your top 8 friends again. I never was on MySpace, unfortunately. So I'm excited to get to experience this in its new wave. That's very exciting. I think a lot of people will be hyped about this, but I hope it's more of like an analog kind of throwback where I feel like a lot of times like TikTok, Instagram, those kinds of apps can be a bit overwhelming. So hopefully this could be like a fun one to go to that'll be a little bit less overwhelming, but also like a nice little bit of nostalgia. And in today's entertainment report, Michael Jackson is boosting Sony sales, plus a new music video from Selena Gomez and Becky G. Melvin Robert has those stories and more.
We're going to start with this. Michael, the biopic, isn't just breaking records at the box office. The music is also putting some serious coin into Sony's pockets. That's right. The film is giving Michael Jackson's catalog a big boost. Sony says music revenue climbed 22% in just 3 months. Jackson's songs from his Thriller and Bad album were among its top 10 best-selling recorded music projects. The surge comes as moviegoers and younger generations continue to discover Jackson's music. And now we've got some more music news to share. Here's a new song and music video from Selena Gomez and Becky G. This is Te Olvido.
Amor, amor, amor mío, ¿qué tienes conmigo? Que no me quieres con nadie, pero tampoco contigo. Dime si somos o no somos, de una vez te lo pido. Y así yo decido, si te quiero te olvido.
So the track was produced by Selena's husband, Benny Blanco. The song is a part of Blanco's new album, Hermoso, which is out right now. And there's a new companion album to the live-action Moana movie. It's called Moana: Voices Across the Ocean, and it features 15 songs. 14 of them are new originals. The album brought together 25 Pacific Islander artists who pulled inspiration from the spirit, themes, and influence of Disney's Moana. Dwayne Johnson sings an original on the album. It's called Your Dad.
In my heart, I knew that life would never be the same. It'd be filled with love and laughter from now and forever after. You're not alone.
Super sweet there. The album is out now, and Dwayne and his wife are executive producers on this. It also features Stan Walker, love Stan Walker, Dinah Jane from Fifth Harmony, and American Idol winner I Am Tongi. Lots of good music there. In Hollywood, everybody, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, when we return, an organization with a heart for the kids. We sit down with Isaiah 117 House to see how their mission is giving kids all over a chance. You're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It might look a little gloomy out there, but we're bringing the positivity after this short break. Thanks for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. Mecklenburg County has over 500 children who need fostering and only 80 families available. But one nonprofit is working to create a safe place for kids entering the foster care system, Isaiah 117 House. Expansion Coordinator Robin Leonard is here to tell us a little bit more about the organization this morning. So this is such important work that you guys are doing. Can you talk a little bit about the need that we're seeing with our fostering community here in Charlotte?
Absolutely. In Mecklenburg County, when a child comes into foster care, they're removed from whatever situation they're in, they're going to the DSS office. And sometimes that wait is an hour, but sometimes it's overnight. And so the kids are sleeping in the office or waiting in the office. And so the Isaiah 117 House will change all of that and give them a home to come to wait in that short term for a foster family to be found.
Wow, I mean, and also I'm sure that experience for kids is really frightening. So, yes. You know, walk me through kind of the different things that you guys do and how you're helping these kids and families.
Great. Well, we're in the awareness phase, so we don't have a house yet, but we're bringing one to the county, and we feel very excited about that. And what will happen when the house is built is instead of going to the office, all the kids that enter into care in Mecklenburg County will go to a house where warm cookies are being baked. There's clothes and supplies there for them, and if they need to spend the night, there's a bed there for them. And so it's just going to be a much more warm and friendly place that they can be lavishly loved on while they're waiting on that placement. So it makes a traumatic day just feel a little bit better.
So you yourself have personal experience with this as a foster mom turned forever mom. So talk to me about your story.
So we started in 2017 getting licensed and began foster care. We were signing up just to be foster parents, and the Lord has a way of changing all that, and we have adopted 2 little girls. They're 6 and 8 now, and just our journey with them and how the first 24 hours were for us. And then we actually had a placement that came just to use our house as a shower. And in those moments, we were just like, this can be so much better for our county. And so that's why our mission is to bring this house here, and we're just so excited to do it.
And what are the names of your 2 kids?
Leah and Hattie.
Leah and Hattie. I love it. Well, it's so fun. So, I mean, you know, when you hear stories of kids like this, why do you think it's so necessary for us to have resources and to support these kids?
I have 4 biological kids, and we've adopted 2 little girls. In the beginning, with the little girls who came into foster care is so chaotic. And so for foster parents, it's just a much needed breath just to be able to say, okay, we're showing up, we're coming to this house, they're clean, they're ready, they have a bag of clothes, they have a car seat, they're giving us a bed, whatever we need. And it gives the foster parent just a minute to take a minute to breathe and be ready for it. For the child, it's such a loving place to come instead of waiting in an office with fluorescent lights and social workers making the calls, and oftentimes social workers will call 40 places, and the kids are hearing those. And so this gives them a place that they can be loved on, they can play a game, do a puzzle, take a warm bath, whatever they need. And it's also just a really nice place for the social workers. We'll have an office set up that they can still have eyes on the children, but they'll be able to be behind a door that the kids don't have to hear those phone calls, and they can just have a space to do that, and our volunteers can run and get their favorite drink from Starbucks or whatever it is, and just give them a moment. So the house answers so many needs that the county has, and the county is so excited for the house to come. So it's just been a really fun journey for us to be on.
What are the ways that neighbors can really come and support you guys now?
Right now is a huge awareness push. So on the 2nd Tuesday of every month, we have an expansion meeting, and that's a great place to come. It's at the Mercy Ministry Center. It's at 7 to 8 p.m. That's a great place to come and figure out where you can plug in, whether it's serving on our golf tournament committee or being a part of our lemonade stands or helping with our fundraisers. It's a great place for just to come in and learn where you can serve with it.
Yeah. Well, I love it. So, you know, we got the information right there on your screen if you want to get involved and help out in any way. You know, Robin, thank you so much for everything that you're doing for our community.
Thank you.
We so appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And the dream of a solar car might be one step closer than we think. That's all thanks to a South California startup. And Rich DeMuro takes a ride in today's Rich on Tech.
When you think space-age cars, a solar vehicle might come to mind. One San Diego area startup has been working on the concept for years, and their latest prototype is bringing a solar EV one step closer to reality.
There you go.
There you go. Knock, knock. Here
Welcome
we go.
to the future.
It looks like a spaceship. Opens with a knock and gets some of its power from the sun.
I feel it kind of looks like AI, but I actually drive the thing. It's a real vehicle, so it's pretty cool.
Aptera is a San Diego area startup working to bring a solar vehicle to driveways.
The company as a whole is trying to eke out as much energy as possible per mile and get the most solar energy as possible so people can drive for free.
The fish-like design makes it aerodynamic. Solar panels capture up to 40 miles a day of range straight from the sun.
This is really emerging technology. Adding solar to a vehicle has really never been done in this way before.
The two-seater has 3 wheels and is classified as a motorcycle or autocycle. But because it's enclosed, you generally don't need a helmet. All right, can you give me a ride?
Absolutely.
Let's go. Inside, there's air conditioning, Bluetooth, digital displays, and a tablet showing how much energy you're capturing in real time. You can also plug it in using a Tesla connector or wall outlet for up to 400 miles of total range. It's small, it's compact, but it feels very futuristic. It feels almost like you're in kind of like a little tiny spaceship. Top speed is 101 miles an hour. The ride rougher and louder than you might expect.
This vehicle is more designed to be safe first, then we're tuning it to be more comfortable.
When you look at the finer details, this is really an electric car with a solar boost that's also posing as a motorcycle.
Alistair Weaver is editor-in-chief at the automotive website Edmunds.
I think it's going to be a niche player for people who really want to make a statement. I don't think this is not your next family car.
While it might not be ready for the driveway just yet, the promise of a sun-powered car is cruising forward. They did it. They made a solar car, and I just took a ride in it. While we recorded this story, so many people stopped what they were doing to take pictures and videos. Aptera tells me a lot of their development work went into creating those solar panels, which are a lot trickier to put on a moving vehicle than you might imagine. Right now, the company's in the process of validating their vehicle. They hope to start delivery soon with a target price tag of around $40,000. More information on the website, richontech.tv. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Really cool. I want to ride in that car. Well, there's plenty more positivity ahead, including an opportunity to find your love, all from a photo booth. We'll be right back. And you're taking a live look over Dallas. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Stick with us. If you have jewelry, heirlooms, gold, silver coins, collectibles, or other valuables tucked away at home, you may be wondering what they're really worth. The Heartland Roadshow is in for 5 days only, giving you the chance to have your items evaluated by experienced buyers with the option to sell if you so choose.
Catherine, you guys are only here for 5 days. Tell us a little bit about the Heartland Roadshow.
Well, you know, the Heartland Roadshow is a nationwide company, and we travel from city to city hosting gold and silver buying events like this. And people bring in items that they have in their jewelry boxes or in the back of a drawer to be professionally evaluated by trained experts here so they know what the value of their item is. They have the opportunity, if they want, to sell their item on the spot.
So there's a big process that goes into this where you evaluate each item. Can you tell us a little bit about the process?
It's a very straightforward process. It's designed to be trustworthy and easy to understand. Each of these experts walk you through, and they look at each item, and they can tell you as they're going through it what you have. We're going to give you the knowledge of what your item is worth, and then you have the opportunity to sell if you choose.
So we know you're looking for jewelry. What other kind of items should I be looking around the house for?
Right. So we buy gold, we buy silver, we buy coins, currency, old antique estate items like old kinds of sterling silver sets, teapots, coffee pots, gravy boats. Bring it in. We'll tell you what you got, and then it's up to you to decide if you want to sell it.
Does it have to be a full tea set or a pair of earrings?
That's a great question. No, we don't need a full tea set. The value of the item is not based on how perfect it is. The value of the item is based on the metal that's inside. That's what our trained experts are able to look at. So you don't have to polish that tea set, just bring it in the way it is. Broken? Absolutely. Even a single earring has value, and you'd be surprised how these little things add up.
I had some jewelry to bring by, and that worked out real well. The person I worked with kept giving me information on what type of gold that I actually had, and she had her little separate compartments to put the 18 karat and the 14 karat and all the different things, and it was a good experience. It was a quick experience too.
So you're only here for 5 days, as we mentioned. What can people do?
Bring your stuff in. Bring that jewelry box. Bring that bag of coins that's been at the back of your drawer all these years. It's a fun experience. You'll sit down one-on-one with an expert. You'll find out what the items are worth, and if you choose, you'll walk out with payment on the spot. Now's the time. Gold and silver are at an all-time high.
Catherine, thank you so much.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. Thanks for spending an hour of your Monday with us here. Well, finding the right person to be with can always be hard, but there's a photo booth in New York that's trying to help. Take a listen.
That's how it works. Once you decide that you want to brave a line that could be 10, 20, or 40 minutes long, you scan a QR code and fill out a questionnaire. The questionnaire is long, but come on, we're trying to find love here. It'll ask you questions about everything from your sexual orientation to your ambition level to if you're the life of a party. And then it's time to step in.
It's very small.
You have to pay $10 for this and then get ready to give the camera your best smile.
I'm filming for you guys, so.
So this is the Missed Connections photo booth. After you fill out the questions and pose for pictures, the machine prints 2 photo strips. One is you and one is your best match from the same booth. But then you have to turn into a detective because the strip only gives you their first name. Users are turning to social media to try and find their mystery person. I actually have a friend who did this. He posted on social media, he posted the picture of the person that he was looking for, and someone said, I know this guy, I know exactly who this is, he's my friend. And so it's really fun. This is a really fun concept, I think. I mean, we're always talking about how social media is a bit divisive and how it can make people feel less connected. So this is a way that people can actually get more connected. But who knows? I hope that these photo booths turn into a success and a romance for many people. Very fun. Well, taking a look at Bank of America Stadium, we will be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. right here, same time, same place, with more positivity tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
This is Order in the Court on Queen City News Plus. I'm Derek Dellinger, and this week for Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
And we do want to start off with what is a really, really interesting case out of eBay. I was researching this, and as I was researching this, like the more the details came out, the more troubling it kind of got. eBay actually agreed to a nearly $50 million settlement after a couple of Massachusetts. They said former employees targeted them and even stalked them. Now, get this. They say they received threats and anonymous deliveries, which included cockroaches and spiders. And we do need to mention here, live cockroaches and live spiders, a funeral wreath, and a bloody pig mask. Now, the couple say they were victims, and they were running an e-commerce newsletter and claimed that eBay was working to stifle the reporting on them. And it got to a very, very big level. Part of me, Khalif, here is when I was reading it, is kind of hard to believe that it really got this far.
Absolutely. I mean, let's go back. Everything you said, only thing you missed was the fly larvae. That's it. That's the only part that you left out that they received. I mean, this wasn't one shipment that was sent to them. This was multiple shipments, multiple attempts to intimidate, to harass, to stop them from doing, as you mentioned, this newsletter that these executives believed was critical of eBay at the time. I mean, the part of it that's crazy to me is that it seemed like that this is a movie plot. This was some type of novel that you would read. Like, it was, once they came out with their most recent, at the time when this happened, their most recent newsletter, the individual said, okay, now we have to go after them. So the biggest question is, how far up, how many people knew, what was recognized as this retaliation against these folks. As part of the settlement, the CEO, who has distanced himself from this as much as he can, he's also required to pay $2 million to make a $1 million donation to charity. Now, he goes on to say that, listen, no one should ever be subjected to what these individuals endured, and he's saddened especially. So a couple of those things jump off the page at me. First of all, I'll talk about that distancing yourself. Normally, when you have a settlement like this, it's going to be a settlement with no admission of wrongdoing. That's not what we have here. We have a settlement, and the CEO is clearly saying, yeah, what we did was wrong. So that is not the normal. The other portion is we're knowing the exact dollar amounts.
Yes.
Normally, these type of settlements will be an undisclosed amount where you would not want to list what you settled for. And so I'm not sure really why.
What also got to me as well is the fact that there is no NDA here. I mean, you were mentioning, there's sometimes usually an undisclosed amount, but this amount was disclosed. There is no NDA, which also allows the victims here to actually speak publicly about this, because they have been wanting to for a long time. And in fact, that was very important to them as far as the provision of the settlement.
Yeah, I can say that. Sometimes I have clients, not the very first thing, I won't say sometimes, every time I talk to a client, specifically in a civil case, I'm saying, what is your end game? What do you want out of this? Your end game may not be money. It may be, I just want an apology. You know what? Are you willing to spend $10,000 to $20,000, $30,000 to file a lawsuit and pay the litigation costs to get an apology? Okay, if you are, let's do it. But in this case, obviously, it was more than just an apology. They got the monetary amount. What I think and why I think eBay responded the way they did, specifically with the settlement amount being released, them admitting liability, you got 7 former workers that pled guilty to criminal sentences.
And serve prison time, too.
Right. Some as high as 57 months. That's no time to joke about. And so this right here was, I think the most troubling part was the campaign began after then CEO Wang in August of 2019 texted Steve and said, and this is their former chief communication officer, that it was time to take her down, referring to one of the victims in this case. That was the major portion where it's like, your text messages, your words, your own statements are going to be used against you. Think about it. If this happened in, say, 1995, as opposed to in 2020 when this is occurring, you don't have the text messages. You don't have the statements. You don't have, when you're doing the discovery, any type of paper trail that has the accountability and liability that can connect the company to its executives. So this type of case would have been significantly harder to prove. But I guess if I'm making that analogy, you also wouldn't have an eBay, because they were kind of just starting up around those times as well.
Yeah, the couple we should mention here, at least at the offset of this, the couple that's in Massachusetts, they run this e-commerce news website. It's called E-Commerce Bites, and it's known relatively as kind of a niche website. I hadn't really heard about the site before this. And what's important to note here is that while it is a bit of a niche website, it is often cited in New York Times and other publications. But what got to me is the fact that it went this far for such a niche publication. I mean, granted, it is often cited, they are often considered experts, kind of, and talking about not only eBay but a bunch of other sites, Amazon. They probably got Temu on there as well.
Right.
Probably talk about all the policy changes and the things that are going on. And normally, at least from a journalistic standpoint, if someone is ticked off by certain amounts of coverage, they will sometimes just block them out as for not give them the press releases or not necessarily invite them to events or not necessarily make them a part of any journalistic endeavor that might be happening because of what the reporting
More
is.
defensive.
Yes.
But this was 100% offensive. Yeah. It was like, you know what, we're not happy with what you guys are saying about us. So now your comments have led to some physical manifestation. I mean, I am taken aback by the 7 individuals getting criminal
The fact that
charges.
it was 7.
The fact that they had real time. So think about it. Most of these guys, and I'm not saying that you can't have a criminal record and be gainfully employed in a high position. You see it happening all the time.
Yeah.
But most of the time, people that are in high-level executive positions aren't running around with lengthy criminal histories, right?
Yeah.
So if you put yourself in a situation where you do have something like this, most likely your attorney's going to be getting some type of deferred prosecution, something where you're not doing any active time, but you still catch a felony. But you're telling me in this scenario that the prosecutors were so disturbed by the facts that they said, no, the only thing we're going for was some type of plea with active time. I mean, that's disturbing on a whole different type of level. These type of cases where you have now stepped outside of your role and connected your company to civil liability, but connected yourself to criminal liability is a problem.
There was also the fact, too, that, eBay agreed to a $50 million settlement. And very specifically, it's $48.7 million in compensation. Some of that money is set to actually go to organizations that support the First Amendment. And that's was one of the provisions, basically, of the settlement here. Are you surprised that it's that much?
No, not at all. I mean, this is a company that there, or I should say, individuals that were victims to a bizarre. That's the only way I can describe it. Bizarre stalking and harassment. And here's the key part: campaign.
Yeah.
You know how you like have a campaign online, and it's like you'll drip out little things. So you may start with a tease, and then you give a couple more minutes, and then you give the whole thing. Well, that's what we had here: fly larvae. Then we're giving cockroaches. Then we're escalating up to spiders and bloody pig masses. And so the escalation, the meticulous planning and the campaign process every day you go check your door, you're not knowing what's coming next. I mean, I can only imagine if this would have went to trial, that's what they would have put on the stand. That look, this family now is scared to open the mail.
And the fact, too, that it's already been criminally adjudicated. And how much is that criminal adjudication of that case involving those 7 people that were convicted and did serve time, or at least were given a sentence of some sort? In addition to that, how much does that play into the civil case? How much of that can you actually use in the civil
A whole
case?
lot. I mean, now you can't bring up past criminal conduct, right? Yeah. But if any of these individuals, the 7 individuals, were called to the stand by, say, eBay as on their own behalf as defending their case, then on cross-examination, plaintiff's attorneys would have been able to say, well, weren't you convicted for, harassing these individuals for the very same event? That would have been something they would be able to bring up. I think that alone would hurt the case. And you would be able to make the allegations that there was a pending or settled criminal case connected to these events as well. There are a number of things that would make the company look bad. And so, yes, this is one that you settle, because in the court of public opinion, they would have already lost before the trial started.
Yeah, some of the other details as far as some of how far this went. Let's see, the employees, apparently former employees, the former eBay employees, also sent pornographic magazines with the name of the victims to a neighbor's home. And they also plan to install a GPS device on the couple's car at some point, too, which kind of goes,
that's the stalking and harassment part.
And when we say this is kind of like a plot out of a movie, this is a plot out of a movie.
100%.
If I'm not mistaken, this kind of gives me, if you remember the movie Antitrust, kind of some shades of that.
It's Antitrust. It's these type of movies that I would pay to go watch.
Yeah.
That you're happy that it's not real. That you're happy that when the credits roll, that it's ending. But this played out in these folks' living room. And so good for them to be able to go for it. I say it all the time. The wheels of justice turn slow. Think about it. This took 5 years to get here.
It did.
Didn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
This was file a lawsuit in 2021, and you're not sitting on your hands. You're not waiting. What you're doing is depositions, interrogatories, discussions, going to your attorneys, doing more depositions, reviewing notes, thinking and reliving this and re-traumatizing yourself over and over and over again. And so, by all means, this is great lawyering to get some type of settlement like this. Definitely David versus Goliath. I mean, you're going up against the big boys when you talk about any type of tech company. So the fact that they were able to be successful here, my hat's off to them.
Yes, there are a couple of details on this from eBay that we do need to make clear here. The company itself, when the lawsuit was filed, the company said that the misconduct of these former employees was wrong and that it would do what is fair and appropriate to try to address what those victims went through. That is a direct quote. Now, eBay reiterated its apology a little bit earlier this week in saying what the victims here were subjected to by former eBay employees in 2019 was wrong, reprehensible, and should never have happened. The company also acknowledged the unprofessional tone of internal communications by the former CEO, the former chief communications officer, and the former senior VP. We should also mention here the company said conduct is, and I quote, not representative of eBay's culture, and said it had changed leadership and strengthened its policies, procedures, and ethics training, which still is still that on top of the $50 million that they have to pay for it.
Everything about this is not normal. So I can say you don't see a settlement like this occur where the numbers are known. Do not see a company owning, but the discovery process showed that they had all of the chips. If you got all the chips, better settle.
Ah, boy. So still to come, we do have the body camera footage that was released earlier this week of Tony Romo being pulled over. That happened last week, but some of what happened here does raise a couple of legal questions about what you need to do actually when you get pulled over and face the possibility of a DWI charge. That is coming up next. This is Order on the Court on Queen City News Plus. We are back with more Order on the Court here on Queen City News Plus, and let's talk about the Tony Romo body cam because, well, first off, let's talk about him getting pulled over because that happened last week.
Yes.
And he was pulled over on suspicion of DUI. There were a lot of things that kind of raise a couple of questions here as far as how he conducted himself, but there are some questions here about his refusal of the breathalyzer because he was told, and he says during this body camera. Like while the conversation is happening with this officer, that he does not. Lawyers told him pretty much in time immemorial, do not ever consent to a breathalyzer test. And let's just start off with that basically in general first, because that kind of is that prudent legal advice?
Let me start with this. I've handled a ton of DWIs, and I often tell clients the same thing, that you want to respectfully decline everything.
Mm-hmm.
You want, if they ask you to participate in a standardized field sobriety test, you say, thank you, but I respectfully decline. And the reason I say you respectfully decline, because you have to listen to how they ask you to do it. When they pull you over, they come to the car, and the officer may say something like, hey, would you mind doing some of these tests? Or I want you to do some of these tests. Two different ways of saying it. If they say, hey, I want you to do some of these tests, most people are going to think, hey, I got to go do this test. Well, they're voluntary. You don't. And the reason I tell clients you don't want to be on camera doing any of these tests is because you don't want to be on camera.
Yeah.
If you're impaired or you're not impaired, you don't want your physical state of being at that time used against you at some later hearing. The other portion in terms of what the portable breathalyzer test in the state of North Carolina, I know this was in another state, but in the state of North Carolina, that portion isn't admissible, but I advise my clients not to use to participate in that as well. Recognizing that once they take you downtown, if they found probable cause on the side of the road, once they take you downtown, when they get you to the intoxilizer, that's different.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I would tell clients not to take it. I just would advise them that what happens at that moment. If you are taking this test and you fail and refuse to take the intoxilizer, in our state, you lose your license for a year. even if your case is successful. So even if you win your case, you still will lose your driving privileges in our state because of the refusal. That's that part of the DWI. But I explain that to folks before they know that. But on the side of the road, I don't want to give you any type of help or assistance in making your probable cause determination. Probable cause being that a crime has occurred and it's more likely than not that I committed this crime. So the officer said, red glossy eyes, strong smell of alcohol. Those are things they're going to always say, right? But then I don't want to give you any more ammunition. You're now telling me I blow this and you see some number on there, I'm fine. We can just go do the test or take the intoxicator specifically if I know I'm not impaired.
Yeah. What gets me here too, at least with the body cam that was released as well, involving Tony Romo, it was, first off, they found an open alcohol container in the car. And also B, even though he said that he hadn't been drunk, I mean, there was the smell of alcohol on his person, which is considered probable cause. And in addition to that, there's also the fact too that he did say, it's like, oh no, I haven't been drinking at all. I mean, let's just say there's a preponderance of evidence there that would be against what he is claiming. How much would that play out in a legal sense, judging from what we see here? I mean, he's basically saying he wasn't, even though
the evidence
officer strongly believes that he is.
So it's a couple of things. I liked a lot of the video from what I saw in the beginning until he actually participated in the field. So I like the fact that he attempted to call his attorney, because if he would have got his attorney on the phone, his attorney would have said, hey, do not do the test, right? The other thing I like is that you don't want to ever make an admission. So if I have an opportunity and the officer's asking me, have you see this part right here? This is also part of the test. I'm going to jump in and say this. So people think it's just the standardized fields. Yeah, that's the standardized field sobriety tests that have been decided by National Highway Safety Transportation Administration as the three that we do. But they're also looking at your driving. Was it unsafe driving? They mentioned unsafe lane change. Yeah. But then when they get to the vehicle, it's a distracted type of test that they're saying, can you do two things at once? Can you respond to me and turn off the car? Can you grab your license to open the door? Do you need to lean on the door to get out of the car? That's what he did right there when he kind of put all his body weight on the door. That would be helping the officer make their probable cause determination. But back to my liking the video, I like everything up until he gets out the car, up until he starts doing the fields. I don't like the fact that his own statements would be used against him. Yeah. He asked the officer, he says, did I pass the test? The officer says, turn around, put your hands behind you. So then he goes, so no, I guess I didn't pass, right? Like, you don't know what the test is. And so that's why you as a private person shouldn't be taking the test anyway.
Yeah, I think there was like one news organization that called basically the field sobriety test, like his preparation. He was stretching, he was doing everything else. I mean, he was basically treating it like the football tryouts. And
except for he doesn't know the standard. There are, when they're doing this, the DWI, OWI, like they call it in the state, or DUI in some other states, when you're doing it, the officer already knows what they're looking for. They're looking for something called clues. So the three are HGN, that's horizontal gaze nystagmus. You see it where they're putting the thing in front of their eye. Nystagmus is explained like this. It's, imagine because I've had the same NHTSA training that these officers have.
Yes.
Imagine a marble rolling on a desk. It's going to go in a straight line. A nystagmus would be that marble's going and then it just jumps.
Yeah.
You're looking for your eye to do that involuntarily.
Yeah.
And I believe that the science is there, that if you are impaired, that your eye is going to uncontrollably twitch. You can't fake that.
Yeah.
Out of all the tests, I think that's probably the one that's the most accurate. So then you go to the one-legged stand, right? You got to stand there. Your hands are out. If you use your arms to balance, that's a clue. That means you're impaired. If you put your foot back down, that's a clue. If the officer is talking to you and giving you the instructions because they're required to, and you start to do things while they're giving you instructions, like mimic them or move around, that's a clue. Because they'll say, stand still while I give you these instructions. If you start to try to, do what they're doing, because most people would try to get prepared by mimicking, that's a clue. Once you have a number of clues, HGN is 6 out of 6. So an officer may say, I recognize 6 out of 6. That meant I saw maximum deviation. That meant I saw prior to 45 degrees. These are all the things they're looking for this nystagmus. The last one is walk and turn.
Yeah.
You're doing that walk and turn. If you're not walking in a straight line, that's a clue. If you use your hands to balance, it's a clue. Those clues pop off. So when a person says, I get them all the time, man, I did the test. I know I did great. I'm like,
yeah.
Do you even know what the clues are? If you don't, couldn't do it done great.
Before we go, though, the fact that, I mean, he was initially pulled over, Wilkes, to be on an overpass. He was taken to a more, shall we say, safer area.
Yes.
I mean, granted, police say they did that just basically for safety reasons. However,
I don't like that. I don't like that either. So the officer tells him turn around and puts him in cuffs.
Yeah, as you can see
and then
right there.
takes him to what looks like their booking location. They're in the bottom of some building.
Yes.
Well, if you've already arrested them, you've already made your probable cause determination. So then why do you now later at that location, because you can see him under this underground thing, doing the fields? Why is he doing the standardized fields if you've already made probable cause determination? I think that would at least cause some issue at trial, but everything else I see is it leads to that there is potential for impairment. You asked earlier, what would the officer have to prove? Even if they had no fields, even if you got no blood, you got no breath, the officer will be able to say something called appreciable impairment. That I believe that his faculties were so disturbed that he couldn't drive, even without any tests, and that would be based off of this officer's experience and expertise. So it's something that they would have been able to get to without, but he gave them all the ammunition to be successful going forward.
This next story is actually really, really interesting because it involves not only Elon Musk, but also he's suing the state of Minnesota over what is now the nudification law in the state of Minnesota. You might be wondering what exactly nudification is. Well, it's an app or a site that gives people the ability to make deep fake nudes of people without their consent and imposes, essentially this law in Minnesota imposes fines on the actual AI companies and those that are actually making these deep fakes. The law, by the way, is set to go into effect on Saturday, but basically what it's coming down to, at least judging from the specifics of the lawsuit against Minnesota, it comes down to the fact that it doesn't take into account any good faith efforts that can be put on the part of companies to prevent these type of things, because it's like they can try and try and try and try.
Yep.
There might be people that might be able to get around the system, and even then, if they are able to get around that system, there can be some issues there.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a number of issues with the state of Minnesota trying to do this. First in nation's legislation ban for the use of advertising and dissemination of AI tools that generate non-consensual fake nudity, carrying penalties of up to $500,000. First of all, you're talking about First Amendment. And so Elon Musk and them say, we recognize that you guys have a compelling interest, right? There's an interest in trying to regulate this. But the key that they're making is it narrowly tailored? Have you, because that's the second portion of it. Do you have a compelling public interest that you're trying to, stifle or chill my First Amendment rights? And now, is there a narrowly tailored way of doing it? And if it's not narrowly tailored, the law will be found to be unconstitutional. I think that's going to be the first hurdle that Minnesota would. Well, what other ways could you have done this where it didn't now infringe potentially on someone's rights to access that type of technology that's not using it for some non-consensual fake opportunity? That's, I think, is going to be the first argument. The other argument is the Supreme Court has talked about you don't have First Amendment protections for pornographic type of obscenities, I should say.
Yes.
For obscenities, right?
Yes.
And so, in the court's famous case, talked about, well, you'll know it when you see it, right?
Exactly.
Like, how will I know? Well, you'll know it when you see it. That, I think is going to be something that comes to issue in this case is as well. And I really think that the state's going to have a problem with the Decency Act, Section 230, that has protected social media companies and websites and content creating type of platforms for a number of years. It's I'm the host of this type of platform. I'm not the creator. And so now connecting criminally or some type of civil penalty towards me would now stifle business, because why would I open up a site that would allow people to post on there if I could be subject to $500,000, claims for what they post?
So what gets me here? You were mentioning Section 230. If I'm not mistaken, the Trump administration has been trying to get Section 230 repealed. And how much does that kind of play into kind of those protections there? Because it's something the Trump administration's kind of been wanting. But also on that same point, though, you've got Elon Musk basically saying, "Hey, this is something that protects us." A, but also B. I mean, this suit itself is kind of overly broad, and there are a lot of things that are there that, as far as the law is concerned, that goes into effect again on Saturday. That could be affecting them.
That's the part I'll say. I'll mention that last part first. You said it goes into effect Saturday. So if I talk about the strengths and the weaknesses of their case, the thing that I think is extremely weak is that the court may say that your claim is not ripe. That you filed this lawsuit and you don't have what's called an injury in fact. For you to be able to withstand standing to bring a claim, you have to have been injured. If the law isn't even in effect yet, all you're talking about is potential injuries, which the court doesn't like to entertain. In terms of Section 230, this is where I think the Trump administration and Elon Musk differ in their thought process. Elon Musk, being someone that owns a social media company, recognizes that if you don't have Section 230 there protecting these types of companies, it just wouldn't exist. So while the Trump administration may take issue with a couple of things within there, I think wholeheartedly, if you're someone that is a proponent of the First Amendment and trying to ensure that the First Amendment rights are strengthened in this country, you need Section 230 to protect companies, or again, they will not exist. I think the strongest part of their argument on the legal side is that what you mentioned in the intro. There's no space in this law for good faith effort of trying to remove it. This Take It Down Act has a zero tolerance policy, and that I think is going to also be something that hurts this law from being able to be actually implemented when standing is there.
One other thing too is they also say that the definition of intimate part is overly broad, because a hand can be considered an intimate part. An arm can be considered an intimate part. And so
feet. People do that online.
And the thing about it is that the definition of an intimate part varies from person to person.
It does.
And
that would be the overly broad aspect is what there are. I mean, Elon Musk has some of the best lawyers in the world. And so when he brings these lawsuits, I agree with him or disagree with him. What I can tell you is they're not pulled out of a hat. They're thought about. He's saying, this is what I want to do. Give me the law that supports it. Support my argument and find a way to stop this. Does he win every case? He doesn't. But he's making strong legal arguments here that what you've done is went way further than you're allowed to go as a state of Minnesota. And I think there will be some federal regulations, federal things in place that stop them from implementing something like this.
Yeah, we should mention that this is different from the federal deepfake law, which actually goes after the people who actually put the prompts in for these deepfakes.
Not the companies.
Yeah, and not for the companies.
That's why I think this
Minnesota's law. Yes. So, this essentially goes after the tools that actually make those deepfakes. That will do it for us for Order in the Court for this week. I'm Derek Dellinger along with Khalif Rhodes. We will see you back here next week. Hopefully Brian will be back here next week too. See you then.
A water main break in Charlotte's Noda neighborhood this week and Queens Road earlier this month, in addition to Anson County's water issues, are another reminder of just how much we rely on the infrastructure under our streets. Welcome into On the Record. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber. As Charlotte continues to grow, the challenge isn't just fixing what breaks that happens today. It's making sure the system can keep up with the region's future.
Well, that main break in the Noda neighborhood on Wednesday left nearly 200 Charlotte water customers without service. The break has since been repaired, but it is a reminder that the infrastructure work happening underneath Charlotte every day. For people living nearby, it served notice of how quickly a water main break can disrupt life.
I got up about 7 and I went to wash my hands in the kitchen and realized there's no water. And then I came out and saw that this was going on. Being a water main, it could take a while. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we have a little bit of backup water, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Break has since been repaired, but it comes as Charlotte Water is also dealing with another challenge, a drought that has put stress on the region's water supply. Charlotte Water has had stage 2 mandatory water restrictions in place since May, asking customers to cut back on water usage as the region deals with extreme heat and dry conditions. The good news, Charlotte Water says customers cut the usage by 7.7% in July, meeting the 5 to 10% conservation goal set under the current restrictions.
And that water main break and the drought are raising bigger questions as Charlotte continues to grow. How old is the infrastructure under our streets? And what is Charlotte doing to keep up with that growth? Plus, will the system be ready for the demands of the future?
Well, I sat down with David Zur from the Charlotte Water to talk about the work happening right now and what's needed to keep Charlotte's water system safe, reliable, and ready for what's ahead. Charlotte Water Deputy Director David Zur, thanks for joining us On the Record.
Absolutely glad to be here.
Well, David, first let's talk about how your agency is helping out Anson County with their ongoing water woes.
Yes, we've been in touch with Anson County since they've had some issues there, and we were able to send over some crews to help with flushing of the system to bring it back online.
And also, I understand you're utilizing your lab to help them out with a lot of the testing of the samples that they have.
That's correct. We've got a very well-equipped lab that does a lot of sampling and analysis for a number of different entities, and we've been able to bring the water samples from their system to our lab for a quick turnaround.
Water main breaks are really nothing new, but we've seen several recent high-profile breaks that have happened in Queens Road and Noda. Talk about how those came about, the repairs, and also the state of Charlotte's water infrastructure.
Yeah, good question. The overall state of Charlotte Water's infrastructure is strong, but when you're operating a system with over 9,000 miles of water and sewer pipe, invariably you're going to have failures.
So what are the big concerns right now about the water infrastructure? Are there certain areas that you're concerned about? Is it about age, or how do you detect those?
We have a big system with pipes that date back as far as 100 plus years. But the majority of our water and sewer infrastructure was installed in the 1980s and on to now. And so, of course, you want to worry about some of that older pipe. It would kind of be at the top of your priority list, but it's not just age that matters. We've learned along the way that some materials that were perhaps thought to be good at the time of installation were not. One of those was galvanized steel pipe. And so we've had an effort underway for more than a decade where we are replacing all of that, which was mostly smaller diameter lines in some of the older neighborhoods. And so we've been replacing that as an example. Beyond that, sometimes failures in a system can happen due to just unforeseen circumstances. Other construction work that happens that inadvertently impacts the system. Sometimes you get shifts in the ground during extreme cold snaps, during freeze and thaw cycles, and that can have an impact.
You said that some of the pipes are 100 years old, and those are still existing. Are they stable right now enough, or are you keeping track in those in any way?
We do. We've got an asset management-based GIS system, a geographic information system that where we have knowledge of every pipe in our system. as well as, to the degree that it's available, the plans from when it was originally installed and the material, the year that it was put in place, and the diameter. And so we're well aware of those lines. They're in the oldest parts of the city, as you can imagine, and surprisingly, they're holding on strong.
And I know the McAlpin Creek, the rehab project, you're using a certain, you're not really digging in the ground as much. Talk a little bit about that process.
One of the technologies that we will employ as we are reinvesting into our existing system is a technology that allows you to not have to completely excavate and replace a pipe. But what it effectively does is puts a liner through the pipe that is cured in place through temperature, through hot water, and then that cured in place pipe becomes effectively a new pipe inside the old pipe. It has structural integrity and a design life that's expected to be another 50 to 100 years. We like to do that. It is a little more cost effective, but the big benefit is really less impact to the community because we're not having to dig up the pipe that's often along the roadways.
I want to talk a little bit about water restrictions right now that the city of Charlotte is under. How do you track your consumption? What are you seeing so far with the restrictions, and how about any abusers?
What is good is that everybody in the Catawba River Basin is taking the same actions to make sure that we are being responsible stewards of the water that's in the Catawba River. And so we're in stage 2 of that drought. We've been in that since mid-May, and we've seen a reduction in our water usage. We're tracking within that goal of reducing your water by 5 to 10%. Some weeks we've actually exceeded that. And I credit our efforts to get the word out to the community through social media, through news stations such as yours, and appreciate that our customer base seems to have listened and reduced irrigation to the mandated 2 days a week.
David Zer from Charlotte Water, and he says the rains are helping, but no word on when those restrictions could be lifted across Charlotte. And Andy, when asked about current data center usage, a hot topic, he referred us to Charlotte city officials.
Well, of course, construction of new data centers remains paused across the city as the city council looks to figure out how much water those facilities could potentially use. So as Charlotte plans for future growth, the state is also taking a closer look at where our water will come from. The new state budget calls for a study of North Carolina's long-term water supply, including the Catawba River Basin, looking ahead to 2055. The study will look at everything from population growth and drought to the condition of water infrastructure. Options like conservation, water reuse, and regional connections can help meet future demand.
Well, that demand means more wastewater to treat, and to prepare for growth, Charlotte Water is building the Stowe Regional Water Resource Recovery Facility along the Catawba River. The new facility will serve northwestern Mecklenburg County, along with the cities of Mount Holly and Belmont in eastern Gaston County.
And Brian, right now, Mount Holly and Belmont each operate their own wastewater treatment plants under the new regional plan. Those plants will eventually be replaced by pump stations that send wastewater to Stowe for treatment. The project will also help Charlotte Water handle wastewater from the northwestern part of the county locally. Right now, some of that wastewater travels more than 20 miles to the McAlpine Wastewater Management Facility in Pineville.
Charlotte Water says the regional approach will be more cost-effective for customers and better for the environment. The entire project is estimated at about $650 million funded through Charlotte Water revenue bonds. Construction is already underway, with the new facility expected to be completed by 2028.
Without the project, Charlotte Water says it would eventually need to replace more than 20 miles of underground pipe, while Mount Holly and Belmont would also need major upgrades to their aging treatment plants. The goal is to build the capacity now before the region's growth puts even more pressure on that system.
Well, the question now is whether all of that investment will be enough to keep up with Charlotte's growth, and whether the region will have the water it needs in the years ahead.
Next, we look at the ongoing water projects that are staying afloat around the Carolinas, plus the state of water infrastructure in the Palmetto State.
Plus, a North Carolina bill would allow people as young as 18 to carry a concealed handgun without a permit. We'll look into that legislation.
Plus, an update on last week's episode on filling Lindsey Graham's South Carolina Senate seat.
We'll be right back with more On the Record. Welcome back to On the Record. More than $244 million in funding for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure projects are set to be distributed to counties around North Carolina.
Those funds going to 28 counties across the state, with $44 million going to western North Carolina to continue Hurricane Helene recovery.
Despite those numbers, the governor says more than $758 million is still needed to help protect North Carolina's mountain communities from future storm damage. Governor Stein making those comments while delivering a Hurricane Helene project update this month in Burnsville, north of Asheville. He was there to also announce a crossing of a $1 billion restoration milestone. That funding is paid to restore 98% of water systems damaged during the storm.
We're focused on resilience throughout North Carolina. In the coming months, DEQ will be working across agencies to update the state's risk and resilience plan. These efforts will help us to limit damage due to natural disasters and get life back to normal more quickly in the future.
The newly signed North Carolina state budget will protect an additional $700 million to support recovery.
What could data centers mean for the future of North Carolina and our resources? Now more communities in the Tar Heel State are discussing those very concerns. Greensboro City Council members held a work session this week to look at the economic benefits and potential impacts the technology could have on infrastructure. The panel recently rejected a moratorium on new data centers. Figures show U.S. data centers use an estimated 17 billion gallons of water each year. That's far less than agriculture, which uses 118 billion gallons of water every day.
Today's work session is education. a few work sessions that we're going to have on education, we hope to walk away with a good, solid, fact-based foundation of what we should be building our ordinance on.
Now, as we mentioned earlier in the show, Charlotte City Council members passed a moratorium on new data center projects last month. It will be in effect until November 5th.
In Rowan County, it is a similar scene. Commissioners are considering a moratorium on future developments of the controversial facilities. There's currently an online petition protecting a project that could bring a data center to Salisbury. South Carolina is getting more than $30 million in federal funding to strengthen water infrastructure following Hurricane Helene. EPA officials say $20.9 million will support drinking water improvements, while $9.4 million will help make septic systems more resilient and connect some homes to centralized water systems. The funding comes from a supplemental congressional appropriation for communities impacted by Helene and other disasters. Nationally, a major push is underway to strengthen America's water infrastructure, from upgrading aging systems to protecting them from cyber attacks.
The Water Resources Development Act of 2026 is advancing through Congress. The legislation authorizing billions of dollars for clean and drinking water projects. Flood protection as well as other infrastructure also part of that legislation.
The bill also includes funding and training to help water systems fight off cyber attacks. At the same time, federal officials are working to make it easier for communities to get the funding they already have by clearing backlogs and cutting through red tape. And that could be especially helpful for small and rural communities, which often have a harder time navigating federal funding process. Still to come, the filings to officially run for Lindsey Graham's South Carolina Senate seat are coming in.
The names now entering the fold and who may be leading the pack. We're looking into that next when we return with more On the Record.
money to obtain a firearm.
State representatives have until the end of the year to vote on an override.
We are still working to learn what Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members discussed at a special meeting this week involving personnel matters. That closed board session comes amid an investigation into district operations under Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. Hill was placed on paid leave last month while they looked into, quote, administrative and operational oversight. Her contract runs through June of 27, and Hill said that she welcomes the review, but that she was not informed of what prompted the investigation. Filing is underway for a special election in South Carolina to fill the seat left vacant following the passing of Lindsey Graham.
And while Graham's sister Darlene already has the backing of the president, several other big names in the Palmetto State have thrown their hat in the ring. I traveled to Columbia this week to learn more about that growing field of candidates.
What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Filing continued Friday in the special election to fill a South Carolina U.S. Senate seat once held by the late Lindsey Graham. U.S. Reps Russell Fry and Ralph Norman were both in Columbia to file their campaign paperwork with the State Election Commission. Neither had the endorsement of the president, but both pledged to be a staunch ally and advance his agenda if elected.
The president needs allies in the Senate who are aggressive like they are in the House and pushing conservative legislation. And we aim to do that and be an ally with the president.
It's been a graveyard for good legislation that we've passed in the House. We just have not been able to get anything passed. I want to change that.
Norman, who said he was hoping to get the president's endorsement, argued the decision is ultimately up to voters.
The voters in South Carolina go pick the next senator, and they will examine all of us. I think we've got 2 debates set up. I hope we have more. I think this is the process that we go through. It's fair to let the people know where we stand.
While Fry argued his record and life experience are far more valuable to the electorate.
I've never forgotten where I came from. I know what it's like when every dollar matters because my family lived it. And today, too many South Carolina families are feeling that same pressure.
Lindsey Graham's sister Darlene is currently serving out the remainder of her brother's term, but announced last week that she will run for the full term. Darlene, who does have the president's endorsement, believes she's ready to take on the job that Lindsey held for more than 20 years.
He cared about the people of this state. I've worked for almost 30 years for the people of this state.
I want to talk about that in a minute.
I feel like I can do it.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is paying tribute to his late colleague Lindsey Graham. Scott hosted the 16th annual South Carolina Senate Prayer Breakfast in Washington on Wednesday. The Republican senator dedicated the event to the life and legacy of Graham, who died on July 11th.
If Lindsey Graham is your friend, he will do what he doesn't really want to do because it's important to you. South Carolina had a friend in Lindsey Graham.
Graham's sister Darlene also spoke at the prayer breakfast. She is serving out his term and running for his seat in next month's special Republican primary.
When we return, final thoughts.
We'll be right back with more On the Record.
Welcome back to On the Record. We've covered a lot this morning, and if there's one thing that connects so many of these stories, it's change.
Yeah, our region is growing, our communities are changing, and the decisions being made right now will shape what the Carolinas will look like for years to come.
And Brian, that's why these conversations matter and why we'll keep going on the record. I'm Andy Weber.
And I'm Brian Blakely. Thanks for joining us for On the Record.
A 14-year-old accused of setting a Gastonia business on fire. The big blaze that caused extensive damage and how authorities linked the teen to the crime. Brandon?
Yeah, live look from our Independence Boulevard camera. Got a little bit more sunshine out there. That low stress cloud layer starting to lift and a little bit more sun poking out here over the Carolinas. But unfortunately, we do have some daily storm chances to track that could interrupt some outdoor plans. We'll time it out for you here at noon.
All right, and class is in session for students in Fort Mill. Why the first day back comes amid a controversial legal battle. Good afternoon. I'm Will Lewis in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
And first at noon, a live look at dreary skies around the Queen City. We're tracking an active weather pattern this week with muggy and wet conditions expected every day this week. So let's get right over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. And Brandon, we aren't expecting a washout, but the potential wet weather is causing some flooding concerns, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Will. We're going to have that daily chance for maybe some isolated high water spots popping up each day, kind of like what we saw over the weekend. We saw that happen in Boone last night. Just too much rain and a little amount of time allowed for some of those small creeks, rivers, and streams to rise too quickly. So that's something we'll be tracking. Again, localized flash flooding a possibility. Daily rain and storm chances with this active stretch of weather happening this week. A typical late summer pattern. Got an area of low pressure and our cold front driving through right now. And you see most of the moisture is offshore, moving offshore along the coast. You can see a little bit of rain up towards New York right now. We do have some downpours developing though. Lancaster County, Chester County, some of those tropical downpours getting ready to move into Lancaster right now. I've got 78 in Charlotte, 80 in Gastonia, 81 in Lincoln, 72 in Boone. Again, it's a slow warm up today because of all the clouds we have that are starting to break from this morning. Dew points in the 70s. Man, a 74-degree dew point in Charlotte. It feels very muggy out there today. I do have mid-80s for high temperatures today with mid-70s. We'll continue to see those storms pop up here as we go through the afternoon and evening, especially up towards the high country. We'll time out another active day ahead for tomorrow and also talk about when we could see maybe a drier stretch of weather this week coming up in just a bit, Will.
All right, thanks so much, Brandon. Charlotte Mecklenburg police officers are investigating two deadly shootings that happened just minutes apart. The first happened shortly after 1 Sunday morning in North Charlotte on Bardo Drive. Officers found 32-year-old Jeremiah Easter dead at the scene. A second person was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. No word on any suspects or arrest in the case. The second shooting reported just minutes later as a robbery. It happened at the intersection of East 5th and North McDowell Streets in Uptown. That's 2 blocks from the Mecklenburg County Courthouse and Sheriff's Office. When officers arrived, they found a crash involving 2 vehicles. 4 people were taken to the hospital, one with life-threatening injuries from a gunshot wound. 37-year-old Eric Holman died at the hospital. And after a brief chase, investigators say they arrested a 38-year-old Rondrius Curtin. He is now charged with murder. Anyone with information on either of these cases is asked to call police. The former co-owner of Sycamore Brewing is scheduled to make a court appearance today. Justin Brigham is facing more than a dozen felony charges, accused of breaking into a home in Stanley County to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. He's scheduled for a disposition hearing. A judge is expected to set a trial date and hear if any plea deals have been worked out. It's unclear if Brigham will appear in court. The 44-year-old is currently in the Stanley County Detention Center on an $11 million bond. 12:04 now, and Gastonia police say a 14-year-old is responsible for a fire inside the Dollar Tree store on South York Road. Due to the teen's age, their name is not being released. Police also released this surveillance video of the suspect running out of the store and employees evacuating. Last month's fire caused extensive damage to the store. Luckily, nobody was injured. Silfab Solar officials say they're stopping operations for almost a week starting this Wednesday. However, they say it's not because of recent York County Council meetings or community discussion calling for the company to leave the town. The shutdown is to complete the facility upgrades. Silfab leaders say production will resume next Tuesday. One of the schools near the controversial facility is Flint Hill Middle. Fort Mill School District leaders wrote to state and county officials again about a week ago to request they put limits on Silfab's operations. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is at the campus as school starts amid the legal battle.
Earlier this summer, some parents we were talking to said they were considering homeschooling their kids just so they wouldn't be going to class so close to the Silfab manufacturing site. However, others were pretty convinced the issues would be resolved before they would get the certifications to turn their home into a classroom. So they were happy this morning to leave their kids in the hands of the professionals at the Fort Mill district. Some of the veteran teachers here just now joining this staff, along with the new school leaders, say they're excited to get started in making a new culture, a new identity for this brand new school. And district officials say, in addition to this newness, they are relying on decades of experience of keeping kids safe.
Schools have to deal with a lot more issues than just what's happening next door to this campus. There are a lot of things we have to be prepared for. We have evacuation plans. Emergency planning is always taking place. That's something we do every year constantly. So our students are safe when they come into our building.
Several other South Carolina districts are beginning their new school year today. In addition to Fort Mill students, learners in Rock Hill and Clover will be back in the classroom, and York School District 1, Chester County, Lancaster County also having their first day today. And we got a quick glimpse inside the school just after that first bell rang. And there was quite a bit of patience going on as all of the students, even some of the teachers, working out where to find those first homeroom classes or some of those first special classes here of the year. They're also asking for a little extra patience from drivers around the district, saying that there's about 3 times as much traffic on the road now as there was this time last week, and those school bus drivers working on getting those new routes down. They say in about a week, things should start to even out a little bit. Reporting in Fort Mill, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
And soon, students in surrounding areas will also make their way back to school. Cabarrus County students return August 12th, followed by Union County on August 24th. Charlotte-Mecklenburg students head back August 25th. We have a full list of back-to-school dates for every district in our area on our website at qcnews.com, or you can scan the QR code on your screen right now. The Pineville Library is set to reopen today after a deadly crash led to a months-long closure. This is video from April when a car slammed into the building that houses the library and town hall. The driver died at the scene. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. The town hall reopened earlier this month. Now for a live look over the nation's capital, it appears Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is again back on track to be confirmed for that role permanently. And as Trevor Shirley reports, it comes after reaching an agreement with holdout Republican senators.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says he's reached a deal with 2 Republican senators who are planning on voting against his confirmation to become the next Senate-confirmed Attorney General. After weeks of wondering will he or won't he, Senator John Cornyn now says he will vote to confirm Todd Blanche to be Attorney General.
We have a man named Todd Blanche. He's outstanding in every way.
Up until last week, Senators Thom Tillis and John Cornyn, both Republicans, blocked Acting Attorney General Blanche's confirmation path. Both said they wanted changes to a settlement that would have given President Trump and members of his family broad immunity from tax audits and created a $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund to compensate people who claim to be unfairly prosecuted by the government.
A lot of big supporters of Trump like it.
But after pushback from the senators, Blanche said this.
The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Senator Cornyn wanted that in writing because the settlement was in writing.
We want to make sure that it remains dead.
We just want to end the fund.
Sunday night, Blanche tweeted a document that says, quote, "This order establishes beyond any doubt that there is no fund, and the immunity from tax audits only applies retroactively. However, there seems to be no mechanism that guarantees the administration won't go back on its word once Blanche is confirmed." The Senate Judiciary Committee plans to hold a vote on Blanche's nomination tomorrow. It could go before the full Senate by the end of the week. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
And early voting will get underway Wednesday for the special GOP primary election in South Carolina. Registered voters can cast their ballot Wednesday through Friday from 8:30 in the morning until 5 in the evening. And expected runoff is set for August 25th. The special election comes after U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham died last month. His sister Darlene Graham is currently serving the rest of his term, which ends in January. She is also running in the primary. In Queen City news, and our parent company Nexstar are hosting a debate featuring the candidates in the South Carolina's special primary. Tomorrow night, 4 of the 5 candidates who meet Nexstar's debate criteria will be on stage in Mount Pleasant. That includes Congressman Ralph Norman and Russell Fry, former Governor Mark Sanford, and businessman Mark Lynch. Interim Senator Darlene Graham is unable to attend. The debate will be at 7 p.m., and you can watch it right here on Queen City News. The woman accused of killing a Rock Hill teen now sits behind bars. What we know about the shooting and the suspect's emotional day in court. Plus, a Queen City News poll finds a majority of people in Charlotte do not support law enforcement using flock cameras. How the surveillance technology around the area is leading to more questions than answers as citizens call for transparency. And could rising costs be impacting the time spent with your friends? Why the spike is making it harder for people to enjoy what's known as third places. Brandon?
And here at the Pinpoint Weather Center, I'm cooking up a pretty active weather forecast for this week. Daily chances of scattered showers and storms, which could lead to some flash flooding possibilities. We'll time the storms out for you and also talk about where the flash flood threat will be the highest this week, coming up in just a bit.
All right, looking forward to that. And you're watching a Queen City News, a beautiful view of Uptown from our exclusive Arlington camera, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. it seems like just about everything costs more these days, including simply spending time with friends. A growing number of economists and social researchers say rising prices are making it harder for people to enjoy what are known as third places. Our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, joins us now. And Taylor, first of all, explain to me what third places are and why they are becoming harder to find.
So the third place is a space that you can hang out, spend time outside of work, outside of your job, outside of your home or school. So think of places like coffee shops, local diners, neighborhood bars. Now the concern is that many people feel like these places are becoming less accessible because they're becoming so much more expensive over the years, right? So whether it's the cost of a cup of coffee, a movie ticket, parking, meals, many people say that these casual outings are just, they used to be easy and affordable, and they just aren't anymore. And I mean, I also just found the average average price of a movie ticket today is $16. Average price of a cup of coffee is $4 to $6. And if you're going out to dinner with your friends, you're spending at least $25. So people just don't see these options really as affordable as they used to be.
Yeah, and I mean, especially this weekend, we had the big Spider-Man movie, so a lot of people were going to that and they're spending all this money. But where are people spending their time then instead of doing these third places?
Yeah, they're choosing to spend a lot of their time at home. So that could be inviting your friends over to have dinner, to watch a movie together. Book clubs are becoming really popular, as well as craft nights. Now, researchers say it's not necessarily because people prefer to be at home, but it's just grabbing dinner and meeting people out, again, is just becoming a lot more expensive and something that people have to start budgeting for, especially if you want to see your friends multiple times a month.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, now you got a budget for that with groceries and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But what does it mean beyond just where we begin spending time out at?
Yeah, I mean, third places are a place that people build community, right? So if you have more people not choosing to do these things because they cost so much, I mean, that can lead to isolation and a lost opportunity to make connections with people and friendship. Businesses are also adapting to this. I mean, if you think about some of the major coffee chains out there, they're investing more effort into the drive-through or mobile orders, when really maybe 10 years ago, a coffee shop might be a place that you say, let's just meet here and have a cup of coffee and chat for a couple of hours. But even those businesses are kind of saying, how quick can we get people in and out? I will say, on a positive note, there are some encouraging signs locally. I mean, here in Charlotte and surrounding communities appear to be investing in these third places, right? So you have the rail trail in South End. You can go there, walk, you can make your own cup of coffee and just hang out with friends without having to spend money. You also have Camp North End, which prioritizes local art and murals and green spaces. Even the Charlotte Farmers Market. Just because a place offers you to buy something doesn't mean you have to. So I do think that is kind of a silver lining, that you do have some cities and towns really kind of investing into those third places because they know how important it can be for the community.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is a lot of those third places turned into workplaces. It's like you're doing coffee, but you're working at the coffee shop. You're not spending time with friends or anything else.
Yes, another impact from the pandemic too that I think is having a ripple effect here.
All right, shut the computer, enjoy a cup of coffee with your friend and have a little fun. Thanks so much, Taylor Young. All right, let's go over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson, who, of course, Brandon, if we're talking about third places, it would be good to be inside because storms may be coming up later on today.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. It won't rain all day, every day this week, but there's going to be a chance for storms each day this week. It's just likely going to be one area one day and then another area the next. That's how we're going to be tracking these summertime storms over the next 7 days. I think the highest rain chance this week is going to come on Tuesday and also through the middle of the week. More of an isolated storm chance today, meaning you have a better chance of staying dry than you will towards the latter half of the week. We've got what's called a cutoff low pressure system that is over the area. Essentially, you've got your jet stream to the north here, and then along this area of low pressure, it's been cut off from the main flow. So it's essentially just kind of meandering all by itself until the jet jet stream picks it back up again. So that's why we're going to continue to have moisture pulled out of the Gulf and also continue to have shower chances. There's an old saying, it's cut off low, weatherman's woe. And the big reason why is because areas of low pressure like this are very hard to forecast, which is why rain chances might go up or down as we go throughout the week. Radar right now is mainly dry. We do have some storms, though, that are starting to track into Lancaster County and southern Chester County. We'll be tracking those here in the next half hour, but overall, conditions are mainly dry across the region. We'll continue to watch some of those isolated tropical downpours pop up through the afternoon. Better chance for storms today will be mainly focused in the mountains, and then overnight tonight, everything just kind of shuts down. There could be maybe a stray shower or two in the morning. Definitely a possibility, higher possibility of that tomorrow morning compared to this morning that we had. No storms tomorrow, more numerous, meaning we are going to have more widespread shower and thunderstorm activity out the door tomorrow afternoon. Then as we go into Wednesday, we dry things out in the morning, more scattered showers and storms popping up Wednesday afternoon. Wednesday night into Thursday morning, things calm down, the atmosphere heats back up Thursday afternoon and evening, and there you go, more hit or miss storms popping up. So again, there's some days where you might stay dry, there's other days where you might get 2 or even 3 downpours. When it's all said and done this week, though, I'm thinking 1 to 2 inches of rainfall region wide, but there could be some locally higher amounts, especially if you get training thunderstorms and or repeated thunderstorms, meaning storms are moving over the same areas over and over again. So that's why localized flash flooding can't be ruled out. I also won't rule out some gusty storms every once in a while this week too, maybe sub-severe storms close to that severe range, something we'll watch for you, but that's a low-end threat this week. I think the localized flash flooding threat is a bit higher. Upper 70s, low 80s right now here at lunch. We've got low 70s in the mountains. It's a struggle to warm up. As the clouds break, though, it'll get pretty steamy with that sun. I expect 86 today for a high temperature, 85 Concord, 84 Morganton, with 70s up in the mountains. Low 60s tonight in the mountains, upper 60s for the foothills, low 70s elsewhere. Another warm and muggy start tomorrow at mid 80s for the afternoon and mid 70s in the mountains. Your mountain forecast showing those 70s this week, cooler than normal temperatures, but it will be muggy, adding to discomfort and also bringing those storm chances numerous up in the mountains over the next few days. 7-day forecast for Charlotte shows 80s, below normal temperatures, but muggy conditions and maybe a storm chance for our Charlotte FC matchups Tuesday night and Friday night of this week, Will.
All right, thanks so much, Brandon. North Carolina ranked as one of the top states for the widening wage gap, what experts say is driving the trend. And faking work productivity, who a new report names as the biggest culprits. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. A Shelby business is planning to close and nearly 300 workers are set to be laid off. Electric Glass Fiber America notified state officials last month that the business is planning to shut down. Owners say the layoffs of 282 employees will begin at the end of August, and the final firings are expected to be complete by October of next year. North Carolina now ranks second in the nation for the fastest growing wage gap. Researchers with financial technology company Smart Asset found the gap between the state's highest earners and the typical worker is noticeably wider over the last year. Today, it takes nearly $120,000 a year to be in the state's top 10% of earners. Meanwhile, the median annual wage in the state is just about under $48,000. Experts say North Carolina's rapid growth and an influx of higher paying industries like finance and tech are driving the trend. Experts say the U.S. economy is growing at a snail's pace. New numbers show sluggish growth during the second quarter. Federal officials say the economy expanded at just a 1.5% pace from April through June. That's down from 2.1% during the first quarter. Rising imports are to blame, but some brighter spots. The Federal Reserve's favored measure of inflation increased slower last month, and consumer spending rose. A new study claims more than half of Gen Z workers are faking productivity at work. According to a study from Software Finder, 80% of the Gen Z workers they talk to admit to it. 68% of millennials and 58% of Gen X say they do it as well. The study also finds the average U.S. worker spends 5 hours a week just pretending to be busy. 64% of respondents say they have intentionally slowed down to avoid finishing their work too early. Lawmakers say they want answers surrounding the COVID pandemic, how they're planning to hold former top health officials accountable. You're watching Queen City News, view from Monroe. It is 12:26, 81 degrees outside. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. The former co-owner of Sycamore Brewing is scheduled to make a court appearance today. Justin Brigham is accused of breaking into a home in Stanley County to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. He's scheduled for a disposition hearing. A judge is expected to set a trial date and hear if any plea deals have been worked out. Gastonia police say a 14-year-old is responsible for a fire inside the Dollar Tree store on South York Road. Due to the teen's age, their name is not being released. Police also released this surveillance video of the suspect running out of the store and employees evacuating. Last month's fire caused extensive damage to the store. Luckily, nobody was hurt. And it's the first day, or the first full week of August, which means many students are back in school. Rock Hill and York County students are back in the classroom today. Cabarrus County students return August 12th, followed by Union County on August 24th. Charlotte-Mecklenburg students head back August 25th. And 12:30, let's go ahead and take a look over Gaston County. And those students aren't back in school yet, Brendan. They get a little time to enjoy this weather, but the weather might rain on them a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a possibility, but you can see this live look from Dallas, how everything's starting to clear out a little bit from some of the morning fog and also low stratus clouds we had this morning. And yeah, you see there's a chance for strong storms later today. That'll be the case really for the next several days. We could see maybe some isolated stronger storms with gusty winds. But I do think localized flash flooding going to be the main concern because we have so much moisture overhead. Look at your Muggy meter. We're in the tropical air mass range pretty much every day this week. We've got a dew point of 75 degrees right now in Charlotte. We are right around the highest dew point we've had so far this summer, and it is going to be just very muggy all week long this week, so be prepared for that. It is going to be a very tropical air mass, and unfortunately, with a tropical air mass comes tropical downpours, and you get south of I-85 right now, we've got downpours forming over Lancaster County, Great Falls, Lancaster, Heath Springs. Also, as you're getting towards Waxhaw, I've got a downpour pretty much headed right towards you, getting ready to cross Highway 521. So again, Futurecast shows those isolated downpours as we go through the afternoon. Not everybody will get a storm. Some of us stay dry today, and that'll be the case really every day this week. Better chance for storms today in the mountains, probably a little bit more widespread in coverage up in the high country. Temperature finally at 80 in Charlotte, 81 Statesville, 73 Boone. Today's highs mid-80s with those mid-70s up in the mountains. It's warm and muggy, and storm chances will be continuing throughout the week. I've got your Charlotte FC forecast, though, coming out for tomorrow night in just a little bit, Will.
All right, thanks so much, Brandon. A 22-year-old Rock Hill woman remains in custody for allegedly shooting and killing an 18-year-old girl. Jamoria McClinton was denied bond Sunday. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks reports.
22-year-old Jamoria McClinton was in tears before appearing before a judge Sunday morning. She's accused of shooting and killing 18-year-old Aaliyah White around 3:49 Saturday morning in the 800 block of Horseman Drive.
It was determined that the victim went to the residence that was not the defendant's home, where she encountered the defendant, Jamoria McClinton. Once the victim and McClinton made direct contact, McClinton produced a firearm and shot the unarmed victim before fleeing the scene.
Investigators didn't say who owned the home where the shooting happened, how the two knew each other, or what led to the crime. Authorities say the gun believed to be used in the crime was recovered on scene. McClinton waived her right to a public defender.
We are here for a bond hearing. However, this is Rock Hill Municipal Court. I am not allowed by law to set up bond in this case. So there's no way that this defendant, whether you're here for the victim's family or her family, there's no way she's going to get out today.
The judge says bonds can only be set by a circuit court judge. Investigators say the victim just graduated from South Point High School and was on her way to college this fall.
Aaliyah was deeply loved by her family and friends and was described as someone that's loving and caring. Unfortunately, this senseless act resulted in the loss of a young lady that had a very bright future.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
And a man is facing a murder charge in connection with a shooting in Cornelius. Officers say Jonquise Patterson went to a home on Meridian Street with a stolen semi-automatic AK-47 pistol. He's accused of shooting 32-year-old Johnny Johnson, who died at the hospital. Authorities say the two men knew each other and this was an isolated incident. Investigators are working to find the cause of a house fire in North Charlotte. It broke out just before 9 on Remington Street, just off of Beatties Ford Road. Still no word on the cause or any injuries. We will bring you the latest as we learn more information. Last week, Queen City News asked our viewers if you approved of flock surveillance cameras. We asked the question on the heels of a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer's arrest for allegedly using the technology meant to solve crimes to help a suspect. Of the more than 400 respondents, nearly 80% said they do not approve of the technology. This raised the question of who is installing the cameras. And as Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone found out, private businesses are installing some, but questions remain about how the data is being accessed.
This is one of the flock cameras we pointed out to you Thursday. The technology is owned by a private company, Flock Safety, not CMPD, the City of Charlotte, or the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office. Charlotte says it also does not operate the cameras, but it can access them. At least 4 sit along South Clarkson and Cedar Streets, and workers at the Charlotte Pipe and Foundry Company told us they're the ones that had the cameras installed. That got us wondering what other businesses use them. We found one outside this Home Depot in Greer Heights, and ones like this outside South Park Mall. This one sits in front of South Park Corners condos. Not all flock cameras may look like ones that we've shown you, and that's because the company has the ability to connect to existing ones as long as they meet certain criteria. So that leaves the question, how big is this network?
In law enforcement, a lot of things get buried from the public that it's, if we're living in a transparent world, and we look to law enforcement to be that pillar of our society, then we should be the ones that are the most transparent and not the ones that are hiding our actions.
This retired police officer spoke with us as someone who once supported the cameras and is now pushing for more transparency. CMPD did not respond to our request when we asked how many private flock cameras it can access. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Anthropic says its Claude model escaped a testing environment and assessed the systems of 3 different organizations without a prompt to do so. According to the AI company, 3 breaches happened during simulated Capture the Flag cybersecurity exercises. The models were tasked to find hidden information with no internet access. Now, some of the leading AI companies are pushing for more government oversight, with more than 1,000 signing a letter saying the technology could rapidly grow beyond humans' ability to understand or control the impact. And the federal government is spending more than $7 billion to invest in the National Cancer Institute. The move comes as researchers say AI will play a big role in the development of vaccines. Now, the National Cancer Institute announced a $200 million public-private and partnership to study therapeutic vaccines. These particular vaccines try to stop tumors from growing after cancer treatment and would target proteins that are only on cancer cells. The shots would also train the immune system to fight. Researchers say AI models can speed up the process.
Early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours.
I think each of the steps there is very logical. It just hasn't been demonstrated yet.
Health experts say current research is promising, and in a matter of years, vaccines could help fight against some of the toughest to treat cancers. 1238, and Florida's Attorney General says he wants answers surrounding the COVID pandemic. He's now spearheading an investigation into Dr. Anthony Fauci. This comes after Fauci declined to answer questions at a Senate hearing last week. Attorney General James Uthmeier posted about the suit on X, saying it's past time to get the truth of what happened during COVID. The state hasn't identified a specific crime that Dr. Fauci committed. However, officials want investigators to look into Fauci's pandemic records, public statements, and financial interests to determine whether he misled the public or caused harm to Floridians, either physically or monetarily. They say subpoenas could go out soon.
We'll be going through the record we have. We're going to send a plane up to D.C. and get any file they're willing to share with us. Look forward to working with Senator Rand Paul. I know he's eager to find accountability. And then we'll have subpoenas out likely as early as next week, looking into what Dr. Fauci knew, when he knew it, all of the statements and directives he made.
And before leaving office, President Biden issued Fauci a sweeping pardon covering potential federal crimes tied to his government service during the pandemic. However, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says that doesn't prevent any state from opening an investigation. North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson wants a judge to reject a settlement with Chemours. The EPA and DOJ are asking the judge to approve the $450 million deal over PFAS contamination. The facility in 3 states, including North Carolina. The so-called forever chemicals have been linked to cancer and birth defects. Jackson says North Carolina was ground zero for the chemicals, but the deal leaves the state behind.
Telling the judge before he finalizes that EPA deal that he shouldn't do it, that it's a bad deal for North Carolina.
North Carolina's ongoing legal fight with Chemours stems from decades of PFAS contamination in the Cape Fear River from its Fayetteville plant. A 2019 court order already requires the company to reduce pollution, clean up contamination, and provide safe drinking water. Families in Iredell County can once again enjoy a summer favorite thanks to easing water restrictions. Last week, the Troutman ESC Park splash pad opened for the first time this summer. State environmental quality officials say recent rainfall has made a dent in the water deficit, moving several parts of the state into a stage 1 drought status, including Iredell County. Friday, Troutman town officials announced mandatory water restrictions are no longer in effect.
Really excited that it's finally back open. It's just been so hot, so it's nice to have somewhere to cool off. We've really just been kind of staying out of, any, again, like the big water places, trying to just be cautious, like not washing our cars, those sorts of things.
And Governor Josh Stein and environmental leaders are still asking neighbors to be mindful of their water usage, saying drought conditions are not quite where they need to be yet. His home is a museum to America's music, how a collection from one local man will take you back in time. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. One North Carolina band has a home filled with music memorabilia. Almost every wall will take you back in time. In fact, as Chad Tucker reports, officially it's known as the American Music Museum.
Is this where the magic happens?
This is it. I spent most of my life on the road where all I had was my music.
The magic of music has been Curtis Ingram's life song.
I get it. You just love music. I said, yeah, that's it.
Curtis's home is the American Music Museum.
This is just a start. I mean, I think the American Music Museum should have everything.
Almost every wall displays a piece of music history.
I told them, you give me backstage passes and front row seats, I'll give you the deal. Right?
Thousands of album covers, guitars, ticket stubs from shows he's seen.
Graham Nash, when I got him signed this 8-track, he goes,
many signed by icons and legends.
The only Beatle I ever met was Pete Best. You know?
Frame mementos that immediately take you back to that time and place.
We started off with Aerosmith.
But that's not all. Movies, television, sports.
Most of the sports people I've met are local ties, you know.
His love of collecting started early.
I guess it started with the baseball cards with me, you know, when I was a kid.
And his love of music did too.
I just like a lot of stuff, you know.
He helped start a museum for North Carolina music lovers.
One of the big parts of music to me is you got to have fans, you know.
And hopes one day this collection will find a home.
I kept ticket stubs from every time I went to a concert. It's a beach music hit.
In a museum for America's music lovers to see too.
Souvenirs of your life, little memories of your life. You know, just key that. Oh yeah, we did that. You know, we met Barbara Eden when she played at High Point Theater.
That's why we appreciate you, Curtis Ingram, a keeper of our past.
But I hope it brings people together.
In Thomasville.
No idea of how many pieces you have.
Looking for Chad's folks.
No, I've not counted them.
I'm Chad Tucker.
And Curtis hopes his collection will one day find a home outside of his home so more people can enjoy the memories of music. Families can enjoy the Star Wars summer movie series in Davidson tonight. The event will feature The Phantom Menace. Each movie night will also feature trivia and prizes. The free family-friendly outdoor film experience kicks off at 7:15 on South Main Street. Attendees are encouraged to come early with your lawn chairs and blankets to secure a great viewing spot. The series is expected to run through October. And if you weren't to the movies this weekend, then if you went to the movies this weekend, then you were part of the box office history. Spider-Man: Brand New Day is now the second biggest North American opening ever with $355 million, just $2 million below the record set by Avengers: Endgame. It also had a record opening day of $168 million. All right, let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Brandon Lawson as we look over Monroe. Now, Brandon, there's movie nights in Davidson, so, I mean, Are they going to be able to get that movie in?
They'll be okay tonight. They'll definitely be okay tonight. And if you're going to be out in that series at all, I mean, there will be some nights where there could be some higher storm chances. I know Spider-Man's really big. Luckily, the movie's showing indoors. But if you're going to be walking really anywhere outside, you want to make sure that you have the rain gear handy this week. Storm setup this week is we've got this area of low pressure that's essentially stalling or it's cut off from the main flow of the jet stream. So it's not going to really move much. Just kind of meander around the mid-Atlantic. And unfortunately, that's going to send a lot of moisture our way. So this is going to be a very muggy week, and it's going to be a pretty active week at times as well. Radar showing you some of those storms over Lancaster County and also down towards southern Chester County. I was just tracking those a few minutes ago, but you can still see those moving into Lancaster and also towards the Monroe area. Waxhaw probably going to get some heavy rain here too soon. So just be careful with some of those heavier downpours because, again, these will be big-time downpours. A lot of moisture in the atmosphere. So when these storms form, we're talking about tropical downpours here, and that'll be the case through the afternoon. Very isolated Notice 4 o'clock this afternoon, not everybody getting a storm, and most of the storms likely today will be up in the high country. Tomorrow morning, I would be shocked if I'm tracking a few storms with you on Queen City News Now tomorrow morning. Again, the only reason I say that is because there is going to be enough energy in the morning to produce some of these storms versus what we had this morning. Tomorrow afternoon is going to be way more active than this afternoon. Notice the storms really blossoming for Tuesday afternoon, evening. If we see a strong storm with gusty winds, tomorrow would certainly be the day. And again, we can also see some localized flash flooding as well from storms moving over the same areas over and over again. Something you want to stay tuned to your Pinpoint Weather app for, because you'll get those flash flood alerts and also those flood advisories if you do have high water in your area. Wednesday, notice more storms in the afternoon, evening, hit or miss. Same can be said for Thursday, drying things out by Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon, it's like Mother Nature flips the switch and we get those scattered showers and storms firing up again over the area. 1 to 2 inches of rain this week, generally across the region. There could be areas that get way more than that. There could be areas that get way less than that. Just going to be really dependent on where those downpours line up each day. The areas that do get more could see more of a flood threat. I do think the mountains probably have the highest flood threat this week because they saw the most rain over the weekend. They've got the most saturated ground, but even south of the mountains, towards Charlotte, southeast of I-85, we could certainly still see some flooding issues there. This is the wettest month of the year here in the Carolinas. August tends to be wetter because, one, the tropics heat up around this time of year. A little less likely this year because of El Nino, but we also get some more fronts. Cold fronts drive off a change in temperature across the country, and we start to see our temperatures change a little bit across the country as we get towards the end of the year. So we'll start getting more fronts around here. 80 in Charlotte right now, 81 Concord, 72 Boone, 82 Morganton. Mid-80s today with mid-70s in the mountains towards the, again, Boone and Jefferson. Lows tonight in the 70s, 60s a possibility towards the mountains tonight. And then it's another warm and muggy day tomorrow in the 80s and 70s. And again, if you're going to be heading to Charlotte FC later tomorrow night, 8 o'clock kickoff, we do have thunderstorm chances. Temperatures dropping into the 70s. Just have the poncho handy at the bank. I am looking at that forecast in Canton, Ohio, too. Chance for storms there Thursday night for the Hall of Fame game. We're in the 80s all week, warm and muggy, with daily scattered shower and thunderstorm chances. You're watching Queen City News Now. This is the most honorable, most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back here on Queen City News at noon after this.
Welcome back. The Leagues Cup starts Tuesday, and it'll be 18 Liga MX teams and 18 clubs from MLS, 54 matches over the next week and a half. It's a round-robin tournament. Clubs will be divided into Eastern and Western regions, split into tiers based on their team's ranking. The Crowns sitting in 12th in the Leagues Cup ranking, and they'll play 3 matches, hoping to rack up enough to move to the knockout round. Charlotte FC's trying to rectify last year's Phase 1 exit. And here's who Charlotte FC needs to get through to reach the knockout stage. The best part for fans of the Crown is all of these games are at the bank. First one is against the Pumas on Tuesday. Atlas comes to town a few days later, and Pachuca could secure a knockout spot for FC if they can get by the previous 2 matches. That's on August 11th. Back to work today for the Carolina Panthers. The team has only a few days left to prepare before they take the field again for their first game of the preseason. Over the weekend, they entertained 40,000 fans at Charlotte's Bank of America Stadium during Fan Fest. It was the first time fans got to see what the rookies can do, and for head coach Dave Canales, it was the first time the new guys get to experience the kind of energy Carolina crowds can bring.
We've shown them highlights of, just kind of down the stretch last year to see the environment, the energy that's in the building. And really, honestly, I heard what was going to happen and how the fans were going to show up. But I didn't really know what it was going to look like until we walked into the stadium. And sure enough, the energy was right and our guys were able to get a feel for that. It means a lot to me. I take a lot of pride in our guys. Their first time stepping out into the stadium to get that kind of reception from our fans, and it's just I don't know. It's just a point of pride where it feels good to me that our new guys, our free agents, our rookies, the guys who are here for the first time, can feel the energy in this building in Bank of America Stadium.
And the Black and Blue will take on Arizona Cardinals on Thursday in the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. We will also have much more on today's practice coming up on Queen City News at 4. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back. And thank you for joining us for Queen City News at noon. Join us again at 4. Take care.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we received a good amount of rain here in the Carolinas last week. We'll talk about the big rainmaker setup and if it's helped us get any closer to being out of this drought we're under. Plus, I'm not going to show you yet, but NASA has released some new images just showing how big the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt out in the open Atlantic truly is, and some new information about what could be causing this Sargassum Belt to be as significant as it is. That's all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, and it starts right now. Welcome into another edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Also, a big welcome to our YouTube viewers. And for those that might follow us on Instagram, maybe follow us on Facebook and X at Queen City News, or you can find me on those same platforms at WSBrandon9, posting all kinds of different things on there, including climate and weather. And we go inside the box on this show when we're talking about climate. We've been talking about the drought a lot this year. The drought has been a big topic. It's impacting lives, right? We can't use as much water as you probably want to use to wash your car, to make sure your lawn is adequately taken care of by putting water on it. You know, we've had the water restrictions. A lot of folks have been scraping their boats on the lakes, and you haven't really been able to take advantage of them as much either. So where are we now? We've had quite the change here lately in our patterns. We're getting a little bit more rain. And I'm telling you what, this has probably been the most active week we've had this year here in the Carolinas, between the rain that we had the week of July 21st to July 22nd, and also the rainfall that we had from severe storms on July 28th. It has been very active. And luckily, we got just the guy to talk about it. Corey Davis, he is the assistant state climatologist over at NC State at the climate office there. You know, Corey, this has been a very, very active July for Carolinas. Is this the active July we were looking for?
Well, we talked beforehand. It sounds like Mother Nature has tried to fit all the severe weather and active weather that we missed out on in the spring in just 1 month here over the summer. Again, what a difference a month, even a week makes. You go back to where we were this time last month, we were still watching a lot of those weather systems that would pass us by. And at the same time, we were under these heat dome patterns. So we know that was only making the drought worse. But we have seen that huge pattern change just over the last week, especially with that event that played out from last Wednesday through Saturday. We watched that heavy rainfall for several days across parts of the Carolinas. Really interesting setup here as well. This time of the year, we're used to looking at cold fronts that may come in from the west, or a low pressure that may track up along the coastline. This was a case where we had a cold front.
And you have these rainfall totals here. Hyde County getting like 8 to 9 inches of rain. So just talk about what this has done for us. Like, how much has this changed things for us now looking forward? Everybody wants to know, is the drought over? It's not, but this was a big help, probably the biggest help we've had in the last several months.
It really is. And, you know, all throughout the spring and summer, when we watched this drought develop, we kept saying that probably the best cure would be a good tropical storm. Well, this wasn't exactly a tropical storm, but the kind of totals that we got, you saw the 8 to 9 inches in parts of the coast. That's similar to what we would expect from a tropical system. So in that sense, we had the best of both worlds. We got the heavy rain that we needed, but also we missed out on the winds and the storm surge and some of those other hazards. Also a real positive with just how widespread the rain was in this event. This was not like our normal pop-up showers and storms in the summer that may hit one area and miss areas across town. We saw a fairly widespread 2 to 3 inches of rain across most of North Carolina. Parts of South Carolina got in on that as well. And of course, there were some locally higher totals mixed in. So the good news is that, again, it was a multi-day soaking rain event that allowed some of those soil moisture levels and stream flow levels to recover really nicely. At the same time, we know that our lake levels are still recovering. Lake Norman is still about 2 feet shy of its normal target. Some of the groundwater wells have started showing a response, but they still need more water. They still need more rain to really get that full recharge. Keep in mind, we've been in this dry pattern for about 11 months now. So that one wet week, one wet month will not fully undo the damage that was done from that dryness early this year.
Yeah, you mentioned tropical systems. We were talking about that earlier. Like he said, we were saying we were going to need some sort of tropical cyclone to bring us some moisture as we get towards the fall, because that might be our best bet now that we're in the driest part of the year. But we actually saw some areas get similar rains to what they have seen with historic tropical systems. Talk about some of those areas.
Yeah, especially across the coast of eastern North Carolina, it has been a fairly wet start to July, but of course, this was the big event that kind of pushed them over the top. One bit of good news in those areas is that they had been mostly at that moderate drought level. They are now back to normal. There is no drought left in that part of the state. So, again, that is a huge change from where we were just a couple months ago when that drought had really expanded across the entire state. So, we're starting to see some areas come out of the drought. That doesn't mean everywhere is out of the drought just yet, but again, it's a trend in the right direction.
Yeah, it's just crazy seeing some of these rainfall totals here. The wettest for Burlington and also the Graham area since Tropical Storm Chantal. And then looking at back to 1954, Corey, you guys look back there and you're seeing that the high point had their, what was the highest rainfall in 1 day or 3 days there?
Yeah, highest 1 day total. And I've had folks, including with the Weather Service, that have done a double take on that number. But, that's a part of the state that is not used to seeing these extreme rainfall totals. But with an event like this, that was parked right over that part of the state with so much moisture available, they saw 6 inches last Wednesday and Thursday. So some extreme amounts. And yeah, highest since Hazel. I don't think a lot of folks now were alive back then to remember what Hazel was like. But that's one of those big storms in our state's history.
Yeah, I sure wasn't, but I mean, I know a lot of people that were and that experienced that, and we've seen some of the pictures of it as well. And Hurricane Hazel, that was a big one, and one that a lot of folks do remember, Hurricane Helene. Only 2 years ago, we had to deal with that storm. Really, a little less than 2 years still. And Conover had one of their wettest stretches since Hurricane Helene, huh?
This is a good reminder of how much our weather patterns have changed since back in September 2024. Of course, that was an extremely wet month, especially in western North Carolina. Right after that, we switched over to a dry pattern. It lasted through that winter. We saw a little bit of relief last summer, but then by August, we were back in a dry pattern again. So those types of decent rain events that we've wanted, maybe not the Helene levels, but, getting a couple inches of rain in a day, we mostly haven't had those. And this last week was a good chance to at least pick up on some of the rain we've been missing out on.
Yeah, you look at just some of that damage that we had with Helene, really about 2 years now. We're getting closer to 2 years since Helene, and you see some of the flooding that happened there. The Tropical Storm Chantal just last year providing some of that flooding for central North Carolina and parts of eastern North Carolina. And, you look at some of those numbers and you look at the video, I feel like it brings us justice to just how significant some of those numbers were. Definitely helping us get out of this drought, at least try to inch towards it. Corey, what does this set us up for later this year? El Nino, it has been a big topic. I'm telling you, I've heard the El Nino word and Super El Nino more than I've heard my own name. I feel like this year. Where are we at as a climate way? If you're looking at climatologically speaking, what are we looking at for later this year?
Well, we like to think that the rain we've had this month is at least the turning point. This has kept that drought from getting any worse, and we're starting to see it get better. We know we've still got about half of the summer ahead. August historically is one of our hotter months. We can see summer-like temperatures in September as well. So what we're hoping for is that we can at least get average rainfall over these next 1 to 2 months. That will keep us from sliding back into drought and undoing some of the progress that these recent rains have made. And after that, once we get into the fall, we expect those typical El Nino impacts to start emerging. Usually that means a stronger jet stream and a stronger storm track to our south. That's bringing weather systems up out of the Gulf and along our coast. It's picking up lots of moisture. So these strong El Nino events usually tend to be pretty wet. You look back at the last time we were in one in 2015, we entered a wet pattern starting that September. Folks, especially in eastern North and South Carolina, may remember that well. That last week of September in 2015 was just soaking wet, 12 to 20 inches of rain in some areas. And that pattern did not let up a lot before the end of the year. That was our wettest December on record as a state in North Carolina. And we weren't in drought back then, but there was certainly plenty of moisture to go around. So we do expect it will be wetter by the fall and especially through the winter of this coming year.
Yeah, and just looking at the drought monitor again, this is as of July 23rd. We'll get a new drought monitor Thursday, July 30th. So that will be kind of a good drought monitor, you think, Corey? You think we'll see some of these red areas, darker red areas, maybe change a little bit?
Yeah, keep this in mind. This is a good before image, and I expect the after will look a lot better, especially these areas of severe and extreme drought across parts of central North Carolina. Those were the areas that were hit hardest by this rain last week. Again, some spots had 5, 6, 8 inches of rain, so we could see 1 and even 2 category improvements on the drought map. And again, that will reflect where we're at right now. We know in the short term it's been very wet. In the longer term, we do still have those rainfall deficits since the start of the year. Charlotte is still about 6 inches below normal so far this year. And again, we know we're still waiting on a little bit more rain to raise those lake and groundwater levels. So that's a good reminder that we're not out of drought just yet, but we are certainly in improved position after this latest round of rain.
All right, Corey, one last question before we let you go. Just wanted to ask what people should still be doing. Should we still be doing the water restrictions and making sure that we're taking care of the saving water like we've been over the last few months, even with the rain last week?
Absolutely. And I know folks have long memories of that 2007 drought. Keep in mind that drought got much worse in August. It was a very hot and very dry August. That's when we started seeing those restrictions tighten up even more. We hope we'll get better rain this year than we did back in 2007. But again, we're only one hot, dry month away from seeing drought creep back in.
Yeah.
I do think we're in a more improved state right now. We are closer to rolling back those restrictions and adding new ones. But again, we're not out of the woods of this drought just yet.
Yeah, still in the middle of summer. And I wanted to pull up a graphic because you mentioned it, the heat. It drives drought, and the big reason why is because whenever we heat up the atmosphere, it's able to hold more moisture, and we get evaporation, the most important part of the Earth's water cycle. That evaporation, again, it just takes out of our soil, it takes water and moisture out of our lakes or streams, and as that evaporation increases due to warmer air being more thirsty air, that unfortunately can cause the drought to get worse. And Corey, you mentioned it there, just again, August of 2007, very hot, very dry month. Expanded the drought rapidly. So we're definitely going to continue to, keep an eye on this. This is something a lot of folks have been talking about this year. Obviously, the water restrictions, restricting how much water people can use. And I think it's just been more of a driven drought information-wise because social media is just a little bit stronger than what it was in 2007. So I think a lot of folks are really taking advantage of looking at social media and figuring out, what does this drought mean? What can I do to help? And unfortunately, the drought's still here, but the fortunate news is we have had some relief. So, Corey, I appreciate you coming on the show with us today, and I'm sure I'm going to have you on again to chat about more drought as we get into later this year, and hopefully El Nino can help us out a little bit, considering tropical systems will probably be on the lower side later this year.
That's right. Thanks, Brandon. We'll have a party when this drought is over.
Oh, yeah, we definitely will. I'll join you up in Raleigh for that, for sure. Appreciate it, Corey. Coming up in just a bit. Coming up in just a bit, we're going to be talking about sargassum out in the Pacific Ocean. NASA's released some new information on that. Just want to release that for you and show you what they're looking at could be driving the sargassum. Coming up in just a bit. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Got to get into sargassum now. Sargassum seaweed, it's something we've talked about on the show before. I'm telling you, it's gross stuff. I'm going to save you some of the videos we've been showing you in the past, but I will show you a more calmer image of it. This is from Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, who was at Amelia Island there in Northeast Florida about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And you can see over there on the beach, there looks like what could be like sticks or just dirt off in the distance. That's actually dried up sargassum. And again, sargassum is a type of brown floating algae, and it's been shifting its range over the last several years. The trend started in 2011 and it's continued into 2026. And unfortunately, now we're seeing record levels of it. So if you've been on vacation, you've been to the beach, or you've been on your honeymoon out in the Caribbean or your cruise, and you've been about, or, moving about that area, and you smell the smell of rotten eggs, that's sargassum. And unfortunately, not only does it smell, it's gross to touch, to be around. And again, that rotten egg smell, it actually comes from the release of hydrogen sulfide. That's what that is. And again, we've actually spoken to a NOAA oceanographer. His name is Dr. Batu Lou Hinhoff. He's actually been on the show with us, and he shares with us this trend is actually coming from ocean warming, but there's other factors too that NOAA's investigating. Now, I wanted to bring this topic up again. The big reason why is because NASA's released some new information. They've released some new maps that show essentially this Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt and just how much sargassum is out there. You go to the east coast of Florida, or you go to Puerto Rico and you see it. I don't think everybody really understands just how big this Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt really is. And again, the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt is new. It just really came around in 2011. That's like a whole new phrase because of just how big the sargassum has grown. Now, sargassum out in the middle of the ocean like this, it's not a terrible thing. Now, we'll say you don't want too much of it out there in the open ocean because, it can impact some marine life if they're getting a little bit too much of this. But sargassum used to be really good. It used to be good for marine life to have out in the middle of the ocean. But now it's just kind of overwhelming at this point. And it's obviously overwhelming for tourism too. And I want to point something out. Look at the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt when it started to grow, 2011. So you got your x-axis showing the year, and your y-axis is showing the amount of wet biomass of sargassum in million tons. So in 2000 to 2010, we had not much sargassum at all. But now, look at like 2026, we're talking about 3.2 33.5 million tons of it, record levels in late last year and also this year. So we're talking about a significant amount of sargassum, and ocean warming is a big part of that. And there's also other factors, again, that the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration continues to investigate. It's something we'll continue to watch for you as well. But unfortunately, there's really no way to curve it at this time. But there might be one way, and it's try to figure out a way to cool our Earth down a little bit, especially considering that this sargassum dries off of warmer ocean temperatures. Definitely want to start thinking about maybe your next honeymoon, or when you go to the beach or your next trip. Maybe think about some more clean energy ways to keep our Earth cooler so we don't have to deal with sargassum quite as much. You know, just some things like that to think about when it comes down to sargassum, especially with our ocean warming as much as it has over the last decade or so. Our ocean's been warming, or global oceans really have been warming for several decades, but, you know, we've seen a significant jump in ocean temperatures over the last few years. And you talk about how it impacts hurricane seasons, what our hurricane season's getting a little bit more stronger hurricanes because of warmer oceans. Again, warmer oceans don't create more hurricanes, it just creates stronger hurricanes. And that's what we've been seeing here lately. The El Nino should shut things down this year. Now, there is a way to track it. You know, NOAA has a way to track it. Inundation risk. You can see it here. This is a website you can go to, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, Atlantic Oceanographic and Meteorological Laboratory. Man, say that 5 times fast. That's a tough one to say, all that information. But again, you go to their webpage. If you just look up on Google NOAA sargassum tracker, it'll take you right to it. But you can see all the different areas. I mean, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, the Barbados, you know, Caracas, any area that you're trying to go to out there in the open ocean of the Caribbean, or maybe even towards Florida, you can track just how significant that sargassum might be in those given areas. So that's something to keep an eye on here, folks. Again, sargassum is something we're going to have to deal with now. It's a part of our lives, but you know, NOAA's going to continue to investigate and figure out there's ways we can curve it. And we'll continue to talk about it on Pinpoint Weather University, and also send you some clips on YouTube as well, trying to figure out how to get around this sargassum, and also if there's any way in the near future that maybe sargassum could be eliminated a little bit more than what it is right now. But it's definitely still a new thing. It's a very new science, especially since the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt didn't even become a thing since until 2011. So, I mean, we're only talking about 15 years of this. So, something we'll keep an eye on for you. I'm meteorologist Fred Lawson here on Pinpoint Weather University. Take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this Earth together.
every single place around the world.
City News Plus, where we're going to dive into the history of Charlotte. I'm Alicia Barnes, and today we're taking you back to 1975 when Eastland Mall opened. And it was a time when it was the largest mall in North Carolina. It closed in 2010, but in the 80s and the 90s.
It's in Central Avenue.
Welcome into Local Roots on Queens. It wasn't just a place to shop. It was a cultural crossroad that helped define life in East Charlotte. But as the city boomed, neighborhoods changed. Eastland's rise and fall reflected something deeper, the shifting story of Charlotte itself. I want to welcome you in again to Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes. I want to have my two special guests to be able to introduce them. Dr. Tom Hanchett, who is a regular here on Local Roots. So I always love your storytelling and your expertise, so thank you so much. And we also have Manolo Bentancur, who is from Manolo's Latin Bakery. A lot of people know you here in the Charlotte area. You're also a local activist. It's just a pleasure to have you on to be able to tell us about what you have seen over the years in the east side of Charlotte and Eastland area. So thank you so much for being on. Let's get started and talk about first, Dr. Hanchett, if you can kind of give us what we saw back in the 70s, of what people saw. I know people talk about the Eastland Mall and they say, oh, the ice skating rink. That's the first thing that comes up.
Well, I'm going to go back before that because that's on Central Avenue, which, Charlotte, the street names don't seem like they make sense. Central Avenue was the center of a little neighborhood that people have largely forgotten called Piedmont Park. Mm-hmm. But it was a major way in and out on the east side of the city. It's hard to imagine how little the city was as recently as 1975. There was a big old stone farmhouse at the corner of Central Avenue and Albemarle Road, and there were farms in that area. And today, that's a very bustling space, but it's hard to imagine that when Eastland Mall was imagined, in the early 70s, that was the heyday of the big regional mall, where you had a new downtown that was the magnet for the whole region. Well, we had two of them. Why do you need two? And that's one of the reasons why Eastland didn't last as much as it might have. But 1975, South Park Mall had just opened. Eastland Mall opened, and the two were locked in competition. Eastland Mall was the skating rink.
Yeah.
The stores had balconies, and you looked over the skating rink. You came up an escalator with skaters going along below you. But the real big thing is it was the first food. Wow. Nobody had seen a food court. And so it was, you could get pizza or Greek food or a hamburger all in the same place.
Yeah.
It was, and, today, again, we take that for granted, but Eastland was a big attractor.
Manolo, what memories do you have of what it was back then?
I didn't know about the food court. Now it's all Central Avenue, the Charlotte's food court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, Central Avenue is Charlotte's food court today. I love that.
That's a good way to call it. Thank you, Dr. Hanch. To me, I remember coming to Charlotte in 2005 from Tennessee, and it was the first time ever in my life. I was 30 years old. I went to an ice skating place. I had never had that. That was wow. I was
the ice skate.
Yeah, that was so cool, man. I enjoyed that. That was amazing. I was born in a very small town in South America, and then I went to the military forces of Colombia, and then I went to Miami and Tennessee. But that was the first time ever in my life that I was in an ice skating place. And also, it was the first time ever that I see the amount of diversity one place. Because remember, I was just coming from Tennessee, and Tennessee, everybody was, same color. Miami, same color. That place, Eastland Mall, Central Avenue, is the diversity of our city.
Dr. Hanchett, what do people need to know? Because for me, coming and moving here in the last 4 or 5 years, and all of a sudden hear about this new Eastland Yards of what's coming, and you see the whole, like the videos that we're showing of this area from back then in the 70s and 80s. I mean, this was kind of like the place to go, right?
It was, and it was of its time. The regional mall has fallen out of desirability in the United States. There are still a few of them. but a lot of empty spaces, even in the most successful ones. The idea that people would come together under one roof was it took some audacity to imagine that. And it also, as a friend of mine said, when you buy an elephant, you got to keep feeding it peanuts. And the shopping malls have not done real well at continuing to create that foot traffic. What has happened is an appreciation along Central Avenue of all of the different ethnic groups that are there now. If you go back as recently as 1975, the Central Avenue corridor was almost entirely white. Mm-hmm. And as urban change begins, there's an African-American addition in, and then in the 90s, that becomes the area where rents are low because all of the little businesses have been beaten to death by the shopping mall. And so there are a lot of empty spaces. And that is when immigrants begin to come to this part of the South. Charlotte's one of the fastest growing immigrant cities in the United States in the early 2000s. And a lot of people start businesses in those old spaces. And one of them was Manolo's Bakery.
Yeah, by that time was Las Delicias. Las Delicias Bakery was founded by my kids' grandpas in 97 by their mother's side.
Really?
Yeah. So they emigrate from Mexico, and Mr. Martinez, he used to drive from here to Atlanta to buy pan dulce, Mexican bread. Mm-hmm. And it was such a good business for him. And so he told his wife, we need to go to Mexico and learn how to bake. And they were late in their 50s, I think, Dr. Hans.
Yeah, they'd come here to work construction.
Yeah.
And then he got injured on the job.
Yes.
And so he reinvented himself as a baker of traditional bread in Mexico.
Exactly. And that was April 97. Mm-hmm. And they had a very wonderful business. It was my first time ever because being in Colombia, we only eat that much bread as Mexicans. And I remember coming in 2005 when I went to the bakery and I saw these big lines of people buying these trays full of bread. Wow, this is amazing. And I had never seen all that many variety of bread in one place. And that's when I fell in love with the bakery.
Wow.
Talk a little bit about the pan dulce, the sweet bread. And when you come into Manolo's Bakery, there's this big plexiglass thing, and you reach in with tongs, and you have a little tray, and there are pastries that are shaped like seashells.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
like
there are
piggies,
conchas,
little pigs.
the little pigs. Yeah,
I love those.
Yeah, the Mexican bread tradition comes from France. France has a big influence in Mexico and their pastries and their bread. Oh. The thing that Mexico did was they changed the butter because it's more expensive for more sugar. Yeah, and because we have in Latin America sugar cane. And that's but we have all this like a bread. It's a Mexican bread. It's called cuerno.
That's what's a little sweeter.
But more sweeter. Mm-hmm. And it has like a croissant shape. Right. Yeah, but it's not a puff pastry. Mm-hmm. It's a sweet dough. Yeah. That sweet dough. So that's the difference. But so yeah, we still having the traditions from my kid's grandmother. We still making her recipes. Wow. Yeah. Now this is our 29 years, so it's almost 30 years making the same recipes. So we break 10,000 eggs by hand every week at the bakery.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of reaching out a little bit, when we talk about so many different cultures coming into the area, that's one of the things we're going to address. We're going to take a quick break right now, but when we come back, so much more here on Local Roots. Stay close. You're watching Queen City News Plus and Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes. Thanks so much for watching. And if you've enjoyed our programming, you can watch all of our original programming by watching Roku, Apple TV, or you can stream it on Samsung TV, even Amazon Fire device. Now, let's get back to the episode. Welcome back to Local Roots. We're talking about the era of the Eastland Mall and how that really changed the community. And when we left off our conversation, we're really talking about how we're seeing this progression of different cultures that are coming in. Dr. Hinchett, just lay out for us a little bit as to the context when you talk about going from all white to then mixing it with African Americans and dealing with different culture populations of the Latin community coming in heavily. How did that happen?
Little by little. This is a part of the South. Now, if you're from Pittsburgh or Cleveland or something like that, you expect there to be lots of immigrants. But in this part of the South, because of the Civil War and other things, this was a region that was pretty poor. And so it really wasn't until after the Vietnam War that refugees began settling here from Southeast Asia. Mm-hmm. And then another big moment is in the 1990s as Bank of America, what's now Bank of America, is building the skyscrapers downtown. And the story goes that on the main building, the company that set the steel were folks from Texas. And a lot of Hispanic people who were in that world said, now, wait a minute, there's doing a lot of construction here. Yeah. This is a place that's welcoming. It's clean. It's sunny. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. All the things that bring people to Charlotte all the time.
Right.
And so in the 80s and 90s, this begins to become a new immigrant gateway, as the Brookings Institution says. And Latino people in particular doing construction work, landscaping work, but also every level of society. And initially, I think they were very much welcomed here. Would you say that?
Well, to me, East Charlotte is still the welcoming side of town. No, and it's still.
Okay.
It's still. Well, we live in different reality now in America, but it's still, East Charlotte and the most majority of Charlotte is still the welcoming. Mm-hmm. Very, very welcome to us. But I think every single American that lives in East Charlotte love us. It's to me, they are the coolest and most welcoming Americans in the city. And don't take me wrong, Charlotte just showed me how much they love me and how much they love us, the immigrant community. But when I arrived in 2005, I had never, in 20 years. This is the first time ever that I feel like I'm a foreign in this nation. But I have never have felt in that way in East Charlotte, in Central Avenue. So it's the most welcoming side of town. And one thing that I always keep telling everybody is, if you want to try every single flavor of the world, you just go to Central Avenue. You don't need to go to Chicago. You don't need to go to New York. You don't need to go to Los Angeles. Just go to Central Avenue, and every single place around the world is in Central Avenue.
Well, everybody seems to know Manolo's Latin Bakery, and you have a big documentary that's coming out that's going to be at the Charlotte Theater, sold out too, by the way, at the Charlotte Theater. But tell us a little bit as to what people can hear about your story of what makes it so fascinating.
Well, I the big thing is I'm just sharing my blessings. Since I came to this nation, I have been receiving too much love in too many different ways. I live in Tennessee, and there's too many people that had done a lot of amazing things for me. So it's a good business deal we got.
Mm-hmm. The name is very fitting, the Change Baker.
I get back to the community, and God gives me more. But I'm an idea entrepreneur. My business don't run just around money. Mm-hmm. That doesn't make sense. If I just making money, I'm not running a business. Mm-hmm. My business runs around community, and that's the way that I always approach it. I believe it or not, when I came to Charlotte, I was going through this identity crisis, and I want for the bakery to look like Panera Bread.
Really?
And I was kind of embarrassed about having conchas and buñuelos. And then my mentor, who is flying right now from Texas, but she says, well, Manolo, the day that you start talking from your heart, everybody's going to pay attention to you. That day I said, well, I'm just going to be so proud to sell pan dulce. And I'm just going to talk from my heart. I'm just going to be myself. And that's when my life starts changing. Yeah, but it's just about, philanthropy, activism, because I had a deportation order myself. So I know how broken the immigration system is. Mm-hmm. I worked with farm workers when I was in my last year of college, so I know how the system abuse our immigrants. And finally, show that it's a good business model. My business keeps growing.
It's growing now. Yeah.
Yeah, very. We went from $300,000 in sales yearly almost to $2 million just at the bakery, and now we have 4 more businesses.
When you look at the area that was Eastland Mall, that's now all going to be Eastland Yards, and now that's where the new Manolo Bakery is going to be in that area.
There's going to be, it's not going to be a Manolo's Bakery. It's going to be a gelato shop. Okay. I have a gelato business in Matthews. It's a vegan gelato business.
So Manolo's Bakery will stay where it is?
Yes, okay, Manolo's Bakery is not moving.
Okay.
Forever and ever in East Charlotte Central Avenue. That's my corner.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So at Eastland Yards, you will have artisan gelato.
Artisan gelato.
Okay.
And we are the only place in the nation that have 100 vegan flavors.
Okay.
Of gelato.
Good ice cream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Higher Grounds Cafe. Then I already have a partnership with Myers Park United Methodist Church. We started this business 1 year ago where we employ people with special abilities, minorities, people that deserve and is a second opportunity in society. Everything that we buy is local, and all our profits goes back to community. So that has been a very, very good business model, and we are replying that in Eastland Yards.
Dr. Hinchett, just fill in the holes and the gaps for us just a little bit, because to me, for you to be able to have such a vibrant community now, what was it like maybe even in 2000, what you saw, the changes, and then when you saw Manolo's Bakery come into that area?
It was quiet.
Was it?
There were, all these little business spaces that I live right close to the corner of Central Avenue and the Plaza. There's a little tiny shopping center there, which is now bustling. But for the longest time, the lead tenant was a life insurance person who I think had retired and had never really closed the business, and everything else was fake. When the family started Las Delicias, they talk about being there the first day, and they stood in the door of the store waiting for anybody to come in. And the idea that there would be, it's not just Latino, there are many different ethnicities on Central Avenue. Yes. I loved the block near me where you have a Bosnian grocery, and a Colombian deli, and an Ethiopian restaurant, and a Middle Eastern restaurant, and a really good Vietnamese bakery called Central Coffee. And wow. And so it I think took Charlotte by surprise. In the early 2000s, there was something called Taste of the World, where folks who were part of the churches there, both immigrants and native-born people, said, if you can get somebody in the door of these places and have them taste and get to know, you can build a steady community, a steady customer base. And so every little church bus on the east side got pressed into service one weekend a year. and there were little possibilities of exploring the East Side. What it did was to get the people who were organizing it to know each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the knowing of, Manolo knows who I am. I know who Manolo is. I've watched his kids get born. I've watched them grow up.
Yeah.
I've watched his business grow. And he knows that when I come in, I'm going to get the tamales if you got them.
Yeah, Mexican
and
Coca-Cola.
The Colombian puffs, the breakfast puffs.
Yeah,
Oh,
pan de bono, yeah.
good.
And a
so-
Mexican Coca-Cola this big.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so, I'm getting, you're laughing here, but that is love. That is community. It's when you know about each other, not just, the day-to-day things, but how's the kids?
Yeah. So good. We're going to take a short break right now. We're going to talk about that community and love and what's happening there in that area coming up next on Local Roots. Welcome back into Local Roots. We're talking about the area in the east side at near Eastland Mall, now called Eastland Yards, that was torn down in 2010. And Dr. Handred, if you can tell us back then, when they decided, it started in 1975. You saw this big boom. And then in 2010, a very different story from the years before that. Kind of take us through that moment of time.
Big shopping malls were shutting down nationally. Sears, which was a major tenant, was going through hard times. J.C. Penney was going through hard times. These, if you're my age, these are the stores you grew up with, and they just did not make the transition. And so here in Charlotte, a lot of times the malls are still there around American cities, empty, almost empty. But here, the city and the county got together, bought the land, cleared it, did a lot of work with community input to find out what people would like there. There's now the Charlotte East Language Academy, CMS Dual Language School is there. The Movement School, a charter school, is on the Eastland Yard space. There's affordable housing for seniors called Evoke. There's market rate housing that is about to open. These new shops, there will be 4 of them initially, but many more. Soccer fields, playgrounds. This is a part of the city that, because of the decline of the mall, a lot of people were kind of antsy about, and it's changing really quickly. It's becoming a very attractive.
When you saw them come in with the bulldozers and clear this area, and for so long it just kind of sat, kind of take me through just driving by moments either of you had?
Yeah, I drive, every single day, in the morning and late in the afternoon. So I saw everything turning down. And then all these many times that we had some kind of hope and something cool was going to be happening there. I remember we talking about the Hollywood studios that we're going to be having there.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of dreams that didn't work out, but you didn't lose hope.
Yeah, and I'm going to be talking about hope tomorrow.
And tomorrow, of course, we're talking about, because your documentary is going to be featured at the Carolina Theater. It's called The Change Baker.
Yeah.
Sold out. But Manolo, one of the things, you're getting very emotional as we're having this conversation. What are some of the emotions that come through your mind when you think about your life?
Well, for almost 25 years, I thought that we as an immigrants, we were in the shadows.
Shadows.
Yeah, then America does very well, everybody living your parallel world, whites in this line, black in this line, immigrants in these lines. As long as you don't cross, everybody could live their lives. But we always were down in the shadows. And that was our reality, and that was my thought of reality. But just a couple of months ago, everything changed. When I saw all this army of angels, white people coming to my corner, to my bakery, to protect us and to defend us. So when Tom says love, I just remember those thousands of people that came to Central Avenue and in Charlotte that week to bring us love. And as a human, you are prepared. Well, I was prepared to face evil, but I wasn't ever prepared to face all that much love. You can accept the love of your husband or your kids or your mother, but when thousands of people come to give you love, that was to another level, and I wasn't prepared for that.
You're talking about when ICE agents were here
And
in
the Border
Queen City,
Patrol,
and
yeah.
you saw Border Patrol, and you saw the community really come together. Was that your first time really in history for you to really see who was supportive?
Exactly. We always have our 90% of all of my business used to be, my regular immigrant customers, and maybe 10% of Americans coming, people like Tom and all my neighbors. But when we're the day before Border Patrol and ICE came to Charlotte, I post my social media a picture of, hey, this is a ghost town. And that day was my best day of the year in the last maybe 10 years.
Wow.
All these Americans came. There were like huge lines outside my bakery coming to buy bread. Yeah, so it just I wasn't expecting to get all this love, and we are so grateful. I say we because we as an immigrant, we are very grateful to all the love that Charlotte has gave to us.
Well, speaking of love, you have a lot of love because, again, it's sold out tomorrow to be able to see your documentary. Dr. Hanchett, you're going to be there. Why do you think this has hit home for so many people wanting to be able to come out and see Manolo's story?
Well, Tres Leches cake. I mean,
that's good.
Immigrants, like all of us, bring things that are of themselves, and our lives are richer. And that's true when somebody comes here from New Jersey or somebody comes here from Colombia, or whatever you bring with you to Charlotte enriches Charlotte.
Yeah,
and that's something I think that we need to say to ourselves, is that as important as I am more important, more enriched when there's multiple people around me who are bringing their gift.
That is a perfect way to be able to end it. And that's why we talk about history, learning our history. As we say goodbye, is there anything else that you want people to, any resources? Of course, we always want to check out History South. Of course, that's the website that Dr. Hanchett has a lot more information all about Charlotte. But anything more, Manolo, from you?
Yeah, well, I think we also got to be very thankful to the city of Charlotte. City Council approved this, and to the developers that took the chance after many people have said no to East Charlotte. That's Crossland. It's the first time ever, and we are sending a big message to the nation that, private, the city, and a small business can work together. So that is something that we all need to feel proud of ourselves too.
East Charlotte is changing.
I love it.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Local Roots and for watching Queen City News Plus. I'm Alicia Barnes.
It is 3 o'clock on a Monday here at Queen City News Studios. Queen City News Plus Live coming to you here. Happy Monday for everyone. We don't normally say that, but we are today because we would say that on Friday, but it is a Monday.
Welcome back, Brian.
Welcome back. Good to be back with everybody. Have a week off, enjoying the sun and the beach and baseball. And with my son. And yeah,
you came home with some hardware, didn't you?
We did. We won a championship at the PG All-State 14U yesterday. That I was proud to be the coach of some wonderful kids and being with their families, and certainly enjoyed that over in Sanford yesterday. And then went and had dinner at Pinehurst. Country Club walked in their baseball uniforms. So yeah, certainly fun, but always good to be back at work, doing what we love and to try to tell you the news here as we're coming to you on our social media channels that we have on Queen City YouTube, Queen City News Plus for Facebook, YouTube, and also the CW Charlotte. As we got Morgan Francis here, we got Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is going to tell us all about the weather this week. Hot still. What about a rain? We'll find out a little bit about that, and also with producer director Austin McCollum, who's going to talk a little bit about some of his stuff with wildfires up in the Pacific Northwest later, coming up later on in the show. So let's get right to it, Morgan. We want to talk about the number one story today that we're going to lead off with, and that's President Donald Trump backing off a planned military strike in Iran, claiming that that deal regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
Actually, let's get to that in just a little bit, because there's this breaking news with the Todd Blanche
let's get to that.
Potential nomination. So there's a new stance that's coming from Representatives John Cornyn and Thom Tillis. They originally said they weren't going to back his nomination, and now they've made a 180 here.
They're supporting it, yeah.
Yes, so they announced that they will vote to advance his nomination now, which is supposed to happen, I believe, tomorrow. And it's because the two sides are kind of coming to an agreement here on this anti-weaponization fund, which
officially
is dead, but it's
with the letter that officially is dead.
Yes. So I mean, his order that he sent, kind of underscores. It basically lays out the current facts, but it's in writing, which is really what these two wanted. It says, since the settlement of the president's lawsuit against the IRS was announced, no members were appointed, no funds were transferred, no process of receiving claims was established, no claims were paid. This order establishes beyond any doubt that there is no fund. So kind of stating the facts, but also putting it in writing, which is what these two senators just wanted.
It was Todd Blanche, the AG, acting AG here, had said before that it was dead, but there was left a legal loophole that it was open still for them to come back and
and Trump had
open
expressed that he
Trump
wished that it wasn't dead.
And that's what he wants to have happen. And John Cornyn from Texas, who was primaried out, Thom Tillis is going to be retiring from North Carolina. Right. So they've been actively against this whole nomination. And this is one of the big reasons. And now it looks like they're backtracking, at least because it's going forward now with the actual weaponization fund that's going to be dead, $1.7 billion.
And at the crux of this, obviously there was the anti-weaponization fund, but there was also another part of this. This was a whole part of Trump's lawsuit with the IRS. They disclosed some of his tax information, which made it into the news. So beyond the fund, Blanche's order also limits the scope of this other provision that was in the settlement, which was broad immunity for Trump and members of his family from tax audits. They were saying, well, it doesn't really specify the timeline here, so this could be in perpetuity. And it clarifies that the tax immunity only applies retroactively. So I think those two together, those two clarifications from Blanche, that moved the needle. And now Cornyn and Tillis are going to vote him in.
And that will move forward, and much to the pleasure of Donald Trump. And now as far as the other top story that we're looking at today, President Donald Trump called off that planned military strike in Iran as the tensions has been escalating there regarding a deal with the Strait of Hormuz and the denuclearization that was imminent is what he was saying. But is there still some rhetoric going back and forth about who's saying what here? President Trump says they're in negotiations. Iran says they're not.
Right. I mean, that's the real thing today is that talks supposedly have resumed, but Trump really didn't clarify what talks those are and with whom. But, on Sunday, he said that he was going to hold off on ordering the strikes, and it was because of all of the Gulf allies, but mostly because of the Saudi crown prince.
that weighed heavily on his decision to hold off on these strikes, just saying that the impact that it could have on the global economy would be severe. And so Trump decided to dial it back and not do the strikes. And now it comes out that apparently the two sides are talking. But again, as it has been with this war that's been, 5 months now, you never really know what is happening behind the scenes.
Pretty fiery rhetoric coming from President Trump. He said this would be the biggest attack since World War II. That, of course, had a lot of people alarmed.
Yeah.
The markets have since backed off as far as oil markets have coming down. The markets have shot up as far as the Dow on the news that President Trump was going to back off on this. Iran, meanwhile, is saying negotiations are only with the country of Oman. As you can see, the markets Dow up about 683 points today, or 1.3%. Oil prices, they have tumbled off the news there as gas prices are holding steady at about $3.79 right now in North Carolina, $4.09 nationwide.
And I mean, Trump, keep in mind, had said just the day before that he was losing faith in negotiations with Iran. So all of this happened over the weekend.
Called it, quote, unbelievably duplicitous.
Which is what we've seen this entire time, is just this flip-flopping between negotiations are going well, and then all of a sudden the two sides start striking each other. So we'll see what actually will happen with this, but obviously the markets are responding in a positive way. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ all rebounded about 1% at last check, and as you mentioned, oil prices fell 5.4% to just over $83 a barrel.
Good news for consumers, for sure, when it comes to prices at the pump, prices at the grocery store, or whatever. Also, federal prosecutors, and another story that we're following here, federal prosecutors have dropped the vandalism.
I'm going to pause you real quick, Brian. We actually have the Moscow attack.
Yeah.
That is the one that is up next.
Yep, let's talk about that one, because this was...
did I have to get the memo here on the change in the whole rundown?
Your notes are
I think we'll go
taped
to
in the
this
wrong
shot.
direction.
Yeah.
I'll take
Let
it from
Morgan
here, Brian.
guide it, yeah.
Let the professionals handle it. We got vacation Brian behind the wheel here.
Well, I'm looking at a nice rundown.
That story
right
is
here.
coming up, but a little bit later.
All right, well...
Someone said I had a new rundown.
This other story is really interesting, though, because there was a bombing at an Italian restaurant in Moscow, and the Russian embassy in Rome is blaming Ukraine, saying that it's an effort to intimidate the Italian community in Russia. The thing is, they really haven't laid out evidence that this is Ukraine. Ukraine hasn't claimed responsibility. So the framing about this, there's a potential that this could just be propaganda to try to kind of draw a bombing of a restaurant into this overall Russia-Ukraine war.
Well, and that's not unlike what we've seen from Russia in the past and Vladimir Putin, as we've seen from 25 years ago. It was said to have believed that Vladimir Putin, in order to stoke nationalism for himself and his movement during the time, was that he himself was considered one of the Russia had bombed their own apartment towers, killing some 200 to 300 people back then. But they also, whether that did happen or whoever was involved in this, it's certainly not helping in the war with Ukraine right now. Authorities, they have not identified the intended target and named victims here. Pro-Kremlin bloggers are the ones who are really kind of stoking a lot of this. And they were saying that it was a Russian general that was meeting at that restaurant there, or where several people were killed. It was Colonel General Alexander Chayko. He was commander of Russia's aerospace forces. He initially was involved in the attack in Kyiv several years ago, and they were saying it was celebrating his 55th birthday when this attack happened. So that's why a lot of people were saying that this was Ukrainian, that they were to blame for this restaurant being attacked.
If it was Ukraine, if this evidence is correct here, then it could show that there's, that Ukraine is operating deep within Russia. It could also shape international opinion of this 4-year war now, particularly when it comes to the European countries, that the last thing they want is to get drawn into this. We saw this with a missile hitting Poland last week. So again, just the overall rhetoric of this, some people out there watching might think, well, what's the big deal? This is a bombing. Obviously, it killed people and it was serious. But how does that play into this whole Russia-Ukraine war? And it's, every little thing might be used to justify certain security measures or overall rhetoric of what's going on here. Want to get to Idaho, where there was just this crazy shooting that happened over the weekend. 3 people killed, 7 others injured. at a recently opened In-N-Out restaurant. The footage from drivers in the area, I mean, show the gunman right there. And this was Twin Falls, Idaho. I mean, this is like a town of 56,000 people, so it's a small town. And now it's been revealed the 24-year-old suspect, Chad Williams, took his own life after taking fire from a bystander in an off-duty. Yeah, that's one of the bystanders.
That's Jordan. Right? That's Jordan Salinas, who had his concealed carry weapon on him, who returned
had never
fire.
shot a gun. Had never like actually gone target shooting or anything like that, is what I was reading. But knew in that moment that he had to do something.
Yeah, which he acted, which is good to see. And investigators say they're confident the suspect acted alone, although they're still concerned that they don't really know exactly what the motivations are behind this and why this happened. But one employee was killed, a female employee that was part of In-N-Out. And this is really a very disturbing situation that we've been looking at.
Well, and that's part of the confusion, because it was one employee that was killed. Another local taxi company says one of its drivers was shot twice in the back while charging his Tesla near the restaurant. So they're still trying to figure out, that just kind of underscores the point of trying to figure out if there was any sort of motive here, because those who were shot don't really seem to have a lot of connection to one another. So,
and one thing I will say, the Salinas, who you see here in this video returning fire, he actually did an interview with The Guardian today, talking about how he and his girlfriend had basically a quiet Saturday planned. When he heard the shots, he said it was just a mechanical response from him. He said he remembers his girlfriend shouting Jordan at him as he ran over. And
he had no fear, it sounds like.
He says that after there was a 2021 shooting at the Boise Town Square Mall, he said after that is when he got his weapon and started training. He said he's never hunted. He's only done target
never
practice.
Shot an animal before,
no,
right? Yeah.
But he felt a need to learn how to operate a firearm for personal safety.
Just crazy. And then the fact that he was there and people needed
and
his help.
Obviously, more of that investigation will come out here as we are going to be tracking that. Now, are we going to go to wildfires? Is that
next?
Yes,
we are, Brian.
Thank you for that. And let's talk about the wildfires that have been happening in the Pacific Northwest, in Seattle. And this is Spokane, devastating wildfires, 3 of them that they have going on right now. And they've had a lot of issues, about 250,000 acres burned, intense wildfires, 65, 70,000 people have been evacuated in this area. Brings back a lot, no deaths, injuries or deaths have been reported, but certainly they're very experienced at fighting wildfires in the Pacific Northwest. We know, Austin, you and I both worked up in the Seattle area back when they had the Chelan and the Omak wildfires.
And the
back
Eagle Creek fire in Oregon.
And this is just a tremendous devastation that we've seen with the wildfires.
And this is like on the north side of Spokane, this fire in particular, but even we have family who lives in Spokane, Washington, and even on the southern side, they're still seeing a lot of smoke, and that's where actually some of the evacuees are going to try to escape the flames. In this particular area, at least 600 homes, businesses, and other structures were destroyed. But just kind of broader picture of what's going on the West Coast. I mean, Idaho, Oregon, Utah, they're all dealing with
Pacific Northwest facing what they're saying the worst fire season in 30 years, as they are saying, that the scientists are saying that it's climate change that's supercharging the conditions there. But that's another story in and of itself, but certainly devastating wildfires that they've had to deal with for the summer. Let's go ahead and bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane right now and talk a little bit about the weather happening in our area today this Monday.
Kind of
gorgeous shot.
Contrast to what they're experiencing in the West. Finally, we're getting some relief from the drought-like conditions we've had.
Right. We had so much improvement. Last Thursday, we were checking that drought monitor. Significant improvement from the past several weeks and even the week before. And we're still getting some periods of rain out there today. After an off and on showery and stormy weekend for a lot of you from the mountains, we're starting to see a little more of that spotty rain popping up there in the higher elevations where we did have some flooding happening up across parts of Watauga County. We had the flood watch that was in effect up through Ashe County as well yesterday. No official flood watches at this point, but that is going to be something that we are watching for with some additional rounds and repeated downpours in several neighborhoods here that are possible here for the remainder of the week, and including today. Most of the heavier stuff, widespread activity down to South Carolina right now. Chesterfield County, Lancaster County getting some more of that much needed rain. I know a lot of you have said we haven't seen nearly as much rain as the rest of the area, so you're getting some here today. right along kind of the stalled boundary, and that's going to be one of our big weather makers here early this week. We're still warm. It's steamy outside. That humidity is back since over the weekend. Temperatures widespread in the mid upper 80s, those lower 70s up in the mountains. And Futurecast shows more showers and storms still possible tomorrow. Tomorrow, whereas today a lot of us are managing to stay dry, tomorrow we'll likely see better coverage of the showers and storms with an area of low pressure working with that front. And so a better chance that more of you watching right now will get in on some of that rain tomorrow and possibly an isolated severe storm too. We have a level 1 out of 5 risk. Damaging wind gusts is the main threat. Let's check it out quickly on Futurecast. And again, for the most part, tomorrow morning is dry, waking up to some areas of patchy fog. And then already by lunchtime, early part of the afternoon, mid-late afternoon and evening, yes, we're going to start to see blossoming downpours and storms, and anywhere from a quarter of an inch to even an inch or two of rain possible. It's just sometimes hard to pinpoint exactly where those downpours and therefore the heaviest amounts will end up falling here. But just know it's just going to be kind of a hit or miss situation. Some of you getting a lot of rain, some of you not quite as much, staying unsettled all throughout the week, guys.
Yeah, we've seen where Statesville has dropped their water restrictions.
Yes.
And we're looking whether Charlotte may be considering something like that, hopefully this week, if that's the case, if it is
Probably
warranted.
find out more on Thursday when they come out with that report, right?
Yeah.
Well, we just talked about some of the wildfires on the West Coast, but they're dealing with a whole nother ball game abroad. The dangers, though, of fighting these fires. Greece, they had 2 helicopters that collided in midair. It was all caught on camera. We'll show you the video and kind of explain what happened coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live after this. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live, 320 on your Monday as we take a live look at downtown Monroe. Kind of paints a picture of what we've been experiencing the past few days. Just kind of scattered storms. You don't know which ones are going to hit where you are, which is what Tara kind of echoed a few minutes ago. But hey, 85 degrees, nice trade-off there with the temps.
Yeah, over in Europe and Greece, they've had a lot of issues with wildfires, and certainly we've seen with Greece, and they're happening with a couple of wildfires they've been trying to fight there outside of Athens. But there is a situation where 2 helicopters collided midair as they were trying to in their firefighter efforts. Here's a video.
I can't even tell you how many times I watched this video over the weekend because obviously you're not a pilot, so most people aren't, but the two just collide. I mean, the one helicopter clips the propellers of the other, which bursts into flames. Both fell into a ravine. Incredibly enough, 2 were killed, but 2 others survived and sustained light injuries. There were 2 crew members in each helicopter.
Yeah, incredible video, and just goes to show you how dangerous this type of work can be. And that doesn't really normally happen over in Greece at this time to fight wildfires that they're seeing right now. It was a Greek and a Danish national that died in that one helicopter that you saw crashing to the ground. 2 others were hospitalized, as you were saying, Morgan, and then another a Greek firefighter that was in the helicopter from above. The pilot of that, I believe, he survived. All 4 were private operators, and the blaze that one of them here was blamed on a faulty power line from a wind farm that led to the arrest of 2 contractors on charges of negligent arson here.
Right, and this has been like right on the coast, so there have been 250-ish people who were evacuated by sea because the roads were cut off from the fires that were spreading.
We've seen certainly intense wildfires happening in Spain and also in France as well,
and the
ongoing
temperatures
right
don't
now.
help.
Yeah.
Let's head to Indonesia now, where there's this other just wild story that has come out of the area. You see right there, it's a huge ferry that caught on fire. One of the witnesses thinks that it was a vehicle, a truck that made in the back, one of the lower levels of this vessel that caught on fire, and it spread to the rest of the ferry. But rescuers have saved 231 people, but there are at least 5 who have died. The thing is with these ferries in Indonesia is a lot of times the numbers don't always reflect how many people were actually on board, so it makes rescue efforts really difficult.
Inaccurate counting.
They just don't quite know how many people were on the
Yeah,
ferry.
certainly a very tragic video to sit there and watch. 5 people, as you were saying, dead. Dozens of people that are missing right now as they're ferrying people from one area to the other. This happened on August 2nd. There's still investigations ongoing to see what happened, and also to find if there's a rescue and recovery operation that's happening with the rest of the people that were on board that tragic ferry.
Well, and this is just a common method of travel there because of the string of islands that they go on ferries, and so it's not uncommon for it to be loaded with a lot of vehicles. This particular incident happened really early in the morning, 6, 7 a.m., but again, with these ferries, there's also weak safety enforcement, which has become an issue with some of these vessels that have gone underwater. But again, the initial reports is that it was carrying 271 people, but they think that those numbers are unclear and that it could be much higher than that who were on board.
Federal prosecutors have dropped the vandalism charges against former Olympic canoeist who is charged, David Hearn, who is in charge for vandalism of the reflecting pool that President Trump has made with his pool that he's been trying to resurrect and try to fix. And so those charges were dropped, and he's very, very upset with U.S. Attorney for District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, for dismissing these charges, saying that there is no evidence of this.
Yeah, she said it was, just kind of probably the result of shoddy construction work, which and not vandals, which Trump has this whole time said it was vandals. Trump has since released a video on Truth Social showing people kind of putting their hand in the reflection pool. It is difficult to see what they might be doing, whether it's just people who are sticking their hand in the pool or if they're ripping up the siding, which is what he alleges. So that video is now out there, but he criticized Pirro on social media, saying just that he acknowledged that there may have been some contractor difficulty, but still thinks that the vandalism that the damage was caused by vandals.
Hearn's attorneys accused him of the Olympic canoeist there of being a scapegoat for the troubled renovation that has cost taxpayers upwards now of $16+ million, where they've had to redo this whole thing again as they've drained the pool. And it was, as they were saying in the investigation from Janine Pirro, that it was a, quote, flawed installation.
Right. Well, and there was damage in the middle of the pool as well. And the prosecutors said it would be difficult for someone to get to the middle and damage the middle without being noticed. So again, Trump obviously not happy with this decision, but it looks like all those charges are going to be dropped. We got to take another quick commercial break, but when we come back, we have some soccer news that Austin is particularly happy about.
Very excited about.
Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. Hey, you got some good news here for U.S. men's national team soccer here, as Mauricio Pochettino is going to be back to coach again for the 2030 World Cup, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were pleased with his performance this time around. I know soccer fans would have liked to have seen Team USA go a little bit further, but they scored more goals than they had in any previous tournament. They won the group stage and made it to the round of 16.
Third time ever in the group stage
he was
of the World Cup.
extended in the middle of all this. So they already knew, hey, we like you, we want to keep you, and they're extending it for 4 years.
And he says there's a tremendous amount of potential here for the U.S. men's national team and going forward, and he looks forward to doing that.
You would hope that a coach would say that.
Yeah,
though.
well, he knows what he's doing because he's coached Tottenham Hotspur, he's coached PSG with Paris Saint-Germain, with Neymar and Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe. So he knows how to develop a lot of these guys and also work with some great stars to try to work with some other developing
The only
guys.
thing we don't have is the contract details, the financial details, the stuff that you guys really want to know. We'll have to wait for that, though. Thank you so much for watching Queen City News Plus Live on this Monday.
Have a great day.
and they tell you you're ready, but they never say you got everything.
Welcome to Stars of Service. I'm Brian Christensen. If you've served, you know what it's like to carry that weight wherever you were, wherever you
need. Now go fight a war.
Right.
You're never by yourself. You always have somebody there.
You happen to serve and something didn't go right. And if the worst thing happened where lives lost, and you're going to feel that the rest of your life. I am talking with Michael Nussbaum, who's actually a podcaster. I met him on an assignment in Salisbury, North Carolina, and he got out and started a podcast for veterans. Michael, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Brian.
Okay, so talk a little bit about your service. What did you do? You were in the Army, right?
Correct. So I was in the United States Army. I was a demolitions and explosives combat engineer and did that for many years and had a great career and retired from the United States Army and led me into another journey, if you will. So the journey from Iraq and my tours and overseas back to another journey. And that was my journey to normalcy, if you will, or somewhat normalcy.
What, so what do you mean by the journey though? I mean, that's how long of a journey is it?
It's for the rest of your life, right? So when you become a soldier or an airman or a Marine or a sailor and you join the military, you become part of an elite, neat club, if you will. And that club is a 1% club, 1% not meaning anything bad, but a 1% of the people that actually serve their country. And we have a special and unique set of ideas and what we do. And coming home from combat, especially either Iraq or Afghanistan or deployments, is really unique in itself because you don't always take off the uniform, which is inside of you, because that's what's instilled. You become part of that uniform. That uniform becomes part of you. It might not be your identity for the rest of your life, but it is a huge part of you, especially when you're young. So coming home, it was a journey for me to normalcy. 120 miles an hour, used to gunfire and mortars and always being attacked in Afghanistan, to be in some sense of normalcy, not carrying a gun anymore, not wearing a uniform, having to actually pick out your clothes when you wake up. It's a totally different process, the way you think, the way you see things, and trying to get back to that normalcy is a long journey, and sometimes it takes the rest of your life.
You were talking about picking out clothes and everything, and that's first world problems. I'm going to use this right now. Talk about the journey this past weekend. This past weekend, we invaded Iran, and I'm not going to go politics-wise. We're talking facts. We're not choosing sides or whatever else. Talk about that journey that you may have had a normal day. I know I didn't. I know that on Saturday, I was driving back from Nashville, and I felt different. I felt like, wait, I have had these feelings before. It's a dark cloud that just doesn't go away, and I couldn't figure out why. And I'm like, oh, wait, of what's going on in the Middle East right now.
It is. We obviously spent a lot of time in the Middle East, you as well, and we got to know each other, you and I, especially before this broadcast and recording. But it was a different. It's a different feeling for the veterans. It really is. It brings you back to a place that you had long hoped to forget.
Right.
And I think that's one of the hardest things is, we talked again, you and I, and, those of us who are old enough to remember the 1970s and the gas crisis and Iran hostages that were kept hostage for over years and weren't released until President Reagan came in, then they were released. It's something that we didn't understand back then, but then when we serve in the Middle East,
right,
especially that close to Iran, and we were on the actual border of Iran during the Iraq War, it kind of takes you back to that place that you you had hoped that you would forget, hoped that you had put away and locked away in a Pandora's box and set aside.
Right. Yeah. The after watching just a little bit of footage, excuse me, and I was thinking about, just some of the time that I was in Afghanistan, and it really it did a number on me. I had to go out for a 5-mile run. I just ran until I couldn't run anymore, and I just realized how much of well, you said it best. This journey, it keeps going, but you have got to put one foot in front of the other in order to win past it and everything. So I want to know though, how did you, in your journey, how did you get from, what was it? Munitions depot?
Demolitions explosives.
How'd you go from that to podcaster?
So one of the things that I learned when I came home from Iraq, I became one of the unfortunate homeless veterans. I came home to, both my parents were deceased, had passed away while I was deployed in Iraq, and was newly divorced. So I came home to really nothing. I had nothing, no family. And I noticed that when I talked to other veterans and everybody says, "Oh my gosh, you were homeless, that's so horrible." Wasn't that bad. It was in Miami, Florida, so the sun was shining and we had some good weather, thank goodness. But nonetheless, when I talked to veterans that were Vietnam veterans, I noticed that they almost had a healing in their eyes. It was a connection that I couldn't have with anybody in my family, anybody that I met on the street, or any counselor or psychiatrist or anything. It was a connection that was different. So I kind of put that to my own healing process, and share a great story with you. I was at a VA one day, and there was a gentleman there. He was a double amputee. He was waiting to go in to see the therapist, and I was outside, and I looked over at him and I said, "Hey, how are you?" And he nodded his head, and I said, "You served in Fallujah." And he looked back at me and said, "How do you know?" And I said, "I saw your bag on the back of your wheelchair." And I said, "I was attached to them with the 1st Infantry Division." And we started talking. He went inside to his therapist. His therapist then came out and said, "What did you say to him?" And I just struck up a conversation. We had a commonality. We were at the same place, same time, same sand table. And she said, "He has never really opened up." And that's the most I've ever heard him talk in the 5 months that he's been coming to me. So I knew that not a gift, because I hate saying a gift, but I knew that that was my healing, because I know that the more I talk to other veterans about my experience and listen to them, that it healed and helped me deal with my inner PTSD, my inner things that I was going through. So if I could help just that one veteran, imagine if I could put that on a video and broadcast it to Roku television, which we're on Roku television. My show is on Spotify, on different platforms. But if I could take that one veteran and let them know that when you join the military, as well as the Air Force or Navy, they issue you underwear, socks, T-shirts, uniforms, boots, and they tell you you're ready. But they never say you got everything you need, now go fight a war.
Right.
You're never by yourself. You always have somebody there.
Yeah.
And I think that was really important, because we're taught in the military that our battle, that our left and right person, regardless of race, color, creed, gender, or religion, that's our buddy. That's our battle buddy. That's our
Wingman.
teammate. And
Yep.
absolutely, wingman. That's our person. And I think that's one of the most important things, because when we come back home, who do we have? We have our family, and that's great. But our family hasn't worn those boots in the sand.
Correct.
They haven't held them 18-year-old in their arms, right? So I think that's one of the most important things that I try to do, is try to get to the veteran community and let them explain to them that they're not alone, never alone. You might feel alone sometimes, but you're not alone. So it doesn't matter if it's Jesus' birthday, your birthday, or my birthday. You pick up the phone, you call me, and I'm there for you.
Right.
And that, I think, is what the veteran community is about.
And so many of us have that it's that pride, and then that also kind of selfish pride where I don't want to bother anyone else with my whatever is going on. I need to talk to whatever else. Let's take a quick break. And when we come back, I want to hear more about how this podcast of yours just has exploded, and it's so great for so many veterans out there. Welcome back to Stars of Service. I'm Brian Christensen, joined with Michael Nussbaum, and he is a podcaster, was a Army soldier, and we're about to hear how he actually made that leap. Michael.
Thank you again, Brian. It's a very humbling leap, but it's a very interesting to get into podcasting and being on a radio. So I got a phone call from a soldier of mine who we served in Iraq, and he was severely injured in Iraq. And he said, I need somebody to fill a slot for me on a show. Would you be willing to be a guest host? And I said, what am I doing? He said, I'll send you all the equipment. I'll talk you through it. And I teach veterans, and that's what he does. He teaches veterans how to do their own podcast. I said, I'm game. So we did that. And I got a lot of phone calls saying that they want to be back on this show. And then the producer called me one day and he said, would you like your own show? So we came up with a brainstorm.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah. So I came up with Veterans Talk. What's important to you is important to us. So let's talk. And it was a great thing to have veterans and spotlight veterans. I had no idea that the podcast would be shown on Roku television. I had no clue. And I had no clue that it would be an actual video. I thought it would just be my voice. And, I have a voice for the radio. I don't have a face for TV. So,
oh, whatever. That's a great filter you got on.
So you're listening to Military Broadcast Radio. So that was my first test, and it was great. And I had a great time. And we started the show, and it was really, every day is a learning curve to get content and really push it out there. So
Yes,
my
it
last
is, and I
couple,
understand that.
it can be difficult. It can be difficult. And I mean, there's so many things out there, Chat GPT and AI platforms and stuff, but you want to try to keep it original. And that's what
Right.
we do. And my last 3 series were about relationships, and not just the soldier side or the veteran side, but the family side of dealing with, PTSD in relationships and different things in relationships, even childhood trauma, and how that affects you in the military and dealing with those 2 different PTSDs. And it was a great show. It was a 3-part series, and we ended the show great. And it was a really, the amount of feedback that I got from the public was really important, because that's what it's about. It's really about reaching somebody and catering to a whole entire audience, not just one. We're not just looking at veterans. We're looking at the whole as a part, because a veteran is just a part of the puzzle, right? We have the families that stood behind, which I personally think is one of the hardest jobs. Here's my checkbook. Here's money for the kids. I love you. I don't know if I'm going to be back. And oh, by the way, when you're lonely and those nights you cry missing me, stay faithful. Don't reach out to nobody. It's probably one of the hardest jobs, I think, in the military. So I wanted to cater to all of those.
That's a smorgasbord of everything. How in the world, when we have those talks with our family of like, this is our last night together forever. That's nothing is more sobering than that moment. When you began to start your podcast and talk about that very first day, the very first time that you were like, what am I doing? What's going on?
It's hard because I belong to Toastmasters International. So, we always watch the ums and the ands and and when you watch the news, you pick up on that a lot. So you try not to do the ums, the ands, and the but it's difficult when you're live and when you're on TV or when you're doing your podcast. It really is. And you have to do takes and takes. Thank goodness we have
laughing at
30-second
myself.
delay. Thank goodness we have the 30-second delay button, as we call it, because sometimes you'll get a guest on there and they'll say something that we try to keep off the air, and you're like, oh, so there's always that. But first time I podcast, Brian, it was, what am I doing? But the feeling that I got afterwards was, and people are going to think I'm crazy and making it up. The feeling I got after getting off the air, and when they say 3, 2, 1 and clear, great show, and the recording is stopped and the on air button is off.
Right. Yeah.
You feel like one or two things, like you just ran a PT marathon.
Yes.
Or that you were just in a firefight.
Right.
The adrenaline.
The adrenaline. Yes.
Yes. It's still the same. And you come down and it's an adrenaline dump.
Mhm.
I mean, I go and I sit, outside somewhere, and whew, it really is. And people think that just podcast is a bunch of people talking. And it's really not. There's a lot that goes into it.
All of the logistics, the technology, and everything else. It's funny that you're like, oh, I go out on the front deck and have a cup of coffee and relax. And I'm like, they're like, Brian, go to breaking news. Yeah, I don't have that luxury sometimes.
Yeah. Right.
But especially with talk about your first phone call or your first message as far as like feedback of like, this is where you're supposed to be.
So the show originated off of Talk PTSD, but I wanted to make it more broader.
Yeah.
So I always had this vision in my head that we, the veteran, are more experienced than any psychiatrist that ever comes before us. And just to share my story, my psychiatrist happens to be on death row right now. So there's a lot of trust issues when it comes to doctors. My psychiatrist with Nidal Hassan, who was the former Army major psychiatrist that shot and killed 12 soldiers in Fort Hood, Texas. So when you have that wall up, you kind of have to take a different approach. So my first show I did was talking about PTSD and opening Pandora's box is what I called it. And I would rather have a veteran's family member or a loved one or even a veteran talk to me. What works for me might not work for you, but try it. It's just another tool. And one thing I hated was when people would come up to me and go, oh, having a bad day, your PTSD, what's going on? I hated that. It was like, for me, it was like being, right? It was like being somebody was putting you in a box.
Right.
And I wanted to open that box. So my very first show was about PTSD, and I'll never forget the phone call. 2 phone calls back to back. The first phone call was a young lady, and it was a comment actually. And she said, I'm having a lot of difficulty with my son. He sits in the room, and this is not the son that I raised. And I gave her my phone number. She reached out to me after the show. But in the show, I talked about asking another veteran and seeing what it is that works for them and warning signs. I hate to be that way, but warning signs. You literally have a key to Pandora's box with me and with other veterans who are on this podcast. Open it up. Ask us the questions. Because one thing I will tell you that will push a veteran away farther than anything is when you ask them about their experience or PTSD. And for me, it was healing to be able to tell my experiences,
right,
what I had went through. So, and then the other one was a 70-year-old man who had literally served in Vietnam and had never talked about his experience. One day, a friend had mentioned my podcast about PTSD, and he jumped on it and listened to it. And he called me after the show and began crying. And he said, I've never talked about my experience. And that for me was, again, that brick. It might be just a little brick of the foundation that holds that building together, that I'm actually reaching one veteran, and you never know. And it's so true that don't give in to the fight within. And you know what that is, Brian.
Yeah.
And we have to look out for each other. We don't go to battle alone. We always have a battle buddy or a wingman or somebody that's next to us. And I want it to be that person. So the very first podcast was very challenging for me. And afterwards, I think I did a lot of self-reflecting.
I can, yes, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about too. Tell you what, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about how you and I actually met. Welcome back to Stars of Service. I'm Brian Christensen. Today I'm joined by Michael Nussbaum, who's also a Army veteran and also a podcaster based out of Salisbury, North Carolina. We actually met one evening at a bowling alley. I was shooting a story, and he just happened to be, I guess, in the same lane, talking with the person that we were interviewing. And you were just super friendly. He came up to us and just, kind of opened up, and it was like, okay, I'm being drawn to this person. I don't know why. And it was because, we served around the same amount of time, maybe not the same location, but then to find out that once we started talking, wait, you're from Miami, Florida also? And didn't know you back then, of course, but talk a little bit about that veteran bowling league that you're a part of.
So it's really neat. It's a veteran bowling league that meets every Monday in Salisbury, North Carolina, and a lot of it is donated by the actual bowling alley. So the fees are a lot of the fees are waived or discounted, and it's a mixture of veterans. A lot of veterans that are Vietnam era, and one of the veterans that was there who is confined in a wheelchair is an Air Force veteran, and you being Air Force was really neat. And again, like you said, we just started talking, you and I, and found out that we grew up in the same places with high school, so it was really neat. Here we were across the world. And I think that's one of the things that connects a lot of veterans is you spend time together. There's a lot of commonalities, if you will.
Right.
And I thought that was really neat. But the bowling league is wonderful. It's really great. It's a great time for a bunch of veterans to get together and kind of pick on each other and have fun. And I have a bet with the gentleman that you interviewed, and the bet is that every time he gets a strike, I yell "Go Air Force" every time when he says "Go Army." So it was kind of a bitter.
I heard that a
rivalry,
few
but it was great.
times. I heard that a few times that night. How did you get involved with that? I mean, okay, and when do you actually have free time, by the way?
So a lot of volunteering. I met a gentleman at a breakfast. We went to breakfast, and we met this gentleman. He had a Army engineer hat on, so automatically I was drawn to him. And he said, "Oh, I served in the Marine Corps, but I stole one of your hats because I was an engineer in the Marine Corps." And we had a great talk, and he said, "Are you new here?" And I said, "I'm fairly new." And he said, "Well, we have a bowling league if you bowl." And I've been bowling since I was 7 in different leagues, bowled in the Army. And I said, "Yes, I would love to bowl." And he says, "Well, I also teach bowling." And he was an older gentleman, Vietnam veteran. And that was how we got involved. And I reached out to him. He said, "I got a league starting up. Would you love to join it?" And I said, "Sure." So I jumped on his actual team, and we bowl every Monday. It was great. It was really neat. A great connection. And as far as the time, it's kind of my downtime. It's where I find my peace.
It's funny because when I saw you guys there, I mean, it looked like you guys were truly at work together for each other. And I was a little jealous. I mean, Salisbury is a solid hour from me. Like, man, if I had a little bit more time, whatever, that would be amazing. Though I should try to see if there's something like that in my neck of the woods. What is talk about just that camaraderie, that brotherhood, sisterhood too, that you all have?
I think that's one of the biggest things and misconceptions that people don't realize is that in the military, we have an initiation, if you will, kind of like a fraternity does, right?
Right.
Or a Masonic lodge or the Knights of Columbus or whatever be it. It's an initiation, and we all go through that initiation. It doesn't matter what branch of the service you're in, you go through that initiation. Some of them are harder than the others. We'll admit that just that way. But nonetheless, it's still the same initiation. We still do the push-ups, the PT. We get up early in the morning. We do things that we normally wouldn't want to do. And that initiation process is called basic training.
Correct.
And when we graduate basic training, we are now in the fraternity, the sorority. We are together as one. And that's a camaraderie. It's the same way as when you meet somebody who you went to high school with, but we're closer because we all cry together, we sweat together, we argue together, and we find a commonality of a solution together. And that's what it's about. So I honestly could say that I'm closer with some of the people that I went into the military with and served with than I am with my own family members. And that
Those life and death
camaraderie,
situations, absolutely.
absolutely, and that camaraderie never leaves us. It never leaves us. You can literally see somebody across a Waffle House or a breakfast wearing a military hat, and it could be from a different branch of service. And we look over and we catch a smile, catch a glimpse, because we know. And I've done it before. I pay usually all the time when I see an older veteran or a veteran with a hat on sitting by themselves. I'll pay for their meal. Doesn't matter where it's at. And the first thing they always say is, "You served too, didn't you?" They know. It's just we know. And it's a camaraderie. And that's what I got out of the bowling was it's a camaraderie. It's not about who's winning and who's beating. There's no real competition there. We high five each other. We say, "All right, you got this. Pick it up."
Yeah.
And just like the military, they get frustrated too. We get frustrated. I get frustrated. You got this. Don't worry about it. And it's that little push.
Michael, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming on and talking about what you're doing now, what you've done, helping others. I've got to ask one thing though. We've got 30 seconds. If you can do this quick. Your DJ name is Magic Mike. How'd you get that name?
So way before the movie ever came out with Channing Tatum, I was in the military, and every time that I would hear the lieutenant or an officer talking about they couldn't do something or they couldn't find something, I would disappear and I would reappear with it, whether it was a Humvee top, whether it was a screwdriver that was missing or whatever.
That's
So
awesome.
my first name being Michael, they were like, "Oh, that's Magic, man. He's Magic Mike." So it kind of stuck with me. Obviously, I get a lot of kickback. No, I do not dance like him, but I get a lot of kickbacks because of the name. But yeah, it just kind of stuck.
That's fantastic. Michael, that's great. Thank you so much for coming on, and let's do this again sometime. And I want to talk a little bit more about, about those dark days, about the energy you can get just by taking one step after another and just getting the breakthrough into the next level for yourself. But I truly appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, Brian, for having me. And Brian, thank you for your service as well.
Thank you. You've been watching Stars of Service. Thank you so much for watching.
Now on Queen City News at 4, class is back in session for students right next to the controversial Silfab solar manufacturing site. We hear parents' concerns as company leaders plan to dial back production.
And we've been kicking off this new work and yes, school week for some with more showers and storms, not as many as we had, especially yesterday and over the weekend, but we've got more to come along a stalled system. Check it out in my Pinpoint weather forecast.
Plus, more local leaders plan to flip their votes on the scrapped I-77 toll lane expansion project. How Cornelius town officials are flipping the script ahead of a meeting tonight. Good afternoon, I'm Caroline Boyer. Queen City News at 4 starts right now with breaking news on the disappearance of a Charlotte woman. We now know the suspect charged with murder in connection with 37-year-old Brandy Merrick's disappearance is the victim's ex-boyfriend. Even though authorities have not found Merrick's body, an affidavit reveals they found blood at the suspect's home and they have reason to believe the victim is dead. Officers arrested Derek Randall Jr. last week, weeks after a witness contacted officers saying they believe Randall used an excavator to bury Merrick's body. Authorities also found blood splatter at the suspect's home that matches Merrick's DNA. Records show Randall was previously charged with kidnapping Merrick, holding her hostage for days, and sexually assaulting her back in 2017 in Wilmington. He's being held in jail without bond. The case is due back in court August 21st. Meanwhile, the man accused of killing a missing Catawba County woman whose body was recovered last week will also remain in custody. Leroy Loper faced a judge for the first time today. He was charged with murder Friday evening, shortly after investigators found the body of Robin Doyle in a wooded area in the county. Loper was named a person of interest in the case before Doyle's body was found. He was initially taken into custody for a sex offender registry violation. This case is due back in court later this month. Students at two Fort Mill schools that neighbor the controversial Silfab solar manufacturing facility are officially back in the classroom. Some parents worry about their kids' safety following two hazardous material spills last school year. Queen City News reporter David Schumann has the latest on company leaders temporarily pausing production this week.
Students filed into Flint Hill Elementary and middle schools in Fort Mill on Monday, ready for a new school year. Just across the way, the Silfab solar facility is preparing to wind down some of its operations. Starting Wednesday, the solar panel manufacturer says it'll, quote, temporarily idle production to resume next Tuesday due to temporary constraints affecting the availability of certain materials and components.
Right now, yes, it's not an issue for us on the first day of school.
A judge ruled last month solar panel manufacturing isn't permitted where Silfab is located. A company spokesperson says the ruling doesn't apply to Silfab's current operations. Yet Fort Mill School District leaders have called on state officials for, quote, immediate and decisive action to limit Silfab's operations to what its zoning allows. Some Flint Hill parents are anxious about their kids being so close to Silfab.
We're stressed about it.
Especially after two chemical leaks at the facility led to a temporary closure at Flint Hill Elementary in March.
To our parents, we want to say that all of our schools are safe. All of our schools have safety plans. We have evacuation plans. Emergency planning is always taking place. That's something we do every year constantly.
Silfab and York County officials maintain the leaks posed no safety threat, but following those incidents, the company entered into a compliance agreement with the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services.
The latest from the DES is that Silfab has not completed all the required steps to begin the manufacturing process. They're currently operating the assembly process of their solar panels.
In Fort Mill, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Some students in the Clover School District are returning to class in brand new buildings. Lake Wiley High School opened in the town of York, so did Liberty Hill Elementary right down the road. Roosevelt Middle School is also now open in the town of Clover. Lake Wiley is the first high school to open in the district in 50 years. Several other districts also returned to school today. Now to a live look at Beech Mountain as showers pop up across our area, including in the higher elevations. It's a trend we're expecting to see throughout the week. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, are we expecting any storms out of this?
We could have a few storms, yes, and a couple of those could turn severe, especially as we get into tomorrow afternoon and even the latter part of the morning. We could see these showers and storms getting going a little bit earlier tomorrow compared to today. And here late this afternoon, we've got some areas of scattered downpours here, and it's mostly mostly just that heavy rain. Haven't seen too many lightning strikes here, if any at all. Moving through Chesterfield County, we've got some heavy rain approaching you all in Maccabee, the southern part of the county. So heads up there. It's been moving through parts of Jefferson area, Kershaw, and that southern portion of Lancaster County. You can see all these showers are pushing off to the east, but these ones, as we're mostly dry across the Piedmont, we zoom up into the higher elevations in the mountains, just kind of sitting there. They're just not moving much at all. So nearly stationary. Got a heavy pop-up downpour kind of on the west side of Boone there, Banner Elk, Newland, Avery County, and in the southern part of Ashe County as well. And so that could lead to maybe eventually some brief flooding if we get those repeated downpours over some of the same areas over and over again. Notice on Futurecast through about 9 o'clock tonight, best chance of any additional spotty rain will be kind of where it is right now, either up in the mountains or down into sections of South Carolina. So most of the Charlotte metro staying largely dry, but that will likely change tomorrow. We'll check out the timing on any future showers and storms for the afternoon and evening for Tuesday. That's coming up in a few minutes.
A pedestrian is dead after being hit and killed by a car in Pineville this afternoon. Investigators responded to the I-45 exit ramp to Pineville Matthews Road at about 12:45. Details are limited at this time, but we do know the scene has cleared. There's no word yet on if any drivers involved will be ticketed or charged for this incident. Corneliustown officials tell us they feel like their hands are tied when it comes to support for the I-77 expansion. The mayor spoke with Queen City News reporter Matt Stell about the issue that he believes he and others now find themselves in.
We're not in a position to ask our taxpayers to pay for that clawback.
Cornelius Mayor Dennis Bilodeau says that's exactly why town leaders have decided to flip its vote and restore its support for the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project after state lawmakers included a provision in the state budget that now requires cities on the CRTPO that no longer support the project to pay back the state for planning and design costs.
It could be as much as $3.5 million, what I believe is an unprecedented penalty in place for speaking our mind and speaking for the citizens.
Bilodeau says despite the town's upcoming vote to restore support, they still believe adding toll lanes is a bad idea, especially since Cornelius hasn't had a great history with the specialized lanes on I-77 North.
We were there at the beginning. We saw the construction failures. We see the pricing going up, and it's just not good for all of our citizens.
But meanwhile, here in the neighboring town of Davidson, leaders tell us that they are standing by their decision to pull their support from the project. They say that they are reviewing language that is in the provision to gather information on potential application, but that it would be premature to speculate on impacts.
I can't speak for Rusty. He's got to do what's right for the town of Davidson.
Fearing clawbacks like Cornelius, leaders in Huntersville and Monroe have also decided to restore their support for the project, now leaving the fate of it in the hands of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County.
There's always a lot of passion and emotion about it, but when you look at the price and if you understand why we're doing what we're about to do, it's not in support of the tolls.
Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members will share an update tonight on state policy actions related to the I-77 toll lane project. We'll have details on that discussion tonight at 10. Health leaders are now investigating the first 2 deaths in connection with a stomach parasite outbreak. The deaths were reported in Michigan. Officials say the 2 patients had underlying health conditions before catching cyclosporiasis. The symptoms might have caused dehydration in each, but health officials wouldn't give any further details. As of last week, about 800 cases had been reported in the Carolinas. North Carolina health officials are expected to update the case count tomorrow. The Carolina Panthers return to the practice field in Uptown today ahead of the Hall of Fame game later this week. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald tells us how the black and blue are getting some reinforcements ahead of that game. All right, we'll get to that story later. Early voting for the special primary election to fill the late Lindsey Graham Senate seat in the U.S. Senate starts Wednesday. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. through this Friday. This is a Republican primary election. You will need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. The winner faces off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general election. The special primary election day is Tuesday, August 11th. Tomorrow night, 4 of the top candidates in that special primary are facing off on the debate stage. It starts at 7 in Mount Pleasant. You can watch it live right here on Queen City News.
Out this new work and school week for some school kids and parents out there with some more spotty downpours, not as many as what we wrapped up the weekend with yesterday, but there is more of this to come as the weather remains warm and humid throughout the week with a stalled system. Let's check it out in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast next.
Rolling out potential changes to North Carolina's THC and CBD laws, why some business owners say the proposed legislation could take away their way of living. And a North Carolina county gets hit by the worst flooding it's seen in nearly 50 years. A look at the damage, including the impact to several businesses. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A Charlotte beverage maker says new state legislation could shut down his industry. 8 years after hemp-derived products became legal, state lawmakers are now considering making some changes. As Queen City News anchor Will Lewis learned, many people are in favor of regulation, but they want it to be the same as alcohol.
2018 Farm Bill allowed hemp-derived products to be sold over the counter. This year, the industry will reach $1.8 billion in sales in the Tar Heel State. $45 million of that through hemp-derived THC-infused drinks.
We start telling them about hemp-derived THC and just the hemp industry. Most Congress members had no idea what we're talking about. They're like, wow, I never knew this was such a big industry.
But the conversations took place after federal lawmakers passed a law limiting all finished products to contain no more than 0.4 milligrams of THC. That law goes into effect November of 2026. Farmers and business owners have been negotiating an extension with lawmakers on a federal level.
We have their ear right now. We're so close to getting an extension, and things are looking good federally.
However, North Carolina lawmakers have drafted legislation hoping to also limit the amount of THC on the state level. That's why several business owners and people who use the product plan to hold a rally in Raleigh ahead of a vote on House Bill 328.
North Carolina has a clause in there that says even if we do receive relief federally, North Carolina still is going to ban hemp-derived THC, which is what's so crazy about this bill.
The law would not only change the amount of THC in a product, customers would also need to be 21 in order to purchase hemp-derived THC products, and it would be a Class 2 misdemeanor for anyone selling the product to minors. Manufacturers say they are all for the regulations, but regulate it like the alcohol industry. Let the federal law guide the conversation and don't take away their way of making a living.
The government can very much put the toothpaste back in the tube. We need to be mindful of that.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
As students return to the classroom, state leaders are getting their first look at how North Carolina's new cell phone policy is playing out. The students told state leaders the policy is having a positive impact and they're more engaged in the classroom. The state law bans public school students from having their phones turned on during instructional class time. The rule comes after a study from UNC researchers found students were spending 20 minutes of every school hour on their phones. Researchers also found about 45% of early high school students say digital stress is interfering with their sleep, homework, exercise, and other daily routines. A state of emergency is in effect in Surry County after severe flooding over the weekend. 4 to 7 inches of rain fell, causing rivers and creeks to rise, leaving some areas in the county almost completely underwater. Many roads remain closed. Today, officials are assessing the damage at businesses and city-owned properties. One business owner says all 3 of his businesses are a total loss.
From what we can see, all of our tanning beds are done, like the total loss. The sales office over here, everything, all the desks, computers, total loss. Restaurant side, same thing. So it's pretty much gonna have to start from scratch. Super devastated. Immediately came over here and it was just a mess. Water got up, as you can see, 4 feet up here. So it was just very shocking.
Unfortunately, many of the business owners in the area do not have flood insurance. They say it'll be a community effort to rebuild. You're looking live at King Street in downtown Boone. We're tracking potential storms throughout the evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is with me now. Tara, you're tracking rain and storm chances every day this week.
Pretty much every day. It's going to be a summery pattern here, but in some cases, I feel like we've been saying this often, it could be too much of a good thing here. Some of you are still hoping for some rain, but we could see more instances of some at least minor flooding happening with some of these repeated downpours and in some cases falling over some of the same neighborhoods or cities or towns over and over again. And we're seeing a few of those kind of hit or miss spotty downpours and maybe a storm or two out there today. Nothing around the Queen City right now as we look live over uptown Charlotte. Still some sunshine in spots, just mixing in with the cloud cover there. Our West Charlotte Tower camera showing you just that hazy, warm, hot and humid day. We've got 87 degrees outside of our studios, but most of the Charlotte metro is nice and dry. You can see here off to the south and east. That's where we're tracking the majority of the scattered downpours here, really over Chesterfield County. We've seen some of that over parts of Lancaster County earlier, now moving kind of away from Kershaw, right over McBee, some heavy rain moving through at times, and south of Chesterfield out toward Cheraw. And we zoom on up to the mountains, and again, not far from where we were looking there along King Street and Boone, we have some pretty heavy rain that's redeveloped. If anything, it's moving slowly. It looks like to the south a little bit. Southern Ashe County looking at some of that rain south of Jefferson and part of Avery County, kind of in between Banner Elk and right over Newland, getting another downpour. They did have some flooding up in parts of the higher elevations yesterday evening due to this front moving in and just kind of sitting here and stalled across the region. So notice this plume of moisture that continues to work in, especially over eastern sections of South Carolina, the low country, dealing with just repeated downpours for another day today. We've got 86 warm degrees right now in the Queen City. The humidity is back since over the weekend after that nice little 2-day break we had late last week. We got 90, a little bit hotter there with some of that sunshine in Gastonia, mid 80s in Statesville and Salisbury. We've got low and mid 80s off to the east and those mid and upper 70s up in the mountains. Tonight, we cool down only into the low 70s come early tomorrow morning. A few isolated showers, maybe an isolated storm can't be totally ruled out early on here mainly, and maybe a little bit into the overnight in the mountains. Otherwise, we'll be waking up to some patchy fog in spots early tomorrow with very little mixing going on to help stir things up. So all that lingering moisture could lead to some foggy issues again early tomorrow. So with that stalled front and not really moving much over the next couple of days, that means more downpours and storms and more of you getting in on some of that rain tomorrow across the Charlotte metro. Flooding, severe storms will be possible tomorrow. Damaging wind gusts could develop out of any of those stronger storms, and all the while we stay warm and muggy all the rest of the week long. So there's that front wave of low pressure right on that boundary and helping to get some of those storms going and widespread coverage of the showers and storms even as early as lunchtime tomorrow. Some of you could start to see see that, and the chance will continue right on through tomorrow evening. And as I said, we'll have to watch for maybe an isolated severe storm or two. Level 1 out of 5. That's what that darker shading of green shows us. Damaging wind gusts will be the main threat. We check out Futurecast, and again, you can see really not too much in terms of widespread activity expected overnight, early tomorrow morning or by 9 a.m. Couple of spotty showers possible, mainly east of Charlotte. But this is what I was talking about. Even around 11 o'clock, noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we could already be tracking some heavy batches of rain from Cleveland County and east into Mecklenburg County. So better chance of seeing some of that rain tomorrow. Heavy at times. Most of that fades away for tomorrow night, and just some spotty showers or storms expected for Wednesday. But some of you could pick up quite a bit of rain. It may be tough to pinpoint exactly just where those downpours do set up. So we'll likely see a range in totals from, say, 1/4 inch, maybe across some of the foothills areas from Lincolnton up toward Hickory, to as much as even close to 2 inches of rain. And that's over the next 5 days. And as we continue to check the tropics here for you, things are still looking nice and quiet, not expecting any tropical development at least over the next 7 days. So 7-day forecast shows unsettled patterns stretching right through the end of the week. Lower chance of some of those showers and storms over the weekend.
A Winthrop professor uses poetry to describe his experience with diabetes. Ephraim Scott Summers was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. The past 2 years tested him both mentally and physically. He began writing poems to help him focus more on the positive things in life. The poems are part of his new book called Diabetic Gumdrops.
Try to find some kind of joy or levity or laughter within a really difficult situation that I've been given.
From poetry to music, staying creative has kept him afloat despite his chronic disease. Watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. A Gastonia business fire leads police to a 14-year-old suspect. How newly released surveillance video helped officers find the person responsible. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Gastonia police say a 14-year-old is responsible for a fire started inside the Dollar Tree store on South York Road. Because of the teen's age, investigators are not sharing his name. Police released surveillance video of the suspect running out of the store that you see here on your screen after allegedly starting the fire. Employees had to be evacuated, and flames caused extensive damage to the store. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Queen City News is working to learn if authorities will file any charges in connection with a house fire in North Charlotte. It started shortly before 9 this morning on Remington Street off Beatties Ford Road. Our photographer on scene saw officers taking someone into custody. No word yet on if that is connected to the fire. There were no injuries reported. A North Carolina judge is expected to rule on more than a dozen motions in a high-profile murder trial. 19-year-old Faith Hedgepeth was murdered in her off-campus apartment in 2012. She was a sophomore at UNC Chapel Hill. Police did not arrest a suspect until 2021. Prosecutors and defense attorneys for Salguero Olivares have filed motions that could shape what evidence jurors hear when that case goes to trial in September. In addition to murder, Olivares is also facing rape and burglary charges. The first deaths reported in the ongoing outbreak of a parasite causing serious intestinal symptoms. What we know about the patients as cases spread nationwide, including in the Carolinas. And the Carolina Panthers hit the practice field, but this focus is this week ahead of the first preseason game that's right around the corner. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Students at two Fort Mill schools that neighbor the controversial Silfab solar manufacturing facility are officially back in the classroom. Some parents worry about their kids' safety following two hazardous material spills last school year. Queen City News reporter David Schumann has the latest on company leaders temporarily pausing production this week.
Students filed into Flint Hill Elementary and middle schools in Fort Mill on Monday, ready for a new school year. Just across the way, the Silfab solar facility is preparing to wind down some of its operations.
Starting Wednesday, the solar panel manufacturer says it'll, quote, temporarily idle production to resume next Tuesday due to temporary constraints affecting the availability of certain materials and components.
Right now, yes, it's not an issue for us on the first day of school.
A judge ruled last month solar panel manufacturing isn't permitted where Silfab is located. A company spokesperson says the ruling doesn't apply to Silfab's current operations. Yet Fort Mill School District leaders have called on state officials for, quote, immediate and decisive action to limit Silfab's operations to what its zoning allows. Some Flint Hill parents are anxious about their kids being so close to Silfab.
We're stressed about it.
Especially after 2 chemical leaks at the facility led to a temporary closure at Flint Hill Elementary in March.
To our parents, we want to say that all of our schools are safe. All of our schools have safety plans. We have evacuation plans. Emergency planning is always taking place. That's something we do every year constantly.
Silfab and York County officials maintain the leaks posed no safety threat, but following those incidents, the company entered into a compliance agreement with the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services. The latest from the DES is that Silfab has not completed all the required steps to begin the manufacturing process. They're currently operating the assembly process of their solar panels. In Fort Mill, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Some students in the Clover School District are returning to class in brand new buildings. Lake Wiley High School opened in the town of York, so did Liberty Hill Elementary right down the road. Roosevelt Middle School is also now open in the town of Clover. Lake Wiley is the first high school to open in the district in 50 years. Several other districts also returned to school today. Now to a live look at Beech Mountain as showers pop up across our area, including in the higher elevations. It's a trend we are expecting to see throughout the week. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, are we expecting any storms out of this?
We could see a few storms, yes, and especially tomorrow we'll have to watch for the threat of an isolated pop-up severe storm containing some of those strong wind gusts. For now, we're just looking at some scattered downpours, mostly focused either south and east of the Queen City or up in the higher elevations of the mountains. As we zoom into a couple of spots, you all in Chesterfield County, one of the big winners here today. I know a lot of you living down that way in those parts have been hoping for some additional rain, and right there along that stretch of the highway and heading up toward Cheraw, we've got some pretty heavy rain. It looks like also a stronger storm embedded in there as well, with some recent lightning strikes and some other scattered showers kind of moving away from Lancaster County too. Again, we're mostly dry across the Piedmont and the Charlotte Metro, but we're tracking more spotty areas of heavy rain. These are slow movers too, so that's why we're watching for the threat of at least some minor flooding and ponding on the roads taking place here, and some rising water along some of the streams and creeks, especially after yesterday's heavy rain up here in the mountains from southern Ashe County, kind of scattered around Boone and out around Banner Elk and down through Newland and Avery County as well. More to come tomorrow. Check out the timeline of my Pinpoint Weather forecast in a few minutes.
A woman will remain in jail for reportedly shooting and killing an 18-year-old in Rock Hill early Saturday morning. Jamori McClinton faced a judge Sunday and is being held without bond. Officers responded to Horseman Drive at about 4 Saturday morning. The victim, Aaliyah White, died at the scene. No other details were released. McClinton is due back in court in October. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers are investigating 2 homicides that happened in the early hours of Sunday morning. Officials first reported 32-year-old Jeremiah Easter was shot and killed along Bordeaux Drive. Another person was injured and taken to the hospital in this case. Investigators have not released any information about suspects. Shortly after that shooting, officers responded to a robbery call in Uptown. When they arrived, they found a car crash where 4 people had to be hospitalized. One victim, Eric Holman, had a gunshot wound and died. About a half hour later, police arrested the suspect, Rondreas Curtin, after a chase. He is charged with murder. Cornelius town officials tell us they feel like their hands are tied when it comes to support for the I-77 expansion. The mayor talked with Queen City News reporter Matt Stell about the issue that he believes he and others now find themselves in.
We're not in a position to ask our taxpayers to pay for that clawback.
Cornelius Mayor Dennis Bilodeau says that's exactly why town leaders have decided to flip its vote and restore its support for the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project after state lawmakers included a provision in the state budget that now requires cities on the CRTPO that no longer support the project to pay back the state for planning and design costs.
It could be as much as $3.5 million, what I believe is an unprecedented penalty in place for speaking our mind and speaking for the citizens.
Bilodeau says despite the town's upcoming vote to restore support, they still believe adding toll lanes is a bad idea, especially since Cornelius hasn't had a great history with the specialized lanes on I-77 North.
We were there at the beginning. We saw the construction failures. We see the pricing going up, and it's just not good for all of our citizens.
But meanwhile, here in the neighboring town of Davidson, leaders tell us that they are standing by their decision to pull their support from the project. They say that they are reviewing language that is in the provision to gather information on potential application, but that it would be premature to
Town Hall back in April, killing the driver. Town Hall reopened earlier this month. The Carolina Panthers return to the practice field in Uptown today ahead of the Hall of Fame game later this week. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald tells us how the Black and Blue are getting some reinforcements ahead of that game.
Fresh off of Fan Fest last Friday night, the Panthers continue training camp with another high-intensity and high-spirited practice as they now get ready for their first game of the preseason coming up on Thursday night against the Arizona Cardinals up in Canton, Ohio. And Monday marked the return of several key players. Bobby Brown was activated off the NFI list. He also had tight ends Tommy Tremble and Mitchell Evans back in pads and practicing. And also right guard Rob Hunt dealing with some back issues over the last several days. He made his return to the practice field on Monday morning as well. And Monday's session ended with the Bryce Young touchdown pass to Tedero McMillan to cap off a 2-minute drill as they continue to show how strong their connection is on the field. However, as expected, it's a connection we will not see on Thursday night. Dave Canales confirming today that none of the clear-cut starters will play in the Hall of Fame game, including rookie right tackle Monroe Freeling. Now, there are still a few positions up for grabs on both sides of the ball and special teams, and Canales is looking forward to seeing more guys separate themselves throughout the next few weeks.
This is valuable. These are valuable opportunities for all these guys fighting for these positions, whether it's on the active roster or in practice squad. Just more game reps to be able to see what they can do and how they can take the game plan and make it come alive on the field.
And as for the quarterback reps against the Cardinals, of course, we'll be seeing Kenny Pickett taking the first snaps. Dave Canales, though, not putting a timetable on exactly how much he'll play. Canales also told us last Friday that Carolina doesn't necessarily have the luxury of signing a fourth quarterback due to injuries at other positions, so expect to see a lot of Haynes King on Thursday night up in Canton. Reporting at the Panthers practice field, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Here are the details about that special preseason football this week. The Panthers are playing in the annual Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio this Thursday against the Arizona Cardinals. That's ahead of the Pro Football Hall of Fame induction ceremony happening this Saturday. This year's class includes Panthers legend Luke Kuechly. Early voting for the special primary election to fill the late Lindsey Graham seat in the U.S. Senate starts Wednesday. Polls will be open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. through this Friday. This is a Republican primary election. You will need a valid photo ID to cast your ballot. The winner faces off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general election. The special primary election day is Tuesday, August 11th. Tomorrow night, 4 of the top candidates in that special primary are facing off on the debate stage. It starts at 7 in Mount Pleasant. You can watch it live right here on Queen City News.
Checking that weather here on this Monday, first kind of couple of days back here at school for many school kids and parents out there as well. Most of the area is dry. It's mainly down in South Carolina, some of our South Carolina communities, and up into the mountains where we have some of that heavy rain. There is more to come. If you're not seeing the rain today, you have a much better chance tomorrow. We'll check it out next in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
The biggest hurdle in Todd Blanche's nomination to become Attorney General is now out of the way. The written notice Republican lawmakers received that will swing holdout votes his way. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The stalemate over Todd Blanche's bid to be the next Attorney General appears to be over. As Kristen Eskow reports, 2 Republican holdouts, including North Carolina's Thom Tillis, now say they'll back the nominee as he faces a key committee vote.
The senators in the Department of Justice reached a deal to stop the creation of the nearly $1.8 billion fund that would have provided compensation for allies of President Trump who felt they were unfairly targeted by the Biden Justice Department. This was a key sticking point in the negotiations. In a signed memo posted to X Sunday night, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced the order creating the so-called anti-weaponization fund has been, quote, rescinded and shall have no force or effect. In the Oval Office Monday, President Trump said he wasn't part of the decision, but offered praise for Blanche and the proposed fund.
I thought it would be very fair for people that spent years in prison, people that were treated so badly.
It comes after negotiations with Republican Senators Thom Tillis and John Cornyn. They demanded an end to the fund be put in writing to secure their votes to advance Blanche's nomination as permanent AG. In a joint statement, they said in part, quote, "From the outset, we were clear that we needed a written document addressing our concerns on the IRS audit agreement and the anti-weaponization fund. We look forward to voting to advance his nomination out of the Senate Judiciary Committee soon." It's a major turnaround from last week when Tillis and Cornyn told reporters they were worried the fund wasn't actually dead.
Every time I think we're getting close to a resolution, somebody throws a wrench into the work.
Todd Blanche is negotiating in good faith, but it's clear that the approval to get this done is above his pay grade.
Meanwhile, Democrats are questioning the deal.
There's no guardrail preventing Trump and Blanche from using taxpayer dollars to give cash payouts to violent January 6th insurrectionists, MAGA billionaires, and the Trump family.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is set to vote on Todd Blanche's nomination Tuesday morning. If he is advanced by the committee, we could see a full Senate vote on his confirmation later this week before senators leave for summer recess. Kristen Escow, News Nation, Washington.
President Trump says negotiations with Iran will start again today after he called off a major attack during the weekend. The hope is to get a deal that would fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end Iran's nuclear threat. Secretary of State Marco Rubio believes this round of negotiations will be more successful with Iran's defensive capabilities now severely degraded.
They no longer have that shield, that conventional shield that they could hide behind. And that's changed the whole dynamic. It's the only reason why they are now willing, and in some cases seem eager, to do a deal on denuclearization, to do a deal on the Straits.
It does not appear the U.S. and Iran are holding direct talks today. Instead, Iranian leaders say they're negotiating with mediators in Oman. President Trump is disagreeing with U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro about the reflecting pool vandalism charges. The judge said damage to the pool was the result of shoddy construction and not the work of vandals like the president previously stated. The Justice Department dropped the criminal case charging former Olympian David Hearn with intentionally damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. No word yet on the other cases. Experts are urging people to stay weather aware after 3 water spouts formed along the South Carolina coast. Officials deemed the one that developed offshore at Folly Beach this weekend an EF0 tornado. Water spouts are not uncommon this time of year. Peak season runs from July to September when warm ocean waters, high humidity, and afternoon storms create the perfect conditions for them to form.
So water spouts are very difficult to detect on radar. They're much different than a tornado. So they have very small circulations, and fortunately you can see them form offshore typically. And then as they approach the beach, they're going to be very narrow, maybe just 10 or 15 yards in width. But if you see one coming towards you, you just want to get out of its way because it will have some intense winds.
There are 2 types of water spouts, supercell and non-supercell, with some producing winds of more than 40 miles per hour. Taking a live look now at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. We're officially in a stretch of muggy and potentially wet conditions, which will last pretty much all week long. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is with me now. Tara, one of the concerns is flash flooding in some of our areas.
Which we saw in some of our mountain communities yesterday evening. We saw that. We were talking about that earlier in the show up there in Surry County, just that terrible, devastating flooding. So at least some minor flooding possible with any repeated downpours. And we could see more of those, especially over the high country areas. And where we're seeing it here right now, especially over that eastern part of Chesterfield County. However, over most of the Piedmont, Charlotte Metro, and we saw that live picture over Lake Norman just a little bit ago. Beautiful, lots of sunshine, Carolina blue sky mixing in with the scattered clouds, and we're seeing that too as we look live over our West Charlotte tower camera area. The wind pretty still here, calm for the most part. It's warm, it's humid. Remember that nice break in the humidity that we had late last week? Well, you know it was back over the weekend, the muggy air, and we are not going to get a nice break from the humidity at all this week. So we stay warm, we stay humid, typical summertime weather here, but with a stalled system and a front in place and working with these waves of low pressure, and that's going to bring some more widespread likely coverage of the downpours into tomorrow. So for now, majority of the activity right there along Route 1 there, and pretty strong storm just to the south of Cheraw and approaching the Bennettsville area. Some heavy rain actually stretching from not far from Hoffman there and down actually toward Hamlet in the southeastern corner of Richmond County, and right there along that stretch of road, southern Lancaster County, some spotty areas of rain at times. Again, most of the Piedmont is dry. We've had a couple of isolated showers over parts of Union and Anson County as well, and then more just slow movers here with this heavy rain kind of scattered around Boone. We have some heavy rain down toward Banner Elk and Newland and southern Ashe County, and so again, with that slow movement, that could lead to at least some minor flooding in the area. And it's really here, notice on Futurecast, we take it out through the rest of the evening in the mountains, some of the same areas where we're getting the rain right now, down over South Carolina. That's where we have the best chance of some additional rain if you're thinking of maybe playing some tennis or heading outside the rest of this evening here. Yeah, if you live down in South Carolina up in the mountains, you may have to keep it inside, but most of the Charlotte Metro and the Piedmont looking to stay dry. So the stalled front, eventually we're going to see an area of low pressure pushing in some of that moisture and leading to more scattered showers and storms tomorrow. But again, with all this lingering moisture tonight, even after the showers and storms come to an end, with very little mixing happening with the wind remains fairly calm. That's going to lead to some patchy fog development. You can see those future visibility numbers down to a mile or less in places like around Iredell County, Statesville, parts of Rowan County, and parts of the Piedmont down to South Carolina by 5 a.m. And that could overspread more of the region a little bit later on tomorrow morning as well. So that could get in the way of that morning drive. Just keep that in mind. 88 hot degrees, our top temperature today, just 2 notches below average. We got 86 right now in Charlotte. Lots of spots, most of us really sitting in the mid and upper 80s with those low and mid 70s up in the mountains. And when you see those dew points well into the 60s and as high as the mid 70s, that's definitely an indication of that muggy and just humid air mass. And notice on the muggy meter how that does not change over at least the next couple of days. So we start with some areas of fog tomorrow morning, watching for more showers and storms, those high temperatures around only the low to mid 80s tomorrow afternoon. And any storms could try and turn severe with that threat of damaging wind gusts. We have a level 1 out of 5 risk of severe storms coming up for tomorrow afternoon and evening. And some of those downpours could develop maybe a little bit earlier than usual, even as early as late morning and around noontime, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Could be tracking some pretty heavy rain over parts of the Charlotte Metro west into Cleveland County and up toward the foothills. Just more scattered activity lingers through the evening. Most of that fades away through the night. And then Wednesday, a slightly lower chance, but obviously it's not zero here, of seeing those scattered showers and storms. So the chances go down just a little bit later in the week, but they're still there, just staying unsettled overall. A little bit drier and slightly hotter as we head into the weekend.
A major discrepancy in pay for North Carolina workers, what's driving a wedge in the wage gap amid rapid growth in the state. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The wage gap is growing in North Carolina, according to a new report. Researchers with Smart Asset found the gap between the state's highest earners and the typical worker was noticeably wider over the past year. Today, it takes nearly $120,000 per year to be in the state's top 10% of earners. Meanwhile, the median annual wage in the state is a little less than $48,000. Experts say North Carolina's rapid growth and an influx of higher-paying industries like finance and tech are driving the trend. If you've traveled by air recently, you've probably noticed flights are getting expensive. Reports indicate the higher prices are likely here to stay. Wall Street analysts say airfare was up more than 26% in June compared to last year. Carriers are expecting their fuel bills will keep rising by billions of dollars because of the Iran war. Despite that, officials with the airline say customers are continuing to book flights. In Davidson, families can enjoy the Star Wars Summer Movie Series tonight. That event will feature The Phantom Menace. The free family-friendly outdoor film experience kicks off at 7:15 on South Main Street. Attendees are encouraged to come early with their lawn chairs and blankets to secure a good viewing spot. That series is expected to run through October. Only on Queen City News Plus, finding love in Charlotte is not always easy. That's why the hosts of Unhinged help guide you through the green flags, the red flags, and even the breakups.
Positive side of breakups as well is that I think that you learn a lot from a partner. You learn a lot from who you date. And my mom always said, she was like, when it comes to dating, it's all about learning what you like and what you don't like.
Yeah.
So there's so many things that you can take away from a relationship, even if it's a lot of things that you didn't like. There's also still things, there's reasons why you were with that person. How to thrive after a breakup. I feel like finding things that you like yourself, especially things that you were like, oh, well, they didn't like doing this, so I stopped doing this. And now let me add it back into my routine.
You can watch the full episode of Unhinged right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 5, the first deaths reported in the ongoing outbreak of a parasite causing serious intestinal symptoms. Well, we know about the patients as cases spread nationwide, including in the Carolinas. And the Carolina Panthers hit the practice field. What the focus is this week ahead of the first preseason game that's right around the corner. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News at 5, class is back in session for students right next to the controversial Silfab solar manufacturing site. We hear parents' concerns as company leaders plan to dial back production.
Summer break may be over for some of those school kids and parents out there too, but the summery pattern continues. We got more spotty downpours, including live here. You can see behind me just kind of a wet picture up around King Street in downtown Boone. Mountains and down over parts of South Carolina, especially Chesterfield County. And if you're dry right now, there's a better chance of rain coming tomorrow. Check it out, my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And more local leaders plan to flip their votes on the scrapped I-77 toll lane expansion project. How Corneliustown officials are flipping the script ahead of a meeting tonight. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First today at 5, a Charlotte man has been charged with murder in connection with his ex-girlfriend's disappearance, even though authorities have not found her body. 37-year-old Brandy Merrick was last seen leaving a family member's Northeast Charlotte home nearly 2 months ago. Police learned Merrick's ex-boyfriend was the last person she was seen with before her disappearance. Police arrested Derek Randall Jr. last week, weeks after a witness contacted officers saying they believed Randall used an excavator to bury Merrick's body. Authorities also found blood splatter at the suspect's home that matched Merrick's DNA. Records show Randall was previously charged with kidnapping Merrick, holding her hostage for days, and sexually assaulting her back in 2017 in Wilmington. A judge denied him bond today. The case is due back in court August 21st. Meanwhile, the man accused of killing a missing Catawba County woman whose body was recovered last week will also remain in custody. Leroy Loper faced a judge for the first time today. He was charged with murder Friday evening, shortly after the body of Robin Doyle was found in a wooded area in the county. Loper was named a person of interest in the case before Doyle's body was found. He was initially taken into custody for a sex offender registry violation. The case is due back in court later this month. Students at 2 Fort Mill schools that neighbor the controversial Silfab solar manufacturing facility are officially back in the classroom. Some parents worry about their kids' safety following 2 hazardous material spills last school year. Queen City News reporter David Schuman has the latest on company leaders temporarily pausing production this week.
Students filed into Flint Hill Elementary and middle schools in Fort Mill on Monday, ready for a new school year. Just across the way, the Silfab solar facility is preparing to wind down some of its operations. Starting Wednesday, the solar panel manufacturer says it'll, quote, temporarily idle production to resume next Tuesday due to temporary constraints affecting the availability of certain materials and components.
Right now, yes, it's not an issue for us on the first day of school.
A judge ruled last month solar panel manufacturing isn't permitted where Silfab is located. A company spokesperson says the ruling doesn't apply to Silfab's current operations. Yet Fort Mill School District leaders have called on state officials for, quote, immediate and decisive action to limit Silfab's operations to what its zoning allows. Some Flint Hill parents are anxious about their kids being so close to Silfab.
We're stressed about it,
especially after 2 chemical leaks at the facility led to a temporary closure at Flint Hill Elementary in March.
To our parents, we want to say that all of our schools are safe. All of our schools have safety plans. We have evacuation plans. Emergency planning is always taking place. That's something we do every year constantly.
Silfab and York County officials maintain the leaks posed no safety threat, but following those incidents, the company entered into a compliance agreement with the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services.
The latest from the DES is that Silfab has not completed all the required steps to begin the manufacturing process. They're currently operating the assembly process of their solar panels.
In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Some students in the Clover School District are returning to class in brand new buildings. Lake Wiley High School opened in the town of York. So did Liberty Hill Elementary right down the street. Roosevelt Middle School is also now open in the town of Clover. Lake Wiley is the first high school to open in the district in 50 years. Several other districts also returned to school today. Now to a live look at Beech Mountain as showers pop up across our area, including in the higher elevations. It is a trend we're expecting to see throughout the week, and you can see that some of those storms are moving into the area or moving out, depending on how you look at it. I guess Tara would know the details on that. So let's go over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, kind of hit or miss storms, it looks like.
Yes, and they're kind of focused over two different zones here, closer to the Sandhills and down over some of our South Carolina communities, especially Chesterfield County, and on up here into the higher elevations. We were just looking now. We've got some spotty activity here, really nothing too much, and these aren't lasting long for the most part over parts of Union County, a couple sprinkles north and east of Monroe and northern Ansing County, but the heavier stuff by far has been out there in Chesterfield County here recently, and some scattered storms in the mix too. Checking some recent strikes of lightning there to the south of Cheraw. All of this is advancing east. It's been clipping part of southeastern Richmond County as well. At times we see some of the scattered activity redeveloping over southern Lancaster County, Chester County, and then more just slow moving downpours just to the south of Banner Elk, especially over Newland right now and to the south of there, and just more heavy rain at times scattered around Boone and up into the southern part of Ashe County. These are slow movers, so some brief or minor flooding is a possibility here. And tomorrow we could be tracking some even stronger possible severe storms. We'll check that out. My Pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
A pedestrian is dead after being hit and killed by a car in Pineville this afternoon. Investigators responded to the I-485 exit ramp to Pineville Matthews Road at about 12:45. Details are limited right now, but we do know the scene has cleared. There's no word yet on if any drivers involved will be ticketed or charged for the incident. Cornelius town officials tell us they feel like their hands are tied when it comes to the support for the I-77 expansion. The mayor spoke with Queen City News reporter Matt Stell about the issue that he and others now find themselves in.
We're not in a position to ask our taxpayers to pay for that clawback.
Cornelius Mayor Dennis Bilodeau says that's exactly why town leaders have decided to flip its vote and restore its support for the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project after state lawmakers included a provision in the state budget that now requires cities on the CRTPO that no longer support the project to pay back the state for planning and design costs.
It could be as much as $3.5 million, what I believe is an unprecedented penalty in place for speaking our mind and speaking for the citizens.
Bilodeau says despite the town's upcoming vote to restore support, they still believe adding toll lanes is a bad idea, especially since Cornelius hasn't had a great history with the specialized lanes on I-77 North.
We were there at the beginning. We saw the construction failures. We see the pricing going up, and it's just not good for all of our citizens.
But meanwhile, here in the neighboring town of Davidson, leaders tell us that they are standing by their decision to pull their support from the project. They say that they are reviewing language that is in the provision to gather information on potential application, but that it would be premature to speculate on impacts.
I can't speak for Rusty. He's got to do what's right for the town of Davidson.
Fearing clawbacks like Cornelius, leaders in Huntersville and Monroe have also decided to restore their support for the project, now leaving the fate of it in the hands of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County.
There's always a lot of passion and emotion about it, but when you look at the price and if you understand why we're doing what we're about to do, it's not in support of the tolls.
Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members will share an update tonight on state policy actions related to the I-77 toll lane project. We'll have details on that discussion tonight at 10. Health leaders are now investigating the first 2 deaths in connection with a stomach parasite outbreak. The deaths were reported in Michigan. Officials say the 2 patients had underlying health conditions before catching Cyclospora. The symptoms might have caused dehydration in each, but health officials would not give any further details. As of last week, about 800 cases had been reported in the Carolinas. North Carolina health officials are expected to update the case count tomorrow. The Pineville Library is back open after a deadly crash led to a months-long closure. A car slammed into the building that houses the library in Town Hall back in April, killing that driver. Town Hall reopened earlier this month. The Carolina Panthers returned to the practice field in Uptown today ahead of the Hall of Fame game later this week. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald tells us how the Black and Blue are getting some reinforcements ahead of the game.
Fresh off of FanFest last Friday night, the Panthers continue training camp with another high-intensity and high-spirited practice as they now get ready for their first game of the preseason coming up on Thursday night against the Arizona Cardinals up in Canton, Ohio. And Monday marked the return of several key players. Bobby Brown was activated off the NFI list. He also had tight ends Tommy Tremble and Mitchell Evans back in pads and practicing. And also right guard Rob Hunt dealing with some back issues over the last several days. He made his return to the practice field on Monday morning as well. And Monday's session ended with the Bryce Young touchdown pass to Tedero McMillan to cap off a 2-minute drill as they continue to show how strong their connection is on the field. However, as expected, it's a connection we will not see on Thursday night. Dave Canales confirming today that none of the clear-cut starters will play in the Hall of Fame game, including rookie right tackle Monroe Freeling. Now, there are still a few positions up for grabs on both sides of the ball and special teams, and Canales is looking forward to seeing more guys separate themselves throughout the next few weeks.
This is valuable. These are valuable opportunities for all these guys fighting for these positions, whether it's on the active roster or in practice squad. Just more game reps to be able to see what they can do and how they can take the game plan and make it come alive on the field.
And as for the quarterback reps against the Cardinals, of course, we'll be seeing Kenny Pickett taking the first snaps. Dave Canales, though, not putting a timetable on exactly how much he'll play. Canales also told us last Friday that Carolina doesn't necessarily have the luxury of signing a fourth quarterback due to injuries at other positions, so expect to see a lot of Haynes King on Thursday night up in Canton. Reporting at the Panthers practice field, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Early voting for the special primary election to fill the late Lindsey Graham's seat in the U.S. Senate starts Wednesday. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. through this Friday. This is a Republican primary election. You'll need a valid photo ID to cast your ballot. The winner faces off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general election. Special primary election day is Tuesday, August 11th. Tomorrow night, 4 of the top candidates in that special primary are facing off on the debate stage. It starts at 7 in Mount Pleasant, and you can watch it right here on Queen City News. Tara?
Checking that weather here on a Monday. It's warm, it's humid, and that's coming with more scattered downpours, especially over some of our South Carolina areas and up into the mountains this time around. By tomorrow, there's a better chance of rain for more of us, even the possibility of some severe weather. We'll check it out in my pinpoint weather forecast next.
Rolling out potential changes to North Carolina's THC and CBD laws, why some business owners say the proposed legislation could take away their way of living. And a North Carolina county gets hit by the worst flooding it's seen in nearly 50 years. A look at the damage, including the impact to several businesses. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. A Charlotte beverage maker says new state legislation could shut down his industry. 8 years after hemp-derived products became legal, state lawmakers are considering making some changes. As Queen City News anchor Will Lewis learned, many people are in favor of regulation, but they want it to be the same as alcohol.
2018 Farm Bill allowed hemp-derived products to be sold over the counter. This year, the industry will reach $1.8 billion in sales in the Tar Heel State. $45 million of that through hemp-derived THC-infused drinks.
We start telling them about hemp-derived THC and just the hemp industry. Most Congress members had no idea what we're talking about. They're like, wow, I never knew this was such a big industry.
But the conversations took place after federal lawmakers passed a law limiting all finished products to contain no more than 0.4 milligrams of THC. That law goes into effect November of 2026. Farmers and business owners have been negotiating an extension with lawmakers on a federal level.
We have their ear right now. We're so close to getting an extension, and things are looking good federally.
However, North Carolina lawmakers have drafted legislation hoping to also limit the amount of THC on the state level. That's why several business owners and people who use the product plan to hold a rally in Raleigh ahead of a vote on House Bill 328.
North Carolina has a clause in there that says even if we do receive relief federally, North Carolina still is going to ban hemp-derived THC, which is what's so crazy about this bill.
The law would not only change the amount of THC in a product, customers would also need to be 21 in order to purchase hemp-derived THC products, and it would be a Class 2 misdemeanor for anyone selling the product to minors. Manufacturers say they are all for the regulations, but regulate it like the alcohol industry. Let the federal law guide the conversation and don't take away their way of making a living.
The government can very much put the toothpaste back in the tube. We need to be mindful of that.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
As students return to the classroom, state leaders are getting their first look at how North Carolina's new cell phone policy is playing out. The students told state leaders the policy is having a positive impact and they're more engaged in the classroom. The state law bans public school students from having their phones turned on during instructional class time. The rule comes after a study from UNC researchers found students were spending 20 minutes of every school hour on their phones. Researchers also found about 45% of early high school students say digital stress is interfering with their sleep, homework, exercise, and other daily routines. A state of emergency is in effect in Surry County after severe flooding over the weekend. 4 to 7 inches of rain fell, causing rivers and creeks to rise, leaving some areas in the county almost completely underwater. Many roads remain closed. Today, officials are assessing the damage at businesses and city-owned properties. One business owner says all 3 of his businesses are a total loss.
From what we can see, all of our tanning beds are done, like the total loss. The sales office over here, everything, all the desks, computers, total loss. Restaurant side, same thing. So it's pretty much gonna have to start from scratch. Super devastated. Immediately came over here and it was just a mess. Water got up, as you can see, 4 feet up here. So it was just very, very shocking.
Very exhausting. I'm sure many of the business owners in the area do not have flood insurance. They say it'll be a community effort to rebuild. Back here at home, taking a live look at King Street in downtown Boone. We are tracking potential storms throughout the evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is with me now. Tara, you're tracking rain and storm chances pretty much, it looks like, every day this week.
Each and every day this week, and right on through Friday, those chances are a little elevated here. Now, some days will involve a better chance of rain for more of the area here than others, so we'll talk all about it. But
everyone always wants to know, is it going to hit my house?
Exactly.
Maybe tougher to predict in this case.
I know,
right?
and you know this time of the year, it's tough with just the nature of those hit or miss downpours. But we do have a front that's going to be continuing to lay across the area here, not moving much, and so that will tend to focus the development of more downpours, especially tomorrow. And as it still, again, doesn't move much even the latter part of the week here, and we just get this continuous plume of moisture working in, scattered showers and storms possible in most places. So as we look live here right now, though, and over uptown Charlotte in the distance, looking from our West Charlotte Tower camera, it is nice nice and dry. And really most of the Piedmont is saying the same thing. In the Charlotte Metro, we do have a couple little tiny showers that managed to get going at times, especially over Union County. We saw a little bit of that over parts of northern Anson County earlier, but notice bright colors on the map where most of those are located either down in South Carolina or up in the mountains. So this band of heavy rain about to exit Chesterfield County. We have more spots of heavy rain redeveloping over Chester County. A little bit of a difficult drive there. That downpour pushing right over that part of 77 in between, say, Great Falls exits there and up toward Rock Hill. That's lifting to the north. Heath Springs getting another heavier shower over the northwest part of town there and heading into eastern Chesterfield County. Yes, there we go. Some recent lightning strikes approaching Bennettsville. That line that's formed will continue to slowly push away off to the east with some torrential rain out there. And the rain gets pretty heavy at times, and these are slow movers, these spotty showers getting going in the mountains today. So that's why we're watching for the possibility of more, at least minor or brief flooding. Like we saw in some cases, we had those flash flood warnings last night in parts of Watauga and up into Ashe County and down through Avery County as well. And future radar shows the addition of more developing showers and storms in some of these same areas still over the next couple of hours here, right on through midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Some spotty, heavy at times rain possible. Eventually the activity in South Carolina will fade away. 87 degrees right now in the Queen City as most of the region will stay dry this evening, especially again the Piedmont. We've got 88 degrees in Monroe, 90 now, the hot spot in Gastonia. It's 87 in Morganton. We've got the low and mid 70s up in the mountain communities. More of us cool down into the low 70s eventually by tomorrow morning. It stays warm, it stays humid, no change in that anytime soon. And with that lingering moisture after any areas of rain come to an end, that could lead to some patchy fog to kick off the day tomorrow again too. So this lingering front just remains stalled across the area, so leading to more downpours and storms tomorrow. We'll have to watch for more flooding, a possibility, along with the chance of a severe storm or two by tomorrow afternoon and evening. Again, all the while we stay warm and muggy. So we've got this wave of low pressure along the front tomorrow that will give more of us a better chance of rain and storms. Temperatures knocked back a little bit from today's high, which reached about 88 degrees, only low to mid 80s tomorrow. And again, the severe risk just kind of includes most of our area where you see the darker shading of green, level 1 out of 5. Damaging wind gusts will be the main threat if we do see any of those developing. So we check out Futurecast. You can see by 2 a.m. most of us are dry at this point. Small chance of a couple of tiny showers. By 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, already starting to see the development of some of that heavy rain in spots, and that will continue even around the Charlotte Metro west into Cleveland County. That's possible around lunchtime, early part of the afternoon. Most of that just kind of fades away gradually into the night, so looking mostly dry tomorrow night and early Wednesday morning, but by Wednesday afternoon and evening, expecting more scattered showers and storms. And some of you could pick up some pretty good amounts of rain too. We'll likely see just kind of a range in these numbers here depending on where the downpour is set up. So anywhere from only perhaps 1/4 of an inch over the next 5 days around, say, the Hickory or Lincolnton areas to as much as 1 to 2 inches, especially up there in the mountains with some of those slow-moving downpour. So the 7-day forecast shows temperatures mid to upper 80s throughout the week. Will be a tad hotter toward the end of the weekend with a lower chance of rain.
All right, Tara, thank you. A Winthrop professor uses poetry to describe his experience with diabetes. Ephraim Scott Summers was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. The past 2 years tested him both mentally and physically. He began writing poems to help him focus more on the positive things in his life. The poems are part of his new book called Diabetic Gumdrops.
Try to find some kind of joy or levity or laughter within a really difficult situation that I've been given.
From poetry to music, he says staying creative has kept him afloat despite his chronic disease. Watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. A Gastonia business fire leads police to a 14-year-old suspect. How newly released surveillance video helped lead officers to the person responsible. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Gastonia police say a 14-year-old is responsible for a fire that started inside the Dollar Tree store on South York Road. Due to the teen's age, their name is not being released. Police did release surveillance video of who they identified as the suspect running out of the store after the fire was started. Employees had to be evacuated, and the fire caused extensive damage to the store. Thankfully, nobody was injured. One person is facing charges in connection with a fire at a North Charlotte home. The fire broke out just before 9 this morning on Remington Street off Beatties Ford Road. Authorities say the fire was intentionally set, leading to a suspect's arrest. No injuries were reported. The first deaths reported in the ongoing outbreak of a parasite causing serious intestinal symptoms. What we know about the patients as cases spread nationwide, including in the Carolinas. The Carolina Panthers hit the practice field with the focuses this week ahead of the first preseason game that's just right around the corner. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. A Charlotte man has been charged with murder in connection with his ex-girlfriend's disappearance, even though authorities have not found her body. 37-year-old Brandy Merrick was last seen leaving a family member's Northeast Charlotte home nearly 2 months ago. Police learned Merrick's ex-boyfriend was the last person she was seen with before her disappearance. Police arrested Derek Randall Jr. last week, weeks after a witness contacted officers saying they believed Randall used an excavator to bury Merrick's body. Authorities also found blood splatter at the suspect's home that matched Merrick's DNA. Records show Randall was previously charged with kidnapping Merrick, holding her hostage for days, and sexually assaulting her back in 2017 in Wilmington. A judge denied him bond today. The case is due back in court August 21st. Meanwhile, the man accused of killing a missing Catawba County woman whose body was recovered last week will also remain in custody. Leroy Loper faced a judge for the first time today. He was charged with murder Friday evening shortly after the body of Robin Doyle was found in a wooded area in the county. Loper was named as a person of interest in the case before Doyle's body was found. He was initially taken into custody for a sex offender registry violation. The case is due back in court later this month. Students at 2 Fort Mill schools that neighbor the controversial Silfab solar manufacturing facility are officially back in the classroom. Some parents worry about their kids' safety following 2 hazardous material spills last school year. Queen City News reporter David Schuman has the latest on company leaders temporarily pausing production this week.
Students filed into Flint Hill Elementary and middle schools in Fort Mill on Monday, ready for a new school year. Just across the way, the Silfab solar facility is preparing to wind down some of its operations. Starting Wednesday, the solar panel manufacturer says it'll, quote, temporarily idle production to resume next Tuesday due to temporary constraints affecting the availability of certain materials and components.
Right now, yes, it's not an issue for us on the first day of school.
A judge ruled last month solar panel manufacturing isn't permitted where Silfab is located. A company spokesperson says the ruling doesn't apply to Silfab's current operations. Yet Fort Mill School District leaders have called on state officials for, quote, immediate and decisive action to limit Silfab's operations to what its zoning allows. Some Flint Hill parents are anxious about their kids being so close to Silfab.
We're stressed about it,
especially after 2 chemical leaks at the facility led to a temporary closure at Flint Hill Elementary in March.
To our parents, we want to say that all of our schools are safe. All of our schools have safety plans. We have evacuation plans. Emergency planning is always taking place. That's something we do every year constantly.
Silfab and York County officials maintain the leaks posed no safety threat, but following those incidents, the company entered into a compliance agreement with the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services.
The latest from the DES is that Silfab has not completed all the required steps to begin the manufacturing process. They're currently operating the assembly process of their solar panels.
In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Now to a live look at Beech Mountain as showers pop up across our area, including in the higher elevations. You can see those clouds have started to move a little bit from when we last saw them. This is a trend that we're just expected to see throughout the week as these showers popping up. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Tara, are we expecting any of these storms to pack a punch here, to be anything to worry about?
We could, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a slightly better chance of maybe seeing 1 or 2 of those storms turn severe and talking about the damaging wind gust threat. But with the slow movement, and you mentioned how those clouds really haven't moved much compared to at the beginning of our 5 o'clock news when we showed that same picture and we still had some of those dark clouds in some of the same areas. So with the slow movement, that could lead to some at least minor or brief flooding, and especially up there in the mountain communities. And also here to the south, we've got quite a bit of heavy rain, especially over Chesterfield County. We continue to see some pop-up downpours, and these are slow moving too. You can see just kind of moving to the north and east over that eastern part of Chester County, over that stretch of I-77. We have a little bit of spotty rain, nothing too much here at the moment over parts of central and southern Lancaster County, but torrential rain has been pushing through that far eastern edge of Chesterfield County. Lots of lightning too, so definitely some strong storms and possibly some of that gusty wind out that way. And we zoom on up into the high country because most of the Piedmont is dry, and here we go. You can see just the scattered activity, and with the radar imagery in motion, noticing how it's just not moving much. We have some of that heavy rain that is getting going now over Boone and down 321 and out near, say, the Blowing Rock area and parts of Avery County scattered around. We have a stalled front in the area, so that will help keep the chance of showers and storms going for a little while longer. But mainly, at least for today and the rest of this evening, if you have some outside plans, most of those areas of rain going to be focused over the mountains, South Carolina, east along Highway 74. So most of the Charlotte metro looks dry for another few hours, but that will likely change for tomorrow. We'll check out future radar where some of those storms could be popping up by 24 hours from now. That's ahead in a few minutes.
All right, Tara, sounds good. Corneliustown officials tell us they feel like their hands are tied when it comes to support for the I-77 expansion. The mayor spoke with Queen City News reporter Matt Stell about the issue that he and others now find themselves in.
We're not in a position to ask our taxpayers to pay for that clawback.
Cornelius Mayor Dennis Bilodeau says that's exactly why town leaders have decided to flip its vote and restore its support for the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project after state lawmakers included a provision in the state budget that now requires cities on the CRTPO that no longer support the project to pay back the state for planning and design costs.
It could be as much as $3.5 million, what I believe is an unprecedented penalty in place for speaking our mind and speaking for the citizens.
Bilodeau says despite the town's upcoming vote to restore support, they still believe adding toll lanes is a bad idea, especially since Cornelius hasn't had a great history with the specialized lanes on I-77 North.
We were there at the beginning. We saw the construction failures. We see the pricing going up, and it's just not good for all of our citizens.
But meanwhile, here in the neighboring town of Davidson, leaders tell us that they are standing by their decision to pull their support from the project. They say that they are reviewing language that is in the provision to gather information on potential application, but that it would be premature to speculate on impacts.
I can't speak for Rusty. He's got to do what's right for the town of Davidson.
Fearing clawbacks like Cornelius, leaders in Huntersville and Monroe have also decided to restore their support for the project, now leaving the fate of it in the hands of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County.
There's always a lot of passion and emotion about it. But when you look at the price, and if you understand why we're doing what we're about to do, it's not in support of the tolls.
Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members will share an update tonight on state policy actions related to the I-77 toll lane project. We'll have details on that discussion tonight at 10. Crews are continuing overnight lane closures on I-277 Inner in Uptown this week as they work to repair the Caldwell Street Bridge. Officials say damage from a recent crash is forcing the emergency work. Closures were expected to be reduced to just one lane starting tonight, but the double lane closures will now happen through Thursday morning. Starting Thursday night, all lanes on I-277 Inner and Caldwell Street will be closed as crews put in a temporary support beam. Work is happening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. each day. The closures are expected to end next Monday morning. Charlotte Transit officials say a drainage improvement project in Lower South End has wrapped up early. Crews have been working at the Scaly Bark Blue Line station since July 13th, which has shut down South Boulevard from the intersection with Clanton Road to the rail crossing just north of Scaly Bark Road. Officials say all Blue Line and bus operations have returned to normal. Carolina Panthers return to the practice field in Uptown today ahead of the Hall of Fame game later this week. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald tells us how the Black and Blue are getting some reinforcements ahead of the game.
Fresh off of Fan Fest last Friday night, the Panthers continue training camp with another high-intensity and high-spirited practice as they now get ready for their first game of the preseason coming up on Thursday night against the Arizona Cardinals up in Canton, Ohio. And Monday marked the return of several key players. Bobby Brown was activated off the NFI list. He also had tight ends Tommy Tremble and Mitchell Evans back in pads and practicing. And also, right guard Rob Hunt dealing with some back issues over the last several days. He made his return to the practice field on Monday morning as well. And Monday's session ended with the Bryce Young touchdown pass to Tedero McMillan to cap off a 2-minute drill as they continue to show how strong their connection is on the field. However, as expected, it's a connection we will not see on Thursday night. Dave Canales confirming today that none of the clear-cut starters will play in the Hall of Fame game, including rookie right tackle Monroe Freeling. Now, there are still a few positions up for grabs on both sides of the ball and special teams, and Canales is looking forward to seeing more guys separate themselves throughout the next few weeks.
This is valuable. These are valuable opportunities for all these guys fighting for these positions, whether it's on the active roster or in practice squad. Just more game reps to be able to see what they can do and how they can take the game plan and make it come alive on the field.
And as for the quarterback reps against the Cardinals, of course, we'll be seeing Kenny Pickett taking the first snaps. Dave Canales, though, not putting a timetable on exactly how much he'll play. Canales also told us last Friday that Carolina doesn't necessarily have the luxury of signing a fourth quarterback due to injuries at other positions, so expect to see a lot of Haynes King on Thursday night up in Canton. Reporting at the Panthers practice field, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
All right, so here are the details about the annual Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio this Thursday. The Panthers are taking on the Cardinals. That's ahead of the Pro Football Hall of Fame induction ceremony happening this Saturday. You'll want to watch that because this year's class includes Panthers legend Luke Kuechly. Early voting for the special primary election to fill the late Lindsey Graham seat in the U.S. Senate starts Wednesday. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 through this Friday. This is a Republican primary election, so you'll need a valid ID to cast your ballot. And the winner faces off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general election. The special primary election day is Tuesday, August 11th. Tomorrow night, 4 of the top candidates in that special primary are facing off on the debate stage. It starts at 7 in Mount Pleasant, and you can catch it live right here on Queen City News.
And by tomorrow evening, we could be tracking a lot more in the way of scattered showers and storms over more of our area. For now, most of us are still dry across the Piedmont and the Charlotte metro, but quite a bit of heavy rain and some strong storms continuing to slowly exit Chesterfield County. We have more heavy rain at times up in the mountains. I'll track the storms for tomorrow and show you a more specific look at that timeline. That's next.
The biggest hurdle in Todd Blanche's nomination to become Attorney General is now out of the way. The written notice Republican lawmakers received that will swing holdout votes his way. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. The stalemate over Todd Blanche's bid to be the next Attorney General appears to be over, as Kristen Eskow reports. 2 Republican holdouts, including North Carolina's Thom Tillis, now say they'll back the nominee as he faces a key committee vote.
The senators in the Department of Justice reached a deal to stop the creation of the nearly $1.8 billion fund that would have provided compensation for allies of President Trump who felt they were unfairly targeted by the Biden Justice Department. This was a key sticking point in the negotiations. In a signed memo posted to X Sunday night, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced the order creating the so-called anti-weaponization fund has been, quote, rescinded and shall have no force or effect. In the Oval Office Monday, President Trump said he wasn't part of the decision, but offered praise for Blanche and the proposed fund.
I thought it would be very fair for people that spent years in prison, people that were treated so badly.
It comes after negotiations with Republican Senators Thom Tillis and John Cornyn. They demanded an end to the fund be put in writing to secure their votes to advance Blanche's nomination as permanent AG. In a joint statement, they said in part, quote, "From the outset, we were clear that we needed a written document addressing our concerns on the IRS audit agreement and the anti-weaponization fund. We look forward to voting to advance his nomination out of the Senate Judiciary Committee soon." It's a major turnaround from last week when Tillis and Cornyn told reporters they were worried the fund wasn't actually dead.
Every time I think we're getting close to a resolution, somebody throws a wrench into the work.
Todd Blanche is negotiating in good faith, but it's clear that the approval to get this done is above his pay grade.
Meanwhile, Democrats are questioning the deal.
There's no guardrail preventing Trump and Blanche from using taxpayer dollars to give cash payouts to violent January 6th insurrectionists, MAGA billionaires, and the Trump family.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is set to vote on Todd Blanche's nomination Tuesday morning. If he is advanced by the committee, we could see a full Senate vote on his confirmation later this week before senators leave for summer recess. Kristen Escow, News Nation, Washington.
President Trump says negotiations with Iran will start again today after he called off a major attack over the weekend. The hope is to get a deal that would fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end Iran's nuclear threat. Secretary of State Marco Rubio believes this round of negotiations will be more successful with Iran's defensive capabilities now severely degraded.
You no longer have that shield, that conventional shield that they could hide behind. And that's changed the whole dynamic. It's the only reason why they are now willing, and in some cases seem eager, to do a deal on denuclearization, to do a deal on the straits.
It doesn't appear the U.S. and Iran are holding direct talks today. Instead, Iranian leaders say they are negotiating with mediators in Oman. Experts are urging people to stay weather aware after 3 waterspouts formed along the South Carolina coast. Officials say the one that developed offshore at Folly Beach over the weekend was deemed an EF0 tornado. Waterspouts are not common this time of year. Peak season runs from July, they're not uncommon this time of year. Peak season runs from July through September when warm ocean waters, high humidity, and afternoon storms create perfect conditions for them to form.
So waterspouts are very difficult to detect on radar. They're much different than a tornado. So they have very small circulations, and fortunately you can see them form offshore typically. And then as they approach the beach, they're going to be very narrow, maybe just 10 or 15 yards in width. But if you see one coming towards you, you just want to get out of its way because it will have some intense winds.
There are 2 types of waterspouts, supercell and non-supercell, with some producing winds of more than 40 miles per hour. How did I do, Tara?
You did great.
Did I sound like an expert on that one?
Good explanation.
There we go. I still wonder how they determine EF status when it's over water versus land, because land we always see the damage, right?
And you can look at the storm winds, and we show this a lot when we show the velocity and the twisting winds when we're talking about tornado or possible tornadoes around here too. And you can pinpoint just how strong some of the wind is.
Okay.
Just by looking at some of that radar imagery.
Because I know, as you know, someone who's a reporter, you're always out there when the crews come out and they assess the damage and then they determine the EF status. But I guess there are multiple factors that play into that.
And whether or not it was a tornado or the damaging straight line wind, which is what we had some of almost a week ago.
We did,
last Tuesday.
And we have more kind of spotty storms that could show up throughout the week, just kind of something to pay attention to, right?
Exactly, yes, in the typical afternoon and evening. But even in the morning, a couple of isolated showers can't be ruled out, especially tomorrow by late morning. Some of these downpours could start to pop up a little bit earlier than what we're kind of used to when we're so used to them not really getting going in full force until about mid to late afternoon and with all that daytime heating. So we've got 87 degrees and dry over the Queen City right now, but daily storm chances continuing, and up here in the mountains, it is a much different picture. Look at this, live look in downtown Boone along King Street. We've got some heavy rain, people walking around with their umbrellas and the windshield wipers going, and that's exactly where we have just these slow moving downpours. It's either there or down in some of our South Carolina communities, and it looks like we have some severe weather down that way. We'll take a look at that here in just a moment, but these are just, again, slow moving downpours. I really haven't seen much of any lightning at all, just heavy rain over Elk Knob and down over Boone right now. Parts of southern and western Ashe County seeing some of that. And you can see with the radar imagery in motion how they're just not moving very far from where they are over the past few hours from where they have been. So Banner Elk and south of Newland tracking more heavy rain, and that's why we're watching for the possibility of at least some minor or brief flooding again in those areas. Down to South Carolina, more spotty downpours popping up. This one appears to be weakening as it's pushing slowly east of that stretch of I-77, but heads up, friends, in southern Lancaster County. It looks like we have a string of more downpours headed in. And look at this. So severe thunderstorm just to the east of you all at Cheraw and including Bennettsville, South Carolina. So that line is slowly trying to move out, but talk about some torrential rain. That is really just a gully washer out there this evening. So Futurecast shows the best chance of any additional rain. If you're wondering if it's going to rain around the Charlotte metro here, likely staying mostly dry for the next few hours. The best chance of any additional showers, thunderstorms up in the mountains and areas south and east and down to South Carolina, exactly where some of those scattered downpours are here right now. So we've got this plume of moisture working in along this front, which is kind of stalled. It's just not moving much. And so that's why we have the slow movement at times of some of these downpours and why we'll get another round of showers and storms developing for tomorrow. 88 hot degrees today, 2 degrees below average. Average high is still about 90 for this early part of August. We've got 88 in Rock Hill, saw 90 earlier in Gastonia. And there's that rain-cooled 81 at Cheraw and low and mid 70s with some of the showers and storms around up in the mountains. And boy, after that nice drier humidity break late last week, that humidity was back over the weekend and it is still firmly in place. The muggy air mass here with those dew points showing up in the 70s and upper mid 60s there. That is definitely in the humid zone. And notice on the muggy meter, that does not change anytime soon. So no humidity breaks coming up at all this time around this week. So tomorrow we could start with some patchy fog, but mostly dry early in the morning. By lunchtime, we do start to pick up that chance of some rain, and that will continue off and on through the afternoon. Those high temperatures knocked back a few degrees because of that, only around the low to mid 80s. And as I was telling Morgan, it's possible that a couple of those storms could try and turn severe. It's not a terribly high risk of severe weather, level 1 out of 5. Damaging wind gusts would be the main threat. So we check things out on Futurecast. Couple spotty, little isolated showers still possible into the night, but even as early as 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, some pockets of heavy rain will be possible. Yes, across more of the Piedmont tomorrow afternoon and evening, west into Cleveland County. A lot of that will tend to just kind of gradually fade away and weaken into tomorrow late evening. And so overnight tomorrow is looking mostly dry, early Wednesday as well, and then more scattered activity expected for the afternoon and evening. As I said, rain chances go on and remain kind of elevated right through Friday. They come down a little bit here, so a better chance of staying mostly dry for the upcoming weekend. Quick check of the tropics. Things are still looking nice and quiet here, relatively speaking. At least we're not expecting anything to organize and develop into a classified tropical system over at least the next 7 days. All right, so here tonight, temperatures basically stay warm and humid, upper 60s, low 70s, with the low 60s up in the mountains. Tomorrow afternoon up to about 84. Those high temperatures, mid upper 80s through the end of the week, will be a touch hotter by the end of the weekend with a lower chance of rain.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. A major discrepancy in pay for North Carolina workers. What's driving a wedge in the wage gap amid rapid growth in the state? You're watching Queen City News, most honored and most local news in Charlotte. The wage gap is growing in North Carolina, according to a new report. Researchers with Smart Asset found the gap between the state's highest earners and the typical workers was noticeably wider over the past year. Today, it takes nearly $120,000 per year to be in the state's top 10% of earners. Meanwhile, the median annual wage in the state is a little less than $48,000. Experts say North Carolina's rapid growth and an influx of higher-paying industries like finance and tech are driving the trend. In Davidson, families can enjoy the Star Wars summer movie series tonight. The event will feature The Phantom Menace. The free, family-friendly outdoor film experience kicks off at 7:15 on South Main Street. Attendees are encouraged to come early with their lawn chair and blankets to secure a great viewing spot. The series is expected to run through October. On Queen City News at 6, the first deaths reported in the ongoing outbreak of a parasite causing serious intestinal symptoms. What we know about the patients as